Hi everyone, welcome to Crypto for the Culture, DeFi All Odds 2022. My name is Nina Blankenship. I'm the CEO of Crypto for the Culture and Crypto Tutors. In 2022, Lisa and I started the Crypto Tutors YouTube channel and interviewed over 70 diverse trailblazers and success stories in crypto. Women are in crypto, marginalized communities are in crypto, and people of color are in crypto. In 2021, when we could finally leave our homes because of COVID, we started to attend crypto conferences in person and online. And we noticed that 80% of the attendees and speakers were not diverse. When you go to the bathroom and the men's restroom line is out the door and the women's line doesn't even exist, you know there is a problem. What we found is that many diverse speakers were applying to speak, but they were actually being turned down and rejected. For attendees, what we noticed is that average crypto conference was costing hundreds to thousands of dollars, making the barrier to entry too high. In October 2021, we decided to do something more. And we made history by creating Crypto for the Culture. Crypto for the Culture was the first ever crypto diversity conference, providing diverse representation and elevating the incredible innovation in diverse leaders and success stories. Crypto for the Culture is free to attend, breaking down all barriers to entry for a free crypto education. Never before has there been a diverse conference like this. The majority of our speakers today are female. Stay tuned because today we have incredible speakers, inspiring stories, success stories, careers, and giveaways. Now I'm going to hand it over to my best friend and co-founder and host of Crypto for the Culture, Lisa Francoeur.
All right. Thank you, Nina Blankenship. I, as you mentioned, am Lisa Francoeur, Chief Revenue Officer, co-founder of Crypto Tutors. Super grateful for my bestie and the entire Crypto Tutors team. You know who you are. We don't have time to list all of your names, but I promise to shout you out at some point and during the day. So, folks, welcome to Crypto for the Culture. I am a proud Haitian American. Shout out to all my Haitians. Haiti, by the way, is the first Black republic and most successful revolt in history. Revolution, suffice it to say, is encoded in my DNA. And Crypto Tutors is an award-winning crypto education company dedicated to simplifying crypto and blockchain through e-learning, one-on-one tutoring, the Crypto Tutors YouTube channel, as Nina mentioned, and conferences like this where we pop out to pop off. Our mission is to empower the world, especially marginalized communities, around how they may transform knowledge into wealth. But as we all know, knowledge is potential power. It's the application of that knowledge that moves the culture on an individual level and society at large forward. Which brings us to the exact theme of the conference, DeFi All Odds, a double entendre with dual meanings. One side of the coin, or shall I say token, means going against, like what we're doing here today. Crypto Tutors and friends will be discussing strategies and tactics you can employ to navigate these economic headwinds successfully. It may be a bear market, but as Crypto Hayes, who we'll hear from next, tweeted, haters gonna hate, but my portfolio about to appreciate. Crypto for the Culture is where we're connecting global citizens with the world's brightest technological minds for free 99. Yup, that's right, free 99. This is history in the making. And as I, aka Fancyfied, likes to say, if you want to predict the future, you have to create it. This is about creating a future where you become your own economy, leveraging tech solutions to do so. But how, you may be asking? Fret not, we got you. We're Crypto Tutors. You're about to meet the trailblazing pioneers, literally architecting and engineering the future, who you may or may not know. Take, for example, our first guest, Arthur Hayes, one of the most successful crypto entrepreneurs in the world, a real OG who's been in the game since 2013. So what can you expect today? What does Crypto for the Culture, DeFi All Odds have in store for you? Well, you're going to learn how to reclaim your power. We're going to learn how to reclaim our power. We're going to learn how to maximize our earning potential. We're going to learn about retaining ownership and a whole lot more. Matter of fact, CoinDesk reported yesterday or 2 days ago, more than a third of Black and Latino voters told pollsters they were more crypto curious now because of the economy. And we heard the culture loud and clear. Thank you to all of our sponsors, including Cash App, Fidelity, Arculus, and donors like A16Z Culture Leadership Fund, and all the speakers who invested your time, energy, genius, and resources to bring this vision to life. So let's get it popping. Let's go ahead and bring on the man, the myth, the legend himself. A man, if you know him or have heard of him, really doesn't need an introduction because he's that lit. But before we get into it, I'm going to set the stage while we're queuing up Mr. Arthur Hayes himself. I got to let him know who's who and what's what. Mr. Hayes, just for those that may not be as familiar, is one of the most successful crypto entrepreneurs in the world. As I mentioned, he's a world-class trader, fintech pioneer. He co-founded the wildly successful BitMEX trading platform, which, by the way, was the originator of perpetual swap, a popular derivatives trading product unique to digital unique to the digital asset space. Got to make sure that we say it right. He's also passionate about helping spread financial literacy and educating investors about crypto and digital assets, which is why I know he wanted to share his wisdom today with each of us. So in his own words, right? If you follow his Twitter, Crypto Hayes, he puts the lit in literacy, amongst other things. But in his own words, I'm gonna quote his tweet: "Welcome to Crypto for the Culture."
Hello.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? This is so exciting. I'm so happy to have you. Arthur Hayes, ladies and gentlemen. You can't hear them applauding, but I promise you this is what's happening right now. I can already see it. So yeah, this is going to be one for the history books. Welcome to Crypto to the Culture, as you so eloquently stated.
Thank you. This is great. I'm so glad to be here.
You welcome, you welcome. So Arthur, I hope I did you justice in just telling folks
Thank you.
About who you are, what you're about, all that good stuff. But Crypto for the Culture and this conversation, what does participating in a conference like this mean to you? Like, why did you ultimately choose to give us your time, your energy, and so forth?
I mean, number one, I like that it's free, right? So my goal is to spread a message, right? And if the message costs a few $100s, a few $1,000s, and a around the world plane ticket and a hotel room and an Uber or Lyft or whatever to get to, then I'm only going to be reaching a certain amount of people. And at the end of the day, if you want to spread this virus that is Bitcoin and crypto in general, you want the most number of people to hear about it. And whether you can invest, 1 US cent or $1 billion, it doesn't really matter. The more people using this technology gives us more of a network value. So this is a great platform to speak to people who otherwise wouldn't, attend a crypto conference, or maybe wouldn't even read my blog or whatever. And so, we get to get into some things.
That's awesome, and that's also too why it was so important for us to bring you to the community. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself in your own words? I mean, I covered, some of the highlights. tell us a little bit more about who you are as a person and, any interesting tidbits or facts that we might not know about you.
Yeah, so I grew up in Buffalo, New York / Detroit, Michigan, in the U.S.
Buffalo's kind of like Canada, though. Let's keep it real. That's not really New York.
Basically, Buffalo and Detroit are Canada,
shade,
right?
no shade.
I spent a lot of time in Canada, so yeah, I'm half Canadian essentially. So grew up there. Both my parents were in the auto industry. I ended up going to University of Pennsylvania, the Wharton Business School for undergraduate. Went to Philadelphia and had an amazing time. I loved it there. Go Quakers. And while I started the freshman year, I started learning Chinese because I had a desire.
As most freshmen do, just start learning, Mandarin or what have you. Okay.
Yeah, so every day I had Chinese class, and I got okay. I wasn't really fluent, but I knew I wanted to go out to Asia. And so I applied to go to the Hong Kong internship, study abroad at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, all the way out in new territories in Hong Kong. And I did that my junior fall. So fall of 2006, I get to Hong Kong. And I'm like, wow. This city is amazing, great people, nightlife's amazing, financial center of North Asia, gateway to China, all that kind of stuff. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to come back to Hong Kong and work. And luckily enough, I applied to just about every single investment bank, and the only one that gave me an interview was Deutsche Bank. I got an internship, came back to Hong Kong and Singapore the following summer in 2007. Did a decent enough job to get invited back for a full-time offer, and then I moved out to Hong Kong full-time in 2008. And my first day on the trading desk was the day that Lehman Brothers went bankrupt, that Sunday night. And so I arrived, sit down, I know fuck all about anything. I can't hear you. You're mute.
I said that the industry was literally imploding. Like your first day on the job, it's like everything around you is just blowing up, but nonetheless.
Exactly. And so
DeFi All Odds.
running around saying, don't trade with this bank, don't trade with that bank, and I'm just sitting there, oh, what the fuck did I just get myself into? And that was the start of my financial services career. I spent 5 years doing that, and looking back on it, luckily I got fired from my job in 2013. Junior on the desk. There was a big line of layoffs at Citibank. And so my number was up, and so I, told to go pack it. And at the time, what you thought was going to happen in finance, like making a lot of money.
And Arthur, hold on one quick second. Sure. Forgive me for interrupting, but the audio is a little bit getting a lot of feedback. So maybe it's the earbuds.
Hello, is this better?
There's still a little bit of. Okay, try it again.
Hello.
Bluetooth headphones sometimes make that noise. Okay, we're just looking at the chat and seeing. Okay, would you be able to use the audio from your computer instead of your earbuds, or because this is live, so we all...
there might be some background noise. So hold on, let's just see how it goes.
And thanks everybody. People are chomping at the bit to hear every bit.
Is this better?
Yes. Say it.
All right.
There we go. Crypto for the culture. Okay.
All right. So where did I leave off? So yeah, I'm in Hong Kong. I get to the trading desk. I get fired 5 years later, and I'm like, okay, what am I going to do with my life? Finance was okay. I wasn't really getting to where I wanted to go in terms of my career. So like, well, I don't really have any real skills as a trader, right? I know how to use some Excel, blah blah blah. Like I can't code anything. I'm not an engineer. So like, okay, I need to do something different. And I read about Bitcoin, a few months back in early 2013 when the price spiked up to $250. And so
$250. Can we just have a moment on that? Like, that's what an OG you are. Because I don't think people are connecting the dots on, like, when I said OG 2013, like what kind of numbers we're talking about. Just 3 digits.
Yeah. And it went down to, below $100 that summer. And, I got involved and I was like, wow, this is really interesting. I want to read as much as I could. So I read the white paper. I researched every single exchange that was in existence at the time. I even emailed Coinbase for a job to run an Asia outpost in Hong Kong. And they said, no, we're not really focused on Asia right now. We're going to stay in the US. Like, okay, cool. And so I started trading. And, I did okay for myself. I paid my rent with my, profits from trading. And I just applied some of the things that I knew from trading for traditional markets to crypto. And it was quite easy because it was a quite inefficient market, not that many people trading. And so I was taking a more market neutral approach to how I was trading. I wasn't just going long Bitcoin, which in hindsight would have been a better trade, but not really how I thought about the world. So I did that for a few months, and then decided that I wanted to start my own exchange. And I was lucky enough to find my two co-founders.
You literally were like, I just figured out my own exchange. I need people to understand that, like, okay, this is the caliber of individual you are. Sorry to interrupt, but I just had to call that out.
No, go ahead.
Super casual. Oh, go ahead. You were saying you met your co-founder?
So I found my two co-founders, Ben Dilo and Sam Reed. They're the guys who know how to build systems, web architecture, trading systems. And I pitched them this idea. Let's build a derivatives-only, Bitcoin in and out only exchange. And okay, let's do it. And so in early 2014, we started building. By the end of 2014, we launched. And then the rest is history, BitMEX and perpetual swap, yada, 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 Bitcoin. But yeah, that's sort of the genesis of my journey to crypto.
And not the M's, but the B's later, and if they know, they'll know what I mean by that. Okay, cool. Because I was going to ask you, you touched upon how you transitioned from TradFi, traditional finance, to DeFi. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the challenges you had to overcome, right? Like, you make this transition, you're, literally pioneering an entirely new arena with finance. What are some of the, roadblocks that you and your team encountered that you had to figure out how to overcome?
I think the number one is abject failure, right? So we launched in November 2014. We probably did a sum total of $1,000 US worth of trades for the next 9 months. We had zero product market fit. We had an idea of how to construct a derivatives exchange. We had an idea of what the customers might want to trade, but it was not what reality was. And so we're like, okay, well, what are we doing here? We're not making any money. We didn't have any VC investors. It was just all of our own pockets. And so we had to think, okay, what do the customers actually want? Let's go back and think about the feedback that we've been getting from talking to our customers day in and day out for the last 9 months. And so we made the decision that we're going to focus on China, right? China, was the dominant place to trade crypto. They have a particular way of wanting to trade derivatives. Let's take what our Chinese competitors are doing and do it better, right? And so starting in October 2015, me and Ben, we moved to Shanghai for 3 months to get better acquainted with China, mainland China, not like Hong Kong and China are different. And we raised our leverage to 100 times leverage. We changed the way we margined our contracts. We offered different things. And that's sort of what struck a chord with the Chinese traders who were dominant at the time. And that was sort of the genesis of okay, wow, we're actually doing millions of dollars a day worth of trading volume. This is a viable business. We can pay ourselves, we can hire employees in the future, that kind of thing, versus literally we would go whole days without a single trade on the platform. So I think being able to suffer 9 months of complete failure and still have the belief that this can be successful is probably the number one thing that any entrepreneur can go through is, right? How much do you believe in your idea that you can fail for so long, yet continue doing it? And obviously the runway isn't infinite, but luckily we didn't have kids or family to support, so quite young at the time. That was, we had that going for us where we could suffer with zero income for that long period of time.
That would lead you to become who you are today, which is the embodiment of DeFi All Odds. Now, you touched upon just kind of the predicament on a personal level. You didn't have a family, and you guys were young. It's important to note that approximately 2% of all venture capital is awarded to women. And the reality is that marginalized communities in general have just a much harder time raising capital to finance their businesses. So can you tell us a little bit about how you and your team were able to, raise, and, for the founders that are out there or those that are considering, starting their own businesses, what are some of the tips that you could share that helped you secure the funding that you needed to get it popped off?
Well, I guess number one is focus on the customer. I think, I now invest in a lot of early stage companies and had a lot of failures and a few successes. But at the end of the day, what I think a lot of people have gotten caught up in is this: I need to have like XYZ brand name, Silicon Valley, or maybe Beijing VC fund on my cap table. And they considered it a success if they were able to convince them to sell part of their company to these funds. And that's kind of looking at it the wrong way. Success is building a product that your customer wants, and the customer is willing to pay the real price for it. The real price is a price that allows you to offer that service and have something left over for yourself and for the rest of the people at your company. It's not just an exercise in putting together a pitch deck, creating some metrics that may or may not correlate to actual customer satisfaction with your product, and being able to sell it to a VC fund. And so I see a lot of people spending a lot of effort on that part of it, and not of, okay, I have this idea. Okay, I need a customer to pay for it today because I can't afford to just do this forever. Versus I need to spend all my time thinking about how to make the perfect pitch deck, go to some conference, pay these people a lot of money to have some booth. And we went to Web Summit, and not to knock on Web Summit. We paid, a few $1,000 to have a booth sitting there. It was a complete waste of money. You're there with thousands of other people trying to get the same, 20 VC funds to come and just look at what you're doing, versus taking that time and just spending it more on what does my customer want? How do I get my customer to pay me something for what I'm delivering to them, versus how do I get a VC firm to invest in me? So yes, I think there's definitely, to that statistic is an issue, but I would push back and say that the goal of being your own person and running your own business is not to basically become working for a VC fund, which is what you'll do if you now start getting into this game of capital raising, right? Once you get on that treadmill of, okay, you're selling 20%, diluting yourself 20% every round to get to that eventual IPO. By the time you get to that IPO, you're not making any money for yourself, right? You're making money for a bunch of other people, and you may or may not have a product that's actually viable in the market. And so I think that is a mind shift that the successful entrepreneurs are able to do. And I think this current macroeconomic environment where you have, Fed just raised interest rates another 75 basis points yesterday. Jerome Powell got at the press conference basically said he's not stopping anytime soon. The era of 0% financing for infinite duration big tech is over. And so the mentality of from 2010 to 2020, let me just raise the next round and I'll worry about profitability later, that is gone. So just don't even think about that. You should be focused on revenue and profitability from day one. And whether or not you get VC investment, that's kind of icing on the cake. And they come to you on your terms because you now have a real business. So I think that's what people need to focus on.
You know what I love? I love the fact that you underscored how important it is to finance your business through revenue. There's this mindset that I'll just raise. But the reality is that if you have a viable business, then the revenue will speak for itself. So thank you for calling that out. I want to touch upon, this is crypto for the culture. So, I want to touch upon, what does culture mean to you, right? Like we talked a lot about, finance, and we talked a lot about, how that plays into your, professional trajectory. But let's dive in a little bit to what culture means to you.
Yeah, so to me, and I think this underscores it when you start thinking about NFTs and all this other stuff. Culture to me is the excess production of our time, right? So, we spend, our goal of a human being is to get born, eat some food, grow big and strong, have kids, and help your kids survive you, right? That's the goal, right? But we've been able to, as a society, move beyond that, where we have all this excess time during the day. And what do we do with our time? We enjoy the fruits of what other people create for us, right? We go to nice restaurants. We listen to music. We go to nightclubs. We look at art on the wall. We go on vacations, right? We basically enjoy the fruits of civilization. That to me is culture, and culture is the highest calling of a human being, because all you're doing is providing the fruits of your creativity for others. And it's completely worthless in a sense because it costs energy to run. It doesn't produce any energy at the other end. But then why are we doing this whole thing of being a human civilized culture if we just can't enjoy what other people can create for the sake of creating it? So that to me is what culture is.
I absolutely love that. And I just got my 2-minute warning, and I know that you and I could probably do this all day. And I have a feeling that we're gonna reconnect. We're gonna run it back. We're gonna run it back, Mr. Crypto Days. But keeping 100,000, like the global crypto market has lost more than 60% of its value which is over $1.3 billion. So it's safe to say you can't have success without failure, just in general. And we talked that in your career. But as we close out, can you offer the audience any insights or guidance, right, on taking a chapter from your playbook and defying all odds?
So I think the problem that a lot of investors get caught up in is they think that investing is a get rich quick scheme, because that's kind of how it's advertised. Like, look at this person and their fancy lifestyle, and all they did was they went and clicked on some buttons on a computer, and boom, they've got a nice car, they got a house, they've got passive income to go on vacation, right? That's not how it works, right? So if you want to invest for the long term, you need to be patient and you need to understand things from first principles. And that's putting down your social media apps and reading a book, reading, a lengthy blog post by somebody who knows what they're talking about, who is not saying, maybe me, maybe others. I read a lot of I've spent most of my day reading. And so it's not fast, it's patient. And so I'm wrong most of the time, but when I'm right, I make more money than all the things that I'm wrong at. And so that's the goal, right? And so I think if people can apply that sort of patience to it, then you're not going to just, oh, this is the hot thing. I'm gonna make it all right now, right here. Boom, put it all in there. You obviously buy the highs, things down 95%. You're like, oh, this crypto thing's a scam. Like, what are these guys talking about? How is this a new way forward? How is this liberating anybody from anything? If I'm just like FOMOing in and then getting wrecked at the bottom. But that's just a patience issue. This is not a get rich quick scheme. Learn about it, understand it, appreciate why we're all so passionate about it, and then you'll understand and make better decisions. So that's sort of my advice.
I freaking love it. I am so grateful that we have the opportunity and the privilege to have this conversation, to share you with our community. Folks are already saying, suggest some books, and are trying to pick your brain. We have a resource guide that will direct folks, just so everybody knows, to resources like Arthur's blog. And, you are a living legend, and we cannot, we can't emphasize enough how grateful we are for who you are, what you've done, and what you represent. Thank you for kicking off DeFi All Odds, crypto culture, crypto tutors. We're going to get back, so don't act like you don't know us when we are ready to do so.
Thank you. It's been great.
Thank you, Arthur. Take care.
Bro, so let me tell you what had went down. And I was 2 bands away from getting a whole barbershop, bro. Yeah. Oh, my mama, bro. Peanut gonna call my phone talking about, I just got paid. I looked at the phone. You just got paid? What? Man, where the dice at? I'm ready to shoot. We can roll. Last time I shot with him, 1,300 in my pocket. Easy.
Off top.
Off top. Easy.
What happened?
What happened? Man, Peanut is what happened. Had me hot on my mama. Hot. 7, 7, 7, 7. Back to back to back to back. Bro, I was mad. He was all in my bag, in my pockets, in my whole Duffy. I was ready to get out.
Basically what he is saying, he saved up his money to get a local barbershop. He then made a friendly business wager with Peanut in hopes to secure more money for his business, but eventually losing it all with one roll of the dice. Ray, what you think?
I think volatility is his problem, and I don't think he understands how to compound his talent and how to compound his money. What I mean is, if you just take big bets like that, you'll blow it all. You should invest in yourself, man, and then you learn more, and then when you learn more, you also make more money, and it compounds. You could have 2 barbershops, you could have 10 businesses if you know how to compound.
Basically, bro, what he's saying is slow money wins the race. You can still have a big upside even if you don't throw all your chips in the bag. Invest in yourself. Leave them dice alone. You don't need to invest in the dice. That's gonna ruin everything. Spread your money out. Let it build for yourself and work gradually, slowly. Anybody that's ever made a lot of money didn't make it fast. You feel me?
Feel you.
Off top. PG Lane.
Hi, I'm your crypto tutor. Crypto Tutors has created Bitcoin Basics, a free e-learning course. This course covers basic crypto vocabulary, the history of cryptocurrency, and steps to learn how to buy Bitcoin.
This course was designed with professional animation, fully accessible, no barriers to access, and printable handouts. Complimentary learning opportunities are available to introduce cryptocurrency to their communities.
Crypto tutors, crypto tutors. Oh wait, is it time? Can I just tell the both of you, like every time I hear the crypto music, it's just so unbelievably amped, it's ridiculous. So forgive me for dancing. Okay, cool. So we had a commercial break. We had Ray Dalio, Kendrick Lamar, courtesy of Cash App, which was ridiculous. We'll unpack that. I'm sure the chat's going to be on fire. Ifani, talking about security, Crypto Tutors, Bitcoin basics. Bottom line is this, right? Like the whole premise of this conversation is about defying all odds, and that's going to be interwoven through every aspect of the conference experience, which is why we are bringing you two bosses in a digital assets world. I want to welcome everyone. We got 110 plus people live watching. But before we get started, we're going to just define what digital assets are. I see we've got Micah and Bradley, super excited to have you guys. I'm going to give you a proper intro, but I just want to give folks a little bit of context because we've got, newbies just stepping into the crypto world. They may have heard of Bitcoin and Ethereum, but there are thousands upon thousands of cryptos. And for that matter, there are other digital assets like NFTs, which we'll be talking about later, and stable coins, which we're about to dive into. Now, Crypto Tutors has been on stablecoins since 2020 when we were introduced to crypto. Stablecoins help mitigate exposure to more volatile crypto, but you can go to cryptotutors.com to learn more, or, let Bradley do his thing. But everyone who's tuning in, I just wanted to give you some context and welcome you to the digital assets panel with our subject matter experts, Micah Isagawa, CEO of WebC, and Bradley Allgood, CEO of Fluent Finance. So, Micah, we're going to start off with you, if that's okay. I just want to give you all your flowers and also set the stage as to who you are and why you are, in fact, a subject matter expert when it comes to digital assets. All right?
Sounds good.
Excellent. So you're the CEO of WebC. You are listed Forbes 30 under 30. You're a former security engineer for Microsoft. And that wasn't enough. You're a former professional acrobat for Cirque du Soleil. Okay. You raised $5 billion in funding. We tip our hats off to you. We talk about the difficulties, women face in raising. So congratulations on that front. But really what you're doing at WebC is creating infrastructure that's, securely enabling the movement of digital assets in the event of an emergency like death. And it's important for people to wrap their heads around this because, not so fun fact, Boston College reports that about $60 trillion of wealth will be transferred in America by 2061. So we wanted to bring you on because, like Wu-Tang says, you got to protect your neck. You know what I mean? Like you got to make sure that you're protecting your assets. Now, Bradley, I have to give him the story about how we met, right? Because Bradley is our peoples at Crypto Tutors. No lie, Nina and I met him in Miami when we unexpectedly joined a bipartisan public-private think tank, which included state legislators, crypto companies. I can't make this up. Bradley, correct me if I'm wrong, but you develop products for governments and blockchain companies, including digital identity, government registries. And as the CEO of Fluent, you and your team are building a federated bank-led stablecoin that's fully auditable and one-to-one with the US dollar, known as US Plus. Are you on mute?
Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah, I can't. I don't need to correct you. Yeah.
Okay, because let me tell you what you didn't do. Send me your bio, so you know how to do what Fancy Fly does. My due diligence. Okay, so there's that. I'm glad I did you justice. But you're building at Fluent a timely solution, especially given the $60 billion lost in the Terra Luna implosion. So, thank you to the both of you for taking your time and investing your energy and wisdom into this conversation. So let's start with Micah. Micah, how do you define digital assets and when did you first get involved?
Great question. Thank you, first of all, for the wonderful intro, and thanks for having us. Really excited to be here and pumped for what you're doing today. So super excited. Digital assets, I think I'm the generation that grew up with computers. So digital assets, even before crypto, I think I have kind of grown up with. If you remember, do you remember like Webkins or Club Penguin or Neopets? It's kind of like a thing online that as users we owned. And so I had a good understanding of it going into it, but crypto and blockchain technology has really changed what ownership means and kind of what's going on in the space. My first and introduction to crypto was actually while I was working for Cirque du Soleil. So funny enough, I was an aerialist acrobat, which is completely not related to tech whatsoever. But some of my nerdier coworkers, they were mining Bitcoin in their hotel rooms as we traveled the world. So that was my first introduction to blockchain technology. I thought it was super cool and had a lot of opportunities to change our societal systems that I thought could be improved, and have been following it ever since. So 2017 DeFi summer, 2021 NFT bull run. It's all been there, and started WebAC, which is in the security space, in 2021. Are you on mute? I think you might be on mute.
Yeah. You know how anticlimactic that was? Because I'm sorry about that. It's going to happen. It's live. But what I was saying, Micah, is that thank you for that context. What problem is WebAC solving? Just so that folks can kind of like wrap their heads around like the inner workings.
Yeah, you certainly alluded to one piece of it. So WebAC, we're safety and security products for Web3 wallets. That's how we define ourselves now. Our greater vision is eventually to make a safer Web3 for everyone. So if you go to our website, that's the tagline, because that's what I envision, future of WebAC, but future of blockchain in general. Safety, I think two things. Security and safety, and then education are two huge barriers to entry for mass adoption of blockchain technology. And so that we're working on the safety and security side. So WebAC, we build tools that work with non-custodial wallets. So we are not a wallet ourselves. We're like a security and infrastructure layer. But we have products like a backup wallet if you lose access to your assets or you lose access to your wallet. We have a panic button if you have to transfer all of your assets in one click in the case of an emergency, like you get hacked, or you think you're part of a vulnerability. And then we have a crypto will. So if you do pass away, how do you pass things on to your loved ones? I think something like 20% of all Bitcoin, at least a little bit more than that, actually, at this point, which means all crypto at some point is going to lose a significant portion of the entire market cap due to loss of access and people passing away and not leaving things behind. So we're really working in that active security space along all of those lines.
Thank God for you. That's all I have to say. Like we are going to put resources to folks to learn more about what you're doing at WebAC. But thank you for that. So Brad, let me gather your thoughts on like how do you define digital assets?
Well, it depends on to what extent, and I think that Maika really kind of pointed to that, is that there is digital assets, which are just notions on databases and represented digitally. Non-custodial digital assets, which is the real value prop. And that's when people can take in the ownership to themselves, can take ownership of private keys and access. And, it creates a financial system that's completely distributed. And as long as someone has a public-private key and the ability to store it, they can essentially bank themselves, right? Into some fashion. And, huge problem solving digital wills, and it's great to see that's coming to market and in a really good production format.
I have a feeling you two are going to be friends, but that's what we do. We facilitate this development of connective tissue so that we can continue to build for the future, a better tomorrow today. So Brad, in your, in the most simplistic terms, right? Because some of this is, it's complicated. Let's keep it real. That's part of why on the Crypto Tutors front, we focus so much on education. How would you, or tell us, explain, how do I phrase this properly? Stablecoin, right? How do you define a stablecoin? Because you've got banks like JP Morgan creating their own stablecoins. So tell us a little bit about what is a stablecoin.
So JP Morgan's not really creating a stablecoin. What they're doing is called tokenized deposits, whether it be on a private or a public chain. So the JPM coin is on a private chain, and they recently did a test on a public chain with Polygon. And the difference is a tokenized deposit is actually just a representation of a number printed to a public blockchain or a private blockchain. So the same way that core banking systems work now is you debit that number and then you credit another, and there's these general ledger accounting flows that move the money between. But what a stable coin is when you issue an actual token, a fungible token that can be transferred and owned and divisible, and that in its own right can represent, the same as you pull cash out of the ATM. And what a stable coin is taking that, pulling the cash out of the ATM, but imprinting it on public chains and allowing people to take full ownership of it, where you don't need a central authority, right? You just need to work with let's say, the consensus algorithm or however you send and issue money on those public chains. Sorry.
Awesome.
I don't know if that was too complex. Like,
Brad, we're gonna have to make that a whole entire crypto tutoring session. But we'll take that offline and we'll work with you on that. But no, it makes a lot of sense. And I think that speaks to the problem that you're solving at Fluent, right? Like you're building technology. And so let me ask you both this, right? Cyber attacks cost about $6 trillion globally. So how do you think about security when it comes to the products that you're building? And this is to the both of you, whomever wants to go first.
Maika, you want to go first? I have some thoughts as well.
Yeah, I'll be brief in mine then. I think security is the forefront of what we're thinking of because we're trying to improve security options overall in the space. So right now it's like people, if you have responsibility over your own ownership of crypto, then you also have to deal with the security side of that too. And right now the tools are kind of lackluster, and that's what we're building in. So security is what we are building the future for, what we're focused on, but I'll pass it off to Bradley to share his thoughts.
I think the basis of our security problems and most of the hacks are due to centralization, right? We have big databases that have, access points that you can get in a whole honeypot of, different people's information, right? You hear every day that someone hacked like eBay's database or something else, and stole a whole bunch of credit card and personal identifiable information. But what we're doing with distribution and non-custodial assets, whether that be a non-custodial identity, whether that be, Bitcoin, stablecoin, whatever else, is you're making the hacking points each individual person, right? You're distributing the system to where to be able to get access, they need to steal your specific public-private key. And I think that in its own right is leveling of the security. And, with good flows of transits of value that we're really been focusing on the last year, the next kind of evolution of that is data, right? Is being able to own your own data through like an app, like a wallet, and be able to transact that autonomously and then block it off whenever you feel uncomfortable. Like the same way Maika was saying that you could hit a panic button. If you could do that with your data, that would be huge, right? So I think that's that's kind of the basis of security, and the benefit of distribution is it makes it much harder to hack.
And that speaks to the whole concept of decentralized finance, right? And again, in the vein of just acknowledging that there may be folks that are new to this space, how, in your most simple definition, how would you describe decentralized finance? You touched upon it, Brad, but I want you to go a little bit deeper. Like how for the folks, the lay folks out there, how would you describe or define DeFi?
So I think Eric Voorhees recently put it really well with his kind of debate with SBF. And he said, what we're doing is there was this process to do distribution of information with the web, right? Where it's a protocol, anyone, as long as they run the protocol, can access it. Now we're doing that with transfers of value, right? And now we're doing that with transfers of value products like Aave, where it's literally a protocol that anyone with a non-custodial asset and some assets on a chain that they can deploy into that protocol can start gaining yield. They can start gaining wealth. And early on, a lot of those principles were based off of yield farming, where it means you move liquidity through multiple DEXs and different types of protocols, and you get a little bit of governance token or a little bit of whatever it is, like you stake it in many cases and get, a scarce token from a protocol. But now we're starting to kind of take it to the next step where we're putting real underlying financial products and people can access them through DeFi protocols. And that's what like a lot of what JPM did with Aave Arc, where they were really deploying a tokenized balance into a tokenized form of a treasury bill, right? Which is gaining like 4%, meaning that people in DeFi and people all around the world, people in developing Africa can turn out their value into a stable value and gain yield on it, right? Rather than have to deal with highly volatile currencies. So I think it really is innovating it in a significant way. And DeFi will, continue to roll out to new innovative products, both on the crypto DeFi side with interesting stablecoin yields, and as well with the bridging into traditional finance, or as they call real world assets.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And Micah, do you have anything you want to add?
I think he covered it beautifully. Yeah.
I love that. I love it when a good definition and a good explanation comes together. So, for, again, the folks that are not necessarily convinced that, DeFi and just this whole world that we're living in, Web3, is in fact the future, or shall I say the present, what do you say to naysayers? What are you saying to folks that are like, yeah, it's a fad, or yeah, it's a Ponzi scheme, or just folks that don't believe? And this is to the both of you.
Micah, you could take that one first.
I think people said it was a fad that the sun might be the center of the universe. People said it was a fad that the internet was going to happen. And so I think there's always naysayers with any kind of new technology or new belief systems. And that's what we're facing right now. And so I think it's a matter of time before people realize that blockchain tech can change a lot of things for the better. And there's a lot of things to be done prior to that. But yeah, no, I think people who want to ignore it and, be a skeptic, I'm okay with being a skeptic. I'm a skeptic myself about a lot of things, including the blockchain space. But it's just going to we see patterns in human history, and it's easy to ignore them when we're living in it. But people are going to look back 100 years from now and be like, it was inevitable, that sort of thing. So that's the future I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. And I'd say, given that I work with regulated financial institutions, I've been hearing it from banks for about as long as it's been happening. And now each and every large financial institution has invested into setting up a digital asset group within the organization to figure out custody, to figure out how they're going to deal with it. So, I mean, the change is happening. They've already agreed that, the idea of a borderless asset that can seamlessly move between jurisdictions is a powerful, powerful thing. And a lot of them still want to grasp and centralize that power. But, I think with a lot of builders that come from the DeFi and crypto space, we have a chance to do a Trojan horse, right? We can ingest this system into the, traditional financial system and empower people to hold non-custodial assets, right? Disintermediate, them from every other financial system. And you can do it in a regulated and transparent and safe way, but ultimately, this is like the best opportunity to have to flow wealth back to the end consumer.
I love that. And given the nature of what you do, and even my first introduction to the work that you're doing, it's incredible of, how you're approaching education and just trying to get the wheels in, people's minds turning around what the implications of the, DeFi and what the possibilities are for Web3 from the context of how we can make this world a better place. So my final question is, what is your long-term vision for the future of digital assets? Like in, a perfect world, let's paint the picture for folks as to what, Micah and Bradley, like, what do you envision?
I mean, I'd say mine's simple, is just ubiquitous access to financial services. Like, regardless of jurisdiction, regardless of places, everyone has ability to exit. Everyone has ability to store value and gain wealth.
Yeah, and I think mine is I would love it if the world that we live in there's a lot of systems of middlemaning. For example, you mentioned all of these boomers are going to be transferring their generational wealth to millennials, and there's going to be a lot falling away or getting kind of lost within that whole transition. A lot of it goes back to government, depending on what jurisdiction you're in. It's different in Japan than it is in the United States. But this can all be written in code and know that there is no like things that are going on that were not intended, first of all, of the original people. There's also a lot of opportunities to own and transfer real life things utilizing blockchain, right? So I envision a future where all of it can be done in a click of a button. It's not going to be like that for real, but that is one future that is possible.
Yeah, UX is huge for us. So that's a big thing that we've always had a problem with. I don't think many people know how to like go from one wallet to another wallet to staking on Solana to like leveraging an NFT to, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's why we wanted to, curate this conference experience where folks like yourself can talk about these solutions and talk about, how this technology can be harnessed in ways that, are actually making people's lives better. And another thing that you both kind of touched upon, which is like the democratization of access to, wealth building engines and access to protecting our assets and transparency, building on chain. These are, new concepts to many people, but without folks like yourself stepping up to the plate, building in this space, providing solutions that, provide real world, that solve real world problems, we wouldn't be able to take advantage of this Web3 world that we're now living in. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of Crypto Tutors, on behalf of all of our, partners, the community at large, for taking the time to speak with us, to impart your wisdom. And we have resources where folks can in our resource guide, keep in touch with you all, learn more about your products and solutions, and just follow your journey. So with that, I'll say thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day. And looking forward to seeing you at our next, whatever we're doing. I'm sure it's going to be amazing because, that's just how we roll.
Thank you.
So much for
Take
having
care,
me.
Bradley. Take care, Micah.
Watch party at my place tonight. Grabbing snacks. Who wants what?
Cash Avenue for some pizza.
Oh, let's get some pizza, honey. Maybe some candy, a little bit of chips, guacamole. We can get some ham, hot mac.
I like chips, salsa. Gruyere is really delicious.
You guys know I'm easy. Pizza would be great. Nice. Well, and maybe some sushi, some crab cakes, key lime pie. That's money. That's Cash App.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep? Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, stablecoin, we got the tips. Get ahead of the curve, time is now. Bitcoin at 40,000. What's the new cash cow? Become a tutor, make money from your knowledge. Turn the risk into wealth. We decentralized college. Enroll today before it's too late.
So funny because every time I hear that song, I just start to rap. That's part of our approach to Crypto Tutors. We edutain. So we literally write and produce original crypto rap music to help people learn about crypto. So forgive me because I'm just going to break out in like raps every now and again. But thank you everyone for joining us. We just concluded our digital assets panel. Thank you to our speakers, Mike and Bradley. And now we are going to be getting into the business of blockchain. So I am accompanied by two incredible, brilliant minds in this space. Before I talk about Sterling, your background, and Doden, your background, I just want to help people when we say blockchain, just provide a little bit of context, right? So for the newbies out there, blockchain is a network of, global and independent computers in the vein of DeFi that are validating transactions on a digital public ledger, right? These computers work to solve complex math problems. And if and only if they arrive at the same answer, will the transaction be legitimized? So once it is legitimized or validated, a new block of data is added for everyone to see. The reason why this is so exciting, everybody, is that there's a level of transparency that you can actually go see at sites like analytics platform etherscan.io just to see what's happening in the world of DeFi in relation to the Ethereum blockchain. But basically, blockchain solves real problems. Payments is an example of that, which are, cheaper and faster when you talk about the Bitcoin Lightning Network, which we'll talk about later on today. But I just wanted to give folks a little bit of context before we get into the nuts and bolts of the business of blockchain. So with that being said, allow me to introduce you to Sterling Ingwe, product area leader and next generation retirement leader at Fidelity. Sterling, I gotta give him the back scoop because I don't know if they know how incredible you in fact are, and I'm gonna do you justice too. So don't even worry about all that. But
so kind. Thank you. So kind.
You are the North Carolina regional site leader at Fidelity Investments and the next generation retirement product area leader.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what? It was a little bit of a tongue twister.
It is. But you did really well. That was great.
It's not my first rodeo, but I can always, But you support the firm's workplace investing business, and this includes product areas such as digital assets and blockchain. And this is super cool. You're working in Fidelity, or while working in Fidelity Labs, the firm's in-house fintech incubator, you also led development of new products and services to manage student debt, make charitable Bitcoin contributions, and even mobilize client service associate careers into tech. And if that wasn't enough, because as I said, we're going to give you all your flowers, you're also a member of the Enterprise Cyber Security. You helped advance Fidelity's cyber safety efforts in cryptocurrency. And throughout the 8 years that you've spent at Fidelity, you've got a passion for creating innovative solutions that leverage technology and data-driven insights to meet business priority and customer needs. We are so happy to have you, and you're a phenomenon. So just sit with that, just like revel in all the love because you deserve it. 100,000%. And then next on deck, a man who really doesn't need an introduction if you know anything about what he's building at the London Stock Exchange, but I'm going to introduce him anyway because that's just how we roll. So don't correct me if I'm wrong. You're the Director of Emerging Technology at the London Stock Exchange. You're a product and technology expert leader with over 15 years of combined experience across the blockchain, fintech, and video gaming sector. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay, good. Doing well so far. Your expertise includes software engineering and architecture, product design and delivery, blockchain and distributed ledger tech, also known as DLT, as well as high-performance computing. You currently head up emerging tech globally for the capital markets division of the London Stock Exchange. Did I do you justice?
Pretty much. Thank you.
Yes, winning. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the business of blockchain. So, Sterling, if it's all right with you, I'd love to kick it off with the first question. Tell us about how your crypto blockchain journey got started.
It got started when I was in our labs, and Fidelity Center for Applied Technology we have this innovation groups now, there too, at Fidelity. And we started looking early back in 2014 and saying, this is an incredible technology. We need to better understand it. We do that with a lot of research and development. We like that scan, try, scale model. And I was a product leader, and they said, Sterling, how much do you know about Bitcoin? I was like, I don't know much about Bitcoin. And so they said, well, we have an opportunity.
What year was that, though? What year was that?
That was in 2014.
2014. Okay.
2014. Yep. So they said, we're going to look into a lot of different opportunities here and say, what does this mean for our business? What does this mean as a technology? Let's go figure it out. Right. And we do that hands-on research development. And they said, there's a potential opportunity in the charitable space. And so they said, Sterling, what could you do in the charitable space with, at that time, like kind of Bitcoin, digital asset, blockchain? It was very much more of a Bitcoin conversation. And I said, okay. And that's when we started working. And then in 2015, launched Bitcoin contributions into a donor advised fund, which really enables people to take that Bitcoin, put it in, and then grow those funds over time to give out for different charities of their choice. And that was how I started learning about it. And then fast forward a couple of years later, when I was moving out of the labs group and going into our enterprise cybersecurity team, and I was becoming an information security officer for our Fidelity Digital Assets business. And that was because that's 2019. But in 2018, that business started growing out again from that 2014 work where people were saying, what does it mean to have a wallet? What does it mean to hold this coin? And who would be interested in holding this or having someone hold this coin? And we had institutional investors saying, we would like someone to hold our coins securely with us as we were looking at these opportunities. And that became our Fidelity Digital Assets business. And then I became an information security officer for that business in our cybersecurity group. So then I got to come back into this space, which was very exciting. And so much had changed and so much has evolved between 2014, 2015, 2019. And then even now, after the pandemic, I feel like it's just taken this next leap. And I get to come back in and do some really fun work now, but within our workplace investing or our retirement business, for employers to say, how can we responsibly offer exposure to something like Bitcoin or digital assets in your retirement plan?
I love that, because that's such a progressive approach, like actually providing access for retirement planning and exposure to crypto. We're going to dive into that a little bit deeper, but Dotan, I pose the same question to you. Tell us about your crypto blockchain journey. How did you get started? And also, what appealed to you about this space?
Yeah, happy to answer these. I mean, so my journey largely started, I would say, maybe sort of similar time frame, 2014-ish. I was kind of at Barclays Investment Bank, front office IT and futures execution as an engineer. And I kind of randomly, someone sent me an email with a, kind of link to the Bitcoin white paper, which I read at the time, thought, oh, this is interesting, and kind of largely ignored it. And then sort of fast forward 2 years later, I was working as a quant developer in a prop trading firm, and the Ethereum kind of came along. And so I, read the white paper, thought it was really interesting, and kind of, having had a background in the video game space, having been sort of working in that space for about 6 years prior, my mind started to race, right? It's like, okay, hey, this is like a technology that's a generalization of Bitcoin, where we ignore the currency piece and we generalize the underlying tech such that effectively it becomes like a decentralized computing model that you can then apply to any problem domain, right? You're basically writing applications on this layer that can do anything you like. So I started thinking around kind of applications in the video game space. And that was kind of the point where I was able to then sort of leave the firm. I co-founded my own startup. So we were building sort of NFTs for gaming, pre-NFTs, right? This was sort of 2016. And we kind of scaled the technology. We took it to market. We were kind of in early evaluation with a number of sort of video games development firms. And then that business kind of disappeared, largely because I started the business with 3 other guys. It was kind of around the time that you had the first crypto rally. They got massively wealthy from that rally when they liquidated. And so they kind of moved on, and so did I. And then I found myself in a kind of CTOing a cryptocurrency exchange platform, helped kind of build the platform, build the team, scaled that, and then transitioned after some time into my current role in the LSEG. And it's been an interesting ride. I mean, they brought me into the organization largely to figure out initially, on a kind of business case by business case basis, this is an interesting technology. It's kind of maturing in the space. What are the interesting use cases? And then since then, it's kind of evolved into, collectively as a group, what is our position on this technology? How do we see, tangible ways in which it can transform our ecosystem, our market? And how do we want to sort of stand at the forefront of that? And what are the kind of initiatives and programs and capabilities that we want to bring to bear in order to support not just our customers in that evolution, but equally, how do we want to position ourselves within this new market? So
I love how you just casually dropped that we got crypto rich and decided, do we really want to work? Maybe not so much. But
unfortunately, I wasn't completely in that bucket. It was mostly my co-founders that kind of like ended on that journey, but I did okay. I did okay at the time.
No, I love to see it. And I also think that the fact that both of you, your origin stories start almost 10 years ago speaks to just the expertise. When we talk about subject matter experts, we're bringing people to this conversation that actually have, the technical prowess, the sophistication to truly be providing guidance. Not that this is investment advice, right? This is all educational purposes. But the reality is the biggest barrier to entry to this world is in fact education. So it's critical for us to have folks like you to see, to hear. So thank you for that. Let's talk a little bit about some of the inefficiencies in, financial markets. What are the problems? And this is to the both of you. What are the problems you think blockchain is solving in your respective industries and even at your organizations?
Who do you want to go first?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'll start for a little bit, but I think the big one is it's opening up access, right? For those across financial services, if you look at that, right? If you are unbanked or if you are in places where you have your cell phone and a mobile phone, the internet and a mobile phone, you can really start engaging and doing a lot more and getting more access and exposure and connections and to do more with different currencies. So that borderless aspect is huge. But I also think that you need to think about the efficiencies and how we are doing our business. And that's where the blockchain business really peaks. It's not just that currency exchange of people being able to move value. It's what kind of things that you're tracking and moving value with. And it's not just the coin, it's the supply chain aspects. It's the efficiencies of moving away from the older infrastructure that is very much tied to more brick and mortar and institutions. So I think it's bringing us forward in this digital space in a way that connects to how people are living today and how the ease and speed in which they want to transact and share value and have that data back and that history of that data, what's been happening, so that they can understand the whole life cycle of a movement of value.
I love that. And I appreciate that perspective. But Sterling, can we also dig into, at Fidelity, how does that play into, the products that you're building and spearheading and what the future may hold?
For us, it is, everyone lives in a digital world. We want to get rid of any of those checks, those paper checks, and the long times it would take so if I speak for purely in a retirement lens, right? If I go to that perspective today, we have so many people that are relying on the mail system to receive a check and then to be able to send that check and then to move funds into, say, Fidelity from another record keeper, or if it is how you are looking at what happens behind the scenes with your history of savings, and how can you get that longer history of data back for all of your savings, and not just from one record keeper to another. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And then I would say, in terms of the time it takes to kind of bring transactions across individuals is one thing, but transactions across bigger institutions, that's where I feel that we have more opportunity to leverage the blockchain and to get into more of a digital world and efficiencies.
Perfect.
But it's also, the last thing I would say, beyond that, for the blockchain, it's also leveraging that with the digital asset space, and then what that means for how you can diversify investments in the future. So there's the two-sided. So I'm trying to stick more to the blockchain piece on efficiencies, but there's certainly that huge play in the digital asset space.
And Doten, thank you, Sterling, for your thoughts. And Doten, what's your take on it?
Yeah, no, I think Sterling touched on some really good points there. I mean, again, coming back to the crypto piece, we see in the crypto asset space a proliferation of new asset classes, but more and more importantly, a ubiquitous infrastructure, right, that allows anyone to transact with anyone else anywhere. And it's such a powerful proposition where you're able to take this technology and enable this kind of access, that when we think about that from a financial inclusion perspective, for example, it really has some very, very interesting ramifications, right, for how that can scale. And where the technology itself, the infrastructure is entirely mutualized, right, and it makes it really easy for even businesses, small businesses, to set up and provide new services on top of these types of technologies, which is really, really cool. On the kind of tokenization side, right, which is really kind of where we as an institution sort of see as our bread and butter, right? We live in a world and we play in a world in capital markets where we're supporting businesses, we're thinking about the sources and uses of capital, and we're helping organizations understand how they can raise money to scale their businesses and grow and develop. And much of that, when we look at the kind of processes and the kind of workflows that these organizations have to participate in, it's very heavyweight, right? There's a lot of inefficiency in the market today. There's lots of emails and forms and checks and balances and reconciliations and affirmations and lots of processes. And that process can be protracted, it can be long, it can be costly, it can be complicated. And one of the interesting things about blockchain as a technology is twofold. One, it provides a means of giving you this kind of automation of multi-party workflows in a way that allows you to maintain a level playing field, where you're not saying, hey, let's just roll all of this technology into a single big tech firm that's going to come along and solve everyone's problems all at the same time, but suddenly you're throwing all of the power and all of the data ownership into that one organization, and they become $1 trillion company, and then they start to strong arm everyone else in the market, right? You're not doing that with blockchain. You're saying, let's incorporate and bring all of these actors into the technology world, but everyone gets to play and sort of preserve their roles, right, within the value chain, and you can kind of evolve that together. It's a really interesting technology for like the kind of digital transformation of markets like ours, where there's a lot of existing incumbency, but also where there's a big appetite for investment in building efficiencies in some of these areas. And the other key piece is really thinking about from an asset lens, tokenization, and what is the value that brings. Suddenly you have a technology that yesterday we couldn't do this, we couldn't digitize value, right, and we couldn't provide a means to say, here's a unit of value that can be represented economically with preserving the properties of economic rivalry in the technology. But with blockchain, you can do that. And that gives us some really interesting ways to say, let's figure out how we can take an equity, for example, and digitize that right at the beginning, right, of the issuance process when a company wants to incorporate. And we can suddenly manage all of the cap table management and administration. We can manage cash flow distributions around dividend payments. We can manage proxy voting technologically, and we can do all of that all the way through its life cycle. So as a company goes through C, through Series A, through Series B, and we can systemize all of this. And we can not only do that, but we can do that in a way where it becomes very democratized in terms of how other service providers across the ecosystem can plug services in and can interact with these assets and allow these customers to get much closer to these products and services over time. So it's a really interesting technology. It really kind of leans into the, in a kind of innovation lens, the sort of disruptive market play, right? And the ecosystem development play. And it's really all about kind of community building, co-opetition, and it's real sort of radical departure and paradigm shift in that respect.
Sterling, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think we're saying similar things. It's breaking down the efficiencies of how things happen today, opening up that access and connecting more.
And I think that is so critical because, part and parcel to the, reason why we've curated this conference experience, Crypto for the Culture, and, why we focus as well on providing access to, trustworthy educational resources is because oftentimes, the people that look like us, we're from, or I speak for myself, being from a marginalized community, it can be very challenging to get access
to resourcing. You know, we talked about women founders getting less than 2% of venture capital. We talked about, you know, people, you know, Black people in the United States having disproportionately higher, you know, interest rates for their mortgages. And these are just a few, even what it means to be an accredited investor, and how a lot of folks that they don't have the means to be eligible to participate in these wealth generating engines. And, you know, I think that's one of the most exciting aspects too of like this Web3 world that we're living in. And I think it was you, Jotun, that spoke about the disintermediation of these, you know, central authorities that are really hoarding, you know, the profits. You know, what we're seeing right now in this Web3 world is a, you know, technological infrastructure being built that enables, you know, everyone to participate and, you know, by owning their data, you know, being compensated. And we'll be talking about crypto rewards later in, you know, the vein of being compensated for, you know, our data and how it's used and what have you. So this is a really exciting time, and these are really important conversations that we're having.
Lisa,
yeah, go ahead.
Say one thing. What I love about what is happening though right now, and with what you guys are all here and promoting, is there is this opportunity to open up the access, but it has to be closely paired with education. Because as you said before, education is like that number one foundation that will enable. And that is something that we have been honing in on and really working on across Fidelity. So when we bring forward innovation, especially in this digital asset blockchain ecosystem, we are tying that very closely with a lot of education, because you have to understand it. And we don't want people to not be able to take advantage of the access or to feel kind of reserved because they don't understand it. So we partner everything. Like I have a team, a group focused on education for workplace specifically. Our other groups have education focused on their specific users and customers, because we know you need to take that education and tailor it for what you're bringing forward and your audience. And the opportunity for people to hear, there's such a wide variety of careers. There's such a wide ways of, or huge opportunities in how you can learn about this, and then where you can dive deep, because taking that first step and saying, I'm not scared to go learn. And by the way, it's a continuous learning journey. I am constantly learning, right? I've been in and out of this space, and I am always learning more. Every minute I turn around, there's something new to learn. So you're not alone if you're starting here today, or if you've been in this space for a while. We're all learning together, but that's how we're going to make that access turn into reality for everybody.
Yeah, and you know, Doten, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well, because you know, you talked about you know, economic empowerment, financial inclusion, and financial literacy is, I think, and Sterling, correct me if I'm wrong, sort of at the like you know, that's like the linchpin, that notion of like, okay, what are we doing to you know, help upscale, help up level? And I pose that question to the both of you. What are some of the, you know, strategies that you're employing to continue to keep yourself, you know, abreast of what's happening within this space? Yeah, tell me, how are you sharpening the saw, as they say?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, right? Because I think, you know, to some of the points raised already, I mean, it's such a fast moving space, and it's such an evolving space. I think, you know, you have to kind of keep your finger on the pulse and follow, you know, some of the major news sites. You've got kind of CoinDesk, Cointelegraph. There's lots of them, right? The block, I mean, and then separately, you know, for myself personally, I tend to stay very connected with the kind of crypto and blockchain event scene, to meetups, etc. And it's just really getting yourself out there, understanding kind of what's going on, who's building stuff, where are they building stuff, what are they doing. You know, every time, you know, you see a new protocol emerge or a new DeFi platform, you know, you really want to ask the question, get to the bottom of, you know, what's interesting about this, what's unique, what is its differentiation. And all of this is just, you know, it helps you get closer and closer to understanding how this space is evolving, and then equally where, you know, new opportunities are going to come up. So
I agree. When I started, there was not a lot of information. I always joke back to the Bitcoin for the Befuddled book I was given to first start learning about what Bitcoin is in 2014. And now you can open up and you can find YouTube videos, you can find podcasts, you can find a number of different daily news briefs and updates. And I think that's what's really important, is that find what works for you given the amount of time you have to stay up to speed. We have an FCAT crypto brief that happens weekly as a podcast that, you know, they're a great group that share, and it's on Spotify or Apple and everywhere. But like, that's like one example of, hey, that's where I'll get my weekly kind of update from some of our groups, as well as reading some of the things that Dujan's referenced. But I also take a class, and you have to keep taking classes. I just finished the Oxford blockchain strategy class to say, is this a class that is going to teach us anything? Can I get the rest of my team doing that? Is it going to help us? And then, and it's that continual learning. We also have programs at Fidelity where we are trying to bring forward this technology understanding and business understanding of what blockchain is and what digital assets are through our just being an associate at Fidelity, or if you're in a special program, like I have a blockchain accelerator program that we're bringing forward someone who's been working technology but wants to learn how to work in blockchain specifically. And we can upskill them and then bring them into roles after they're done. But that can happen. We have people doing it on the side. We have people doing it from different resources. And I think those are, you know, go to Crypto for the Culture, go to Crypto Tutors, go to all of these things and take a little nugget here and there whenever you can, because there's so many resources that I love that you had free education resources right here. So anyone who's here, they can go and go through the glossary of terms, figure out what those new words are. And then when you listen to those podcasts, you'll be like, I get it. I get it.
I love that. And, you know, both of you are, you know, tenured and seasoned executives who continue to truly defy all odds, literally building on chain, and figuratively being that you're both from communities that are underrepresented in tech and finance. So, you know, what advice would you give to anyone watching this about the steps that you've taken to advance your career? And, you know, we talked a lot about education. We talked about the networking. But tell us a little bit about, you know, for someone who wants to get started, what would you recommend, or how would you recommend, you know, they start in this space from a careers perspective?
I'll let you go first, Sterling.
So for me, it's be really curious and start just taking little chunks. It is so overwhelming to be like, oh, I'm going to sign up for this big course and I'm going to go all in here. You don't have to do that yet, but figure out what makes sense to you. Do you like the digital asset space? Do you like the blockchain space? Do you like the, you know, cryptography space? Like, what is it that is appealing in this area that kind of leads to more? And you don't have to have it all figured out. But as you start reading and listening, you'll see what kind of piques your interest, and then you can apply it back to a real world scenario or opportunity of how you might want to grow and evolve yourself. But if you don't understand what gets you excited and how you like to work, then it'll be really hard to consume all of this information. So I would say take little nuggets, give yourself a chance to dive deep, and then you'll be surprised at the doors that it will open, and have those conversations. Go speak to people, because that was one thing that I never thought I would go into cybersecurity. But because I had worked in emerging businesses, because I was comfortable with technology, because I'd worked with Bitcoin before, it was an opportunity for me to move into the space, right? And I think that's where you have to just start taking little bits and pieces, and then you'll connect the dots to open doors and conversations.
I'll tell you, I'm excited about that Bitcoin IRA, but we dropped it in the chat so people could learn more about it. And Jotun, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think I would echo Sterling's sentiments, but equally, I think I would say, if you're starting new, I think ask yourself sort of key questions, right, that you need to kind of uncover the answers to, and it's really, what do you want to do in terms of the technology domain? I mean, a lot of people think they think about blockchain, they think about it as a technology, and they think, well, I don't have a technology background, so maybe there's no opportunity for me, right? But there's so many different types of roles in this space. I think one of the really interesting aspects around the kind of blockchain and crypto asset space is it is very community driven. And I think that's one of the, to its credit, one of the reasons why, within this space, having spent like an entire career in technology, whilst we are as minorities still in the minority, but actually we're much better represented within the crypto community, to my mind, and from my experience, than I've seen across the broader technology communities, right? And I think a lot of that is just it's kind of that grassroots connectivity where everybody's on the same journey together, right? It's kind of a level playing field from the get-go, because it's so esoteric. Everyone's walking in with whether you've spent 20 years as an investment banker or whether you've spent five months as a dustbin man, everyone's walking in with the same level of knowledge about this, right? So just feel encouraged, learn what you can, take things as a step at a time. Even if your starting point is like signing up with a Coinbase account and playing around with crypto, you will learn so much in 6 months that it helps you to get onto that journey and really familiarize yourself with the concepts, the terminology, and then you just keep going. And the last point I would make is just wherever you can, find local communities, local meetups, crypto groups that you can really connect yourself in a community and in a network, because sometimes that's the fastest way, right, to really kind of build that knowledge and experience. When you can connect with people, when you can share ideas and understandings and learnings, it's a really powerful tool.
You know what I love about what you both said? This is the business of blockchain, and we're talking a lot about tech, but the whole ethos of crypto is it's about the community. And like, I have my little, you know what I mean? It's we're all gonna make it. Yeah, like when we take that stance and we recognize that like we're in this together, and this isn't about any one or the other. This is about the community elevating. Like, that's why it's so important to be having these conversations, and we're so grateful to have people like yourselves speaking about the power of this technology in such a unifying way and building connective tissue for global citizens to benefit. So thank you to the both of you for spending time with us here today. We do not take it lightly. We're extremely grateful and excited to continue to follow your journeys. We're dropping a slew of resources so folks can learn more about what you're doing independently at Fidelity and the London Stock Exchange, respectively, but also in your personal journeys. We thank you, we celebrate and elevate you, and we appreciate your participation in helping us defy all odds.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much.
All right. Oh, this is so exciting. Yes. Ladies, I got to tell you, I love an all-female panel. I mean, not that I'm picking anything out of my children, but I love an all-female panel. Welcome, first and foremost, to Crypto for the Culture, DeFi All Odds. A lot of the conversations that we've been having today are, designed to help folks, learn how to earn, which is so apropos given what we're about to discuss right now as far as careers, in crypto. I think that it's an interesting time. We're in the midst of an economic downturn. What does that really mean? That means that there is, business growth is slowing. That means that labor costs are increasing. Here in the US, for example, we've got a global audience, but here in the US, for context, there have been a wave of layoffs from Twitter to Peloton, Gap, and 7-Eleven. But, there's hope, right? In this panel with these incredible ladies, we'll be chatting with leaders at super innovative companies, including Trust Machines, Tally Labs, and, Manifold. It's incredible what you're building at your respective organizations. It took me a minute to just be like, damn, like that's like, wow, like this is some real dope. But every function in a traditional company, and this is something that we really want to hone in on, every single function, whether that be sales, whether that be marketing, whether that be HR, accounting, etc., lives within these Web3, DeFi world. And we want to dispel the notion that like you have to be an engineer only. Like these companies won't look at you, won't consider you if you're not an engineer or you're not technical. And that's why we wanted to bring you incredible thought leaders to discuss, what within your organizations, what are the opportunities within your organizations? Why are you excited? But we're going to get into all of that first, right? Because the energy's on 100,000 million. I don't know if you guys knew. I don't know if you knew that like this conference was going to be one in which like we're just like firing on all cylinders and we're just like super hyped. And sometimes you go to conferences and it's kind of like, especially like online, it's no energy. You're like, where the energy at? That's not an issue that we have here. All right. So let me introduce you ladies. Okay. Let me make sure that the audience knows when we talk about what makes you experts and why you're building incredible tech and what you're doing for the industry in the industry. This is what we're saying. Okay. So Rena Shah, I will start with you. You are the head of operations and strategy at Trust Machines, a company building the largest ecosystem of applications on Bitcoin. Previously, you were the head of exchange at Binance US, where you grew the exchange from 30 million to 3 billion. Yes, ladies, gentlemen, other billion with a B. Okay. In daily trading volume within 18 months. You're not playing games. You're not. Rena spent
no
time.
one plays games in the crypto world.
I mean, honestly, can we say it again for the people in the back? Are they picking up what we're putting down? Okay, sorry. I digress, Rena. You spent time on the commodity side. You have a unique background, though. And this is what's so cool. You went from being a drilling engineer on an oil rig, a drilling rig, right, in Texas, to like spinning up Bitcoin mining pools. You managed a $300 million energy portfolio for a family office for the family office of the Houston Texans NFL team. Am I okay? I just need them to process that. Can we just have a moment on that? Okay, cool. We're just gonna let people like ruminate on that. Next on deck, Nicole Osborne, head of people for Manifold. Nicole has extensive experience scaling multinational tech companies from startups through to IPOs while maintaining, and this is a really critical part, while maintaining triple-digit year-over-year growth. Nicole, if that wasn't enough, right? Like you're averaging a 90% employee retention rate. Is that, because that's what your LinkedIn profile said. Is that right? Yes. Okay, cool. And our last speaker. Okay, I don't have your bio. So I'm going to, if you're okay with it, let you do the honors and tell us who you are. Is that all right?
Yeah, for sure. Hey, how's it going? I'm Robes. I'm the head of product and design at Tally Labs. My background is in tech, first as a product designer, then a product manager. Previously was at Peloton, as you just mentioned. And yeah, have experience in high growth tech startups as well as big public companies. I've been with Tally Labs since day one. Previously worked with our co-CEOs and head of engineering. And have been based out of New York for the last 10 years, but I'm in the process of moving back to Canada, which is where I'm from.
Oh, I mean, I left New York too. That's a whole nother story though. Well, thank you very much to each of you. I really appreciate, and on behalf of the culture, on behalf of Crypto for the Culture, Crypto Tutors and family, we thank you for being here. So, Rena, in a few words, can you tell us a little bit about, what Trust Machine does?
Yeah, absolutely. We are building the largest application ecosystem for Bitcoin. It's a contrarian view. Most people think of Bitcoin as a rock that you invest in. It's not productive. And we're challenging the norm of, there's billions of dollars of locked capital in Bitcoin. How do you make it work for you? How do you use it in everyday life? And that's really the spirit of Trust Machines. In that end, we're producing a lot of different products that allow you to use your Bitcoin in daily life for human good and all of the things.
I couldn't unmute fast enough because I was like, damn, that's so dope. Like so many people think that Ethereum, like people don't necessarily associate like Bitcoin and building on like dApps on Bitcoin, right? So it's kind of a novel concept. And we're gonna dive a little bit deeper into that momentarily, but I want to make sure that Robes and Nicole have some time to talk about, what's happening at Manifold and Tally respectively. So, Nicole, can you tell us a little bit about what's popping at Manifold, as the kids say?
Yeah, so at Manifold, we enable creative sovereignty for artists and creators, and we do this by giving them the tools they need to navigate Web3. Our flagship product is Manifold Studio, and this allows creators and artists to mint on their own smart contract, and this is codeless minting. This is important because prior to Studio, everyone was minting on shared contracts from marketplaces, and this really stifles creativity. So you're beholden to the whims of the market, you can be delisted, you don't have control over the creative tools that you're building with. One of our co-founders, Richards, likes to explain it as, if you imagine yourself as Picasso and you're painting on a canvas and that canvas is constantly changing and you have no control over that canvas, that's clearly problematic. So what we're doing is really allowing the creators to own their toolkit. And we're basically at the highest level just building an ecosystem of tools for creators that are owned by creators.
I freaking love that. Can we have a moment on the fact that like Manifold is enabling creators with virtually zero code to mint NFTs, to, commercialize their intellectual property and to retain that ownership? Like these are novel concepts in relation to how we do things in the traditional environment, but this is why we're in Web3. This is what we mean when we talk about DeFi All Odds. Sorry, I just had to have a moment on that note. But Rose, talk to me. What's going on? Tell us a little about what you're building at Tally.
Yeah, for sure. So at Tally, we're building a platform that enables communities to co-create content together. I think the best way to explain it is sort of with how we got started. So we're the team behind Jenkins the Valet. You've seen him on Twitter. He's a character in the Bored Ape Yacht Club that is telling the stories of everything that happens at the yacht club and what he's seen as a valet. And yeah, it really just started as like a fun project where we were telling stories as if we were this character on Twitter, and it really took off. And since our background is in software, we saw a number of things that people really wanted that we saw that we could productize. So people can co-create stories together. They can license those characters back to different creative works, and then connect with one another. So today we're building a platform that allows people to do all of that and scaling it out to other creators so that they can have the same suite of features for their own projects.
How exciting and riveting is that? Part of why we're having this conversation as well is because your organizations are hiring, right? Like you are, looking for great talent, and that's one of our specialties at Crypto Tutors. You know, we're connecting opportunity to talent at scale, which is exactly what each of your organizations have to offer. And it's really exciting. So let me ask you each this, right? What is the most, you know, like what drove you to join your organizations? You know, like Nicole, what drove you to join Manifold? Rena, your trust machines. I mean, like, what got you so excited, Robes, about Telly? Like, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I can jump in. As I mentioned, I previously worked with both of our co-founders, one at Peloton and then one just on side projects. And when they started doing this, I was not a part of Web3. I was like, it's a talking monkey. Like, this is crazy. You guys have totally lost it.
And by talking monkeys, she means was it a Bored Ape Yacht Club?
Yeah, it was a Bored Ape.
Okay,
yeah, like that just shows how much I knew. I was like, a board what? And then they were like, we really need to build software to support this. Like, can you and Othan, who's speaking later and is our head of engineering, can you guys help us? And we started as contractors, just sort of like really focused on the initial project. But then we both got really excited because the community was so excited about what we were building. And the last time I saw excitement like that was like early days of Peloton, like where people just kept talking about their bikes, and it was just this really niche thing that everybody loved. So then immediately realized that this is what I want to do full time, and not understanding a lot about it, enthusiastically joined the team and really haven't looked back.
Love that. Rena, Nicole, who wants to go next?
I can jump in. For me, I hadn't seen a company like Trust Machines before. There really has been very little activity on the Bitcoin side of thinking of like, what do you do next? And when you think about the market size of Bitcoin's like market cap is exponentially bigger than every other chain, every other token, it made me realize, why are we ignoring the thing that brought us into crypto in the first place? It's the most decentralized blockchain, it's secure, and it got me thinking about applications and building trustlessly, and it really made me gravitate towards Bitcoin. I think it's no secret that I came from a very centralized exchange, and so coming the other route of doing something community governed, community owned, working on that level really appealed to me.
Yeah, so for me, my personal career path is that I'm a people leader. I've been in tech startups, high growth for over 10 years. I'm not technical at all. And same as some of the others, I started out knowing nothing about crypto. And something I've learned in my career is that I like to look for opportunities that aren't mainstream, that are ahead of the curve. And I noticed in my own personal network that there are very few people in the people space who are also in the crypto space. So that was the first sign to me that something very interesting was happening here. I dove in. I was learning through crypto school, actually, with A16Z. So when I was approached by Manifold, I was just super compelled by the mission. I'm really into art in my personal life. So the whole ethos, the entire mission of artists owning and retaining their work really, really spoke to me. And so I knew I could bring my people skills and my experience to the table while also learning a whole new space. And that was the most exciting part.
You got to love the fact that, like, you know, none of you thought or envisioned that you would be in like Web3 in this like DeFi world. And it was like, each of you jumped feet first, like, and said, okay, well, you know what? Like, you don't know what you don't know, and you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So why not, right? And I think that that's something that we really want to hone in on, the fact that, like, a lot of people think that they must be technical, or they must come from, you know, DeFi, and, you know, they sort of discount the fact that these skills may not be transferable. Let's dispel that myth a little bit more, right? Like, let's talk about, you know, what are the types of roles that you all are hiring for at your respective organizations?
Happy to jump in on that too. I mean, I think my background itself is that I'm an oil engineer. There is in normal circumstances, there would be no role for me in Web3 crypto whatsoever. And I think it kind of goes to show that you can chart your own path however you choose. Trust Machines is a company that's extremely supportive of that. On our career site, we actually have something that's like a moonshot for pitch us your role and let's talk. And that's actually where I got my role, by sending a DM on Twitter to kind of pitch where I would be. For what we're hiring right now, that's posted a lot on the engineering side. It's no secret that Bitcoin development is tough, and we're looking for people that are curious enough to want to rise to the occasion and take on a challenge. On the other side, we're looking for a lot of marketing roles, as the Bitcoin narrative is difficult to explain. You have maxis in one corner, you have people that are getting their first foray into crypto into another corner, and kind of sharing the narrative that anyone can build on Bitcoin is really important to us.
And Robes, thank you for that, Rena. And Robes, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, personally, as I mentioned, I didn't have any experience in Web3, and I think was lucky to have like a supportive team that helped guide me into it. But I mean, looking back, like I wish I had just sort of jumped in a little bit more fully. I really felt like I had to be an expert in order to take this job and grow this team and like meaningfully contribute. And then eventually I just realized like we're all new to this. Like this is such a new industry. Like nobody really knows what's going to happen. And everybody has varying degrees of expertise and like all of the little verticals that make up Web3, but nobody's an expert on all of it. So just sort of like embracing that beginner mindset and saying, okay, like I'm here to learn. I'm going to share my learnings with the community and like lean on the people around me, I think can be really empowering. And then for Tally Labs specifically, we're hiring full stack engineers right now with a focus on front end and the curiosity to work across the whole stack. And you'll notice like none of that was, we need like Web3 specific knowledge. Like it's really like building products that you would build at Peloton or other tech startups in other industries. And then we're like here to support engineers on growing in their technical expertise to like learn more Solidity and other more like Web3 specific technologies.
Awesome. And so just so that I think we all heard you correctly, you're saying that there are opportunities to grow into the role, you know, like definitely, you know, it's great to have Solidity experience. But you know, if you know Java or what have you, you can grow into the role. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, exactly. Like really looking for people with a focus on front end. Like a lot of our stack focuses on TypeScript, CMS, CSS, and animations, like, you know, the things that you would build at any company. So if you have experience as an engineer, you're going to fit in well at Tally. But if you are interested in learning more about the Web3 side of things, we have engineers today that are working on learning like within our team more about that technology. So there's also support there as well.
Love it. And Nicole, what are your thoughts? And who are you hiring for?
Yeah, so we're also hiring across engineering, but a huge role for us is our head of engineering role. This is critical. Currently, we have 3 teams. These 3 teams are led by 3 of our co-founders. So this person really has an opportunity to come in and lead our engineering team. They'll partner closely with our founders, but they'll have an immense amount of autonomy, and that will be in all aspects of the product, the tech stack, team building, bringing in best practice, developing the skills and the career paths of the folks on the team. It's also a really fun role for someone who really likes getting their hands dirty. We're a small team of 20, so this person can really dig into the technology, do coding, as well as managing the people on the team. And we're super passionate about hiring a diverse team at Manifold, so we're looking for someone who's equally passionate about building and leading a diverse team.
That is, you know, and I think that that's part of why we're also super excited to have each of you, right? You're not only like representing, you know, underrepresented communities and leading in an industry where we are grossly underrepresented, but you're also being proactive in like, you know, going back and bringing forward, like creating opportunities, creating companies that the, you know, makeup, you know, in terms of your employees is reflective of, you know, the people, the customers that you serve and the people that are using this technology and creating an inclusive, you know, crypto ecosystem. So tell me a little bit about that, right? Like how within your respective roles are you proactively helping to create, diverse teams within your organizations. I mean, you're participating in Crypto for the Culture, which speaks volumes. But I would just love to understand, like, why is diversity such a critical, component on a personal and organizational level?
Yeah, I can jump in. So I think, like you said, we're building for diverse customers and diverse users, and making sure that the people who are building reflect the people who are using the product is really important, because you can consider different people's perspectives and needs. And then also, like internally, it creates like the best conversations when you have people from a diverse set of backgrounds with different opinions. I think we have a really big focus on collaboration, like making sure everybody's voice is heard, and having like regular places for people to voice their opinions about things that are even like totally outside of your department, to make sure that we're have a lot of different voices giving input into our major decisions. So all that to say, like, both internally, it's important for making the right decisions, and then those decisions lead to like better products for our users.
Awesome. Nicole, Rena?
I can jump in here. So yeah, I echo what's been said already. Like, we're building products and tools that are used by a wide, diverse set of people and of artists at Manifold. And so we need to make sure we have a diverse team to build those best products, and that we have all these varying experiences and ideas being put into that. And that customer empathy and that customer understanding is so important in order to do that. And we also believe that, we're still very small. We're only 20 people. So we want to build in a diverse way from the beginning, instead of chasing that goal further down the line. We can really set the tone from the beginning and lay the foundation in the right way. And yeah, this is exactly why we're here today, because we're really committed to this as a company, and it comes from the founders and myself and everyone on the team. And we've done other kinds of partnerships with Boys Club, and trying to onboard diverse creators onto our platform, trying to help partner and educate people in this space who are new to this space or crypto curious. So we try to really do this work from all angles.
Love it. And I hope folks can check out the collaboration you do with Christie's. Just saying, if they want to know what's up. Rena, close us out.
I feel the exact same way as everyone on this panel. In my humble opinion, innovation has no bounds, nor should our team. So we should be reflective of that and foster opportunities for people to create their own growth opportunities within a company. The ethos of Web3 is that we rise above, we are a community, we do as we please, and we govern together. And for me, having the inclusivity aspect of how we form our teams really comes into part for the ethos of Web3. So, yeah.
You ladies rock, okay? Honestly, I just have to make sure that people understand, you're not only building within these organizations, but you're leading. Each of you sit within the executive suite. And I think I said it earlier today, and if I didn't, I'm going to say it again, just in case. You're architecting and engineering the future, and you're creating opportunities for people that look like you to participate in the development of the future. And I thank you. I'm excited to see kind of what happens next for you. And I'm sure a ton of people are going to be interested in learning more about trust machines and Manifold and Tally. So thank you so much, ladies, for your time, for your genius, and we'll continue to follow your journeys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're awesome. Making money while I sleep. That's the Crypto Tutors theme song. Hi, I'm your Crypto Tutor. Crypto Tutors has created Bitcoin Basics, a free e-learning course. This course covers basic crypto vocabulary, the history of cryptocurrency, and steps to learn how to buy Bitcoin. This course was designed with professional animation, fully accessible, no barriers to access and printable handouts. Complimentary learning opportunities are available to introduce cryptocurrency to their communities.
Man, bro, so let me tell you what had went down. And I was 2 bands away from getting bro a whole barbershop, bro. Oh my mama, bro. Peanut gonna call my phone talking about I just got paid. I looked at the phone. You just got paid? What? Man, where the dice at? I'm ready to shoot. We can roll. Last time I shot with him, 1,300 in my pocket. Easy.
Off top.
Off top. Easy.
So what happened?
What happened? Man, Peanut is what happened. Had me hot on my mama hot. 7, 7, 7, 7. Back to back to back to back. Bro, I was mad. He was all in my bag, in my pockets, in my whole Duffy. I was ready to get out.
Basically what he is saying, he saved up his money to get a local barbershop. He then made a friendly business wager with Peanut in hopes to secure more money for his business. But eventually losing it all with one roll of the dice. Ray, what you think?
I think volatility is his problem, and I don't think he understands how to compound his talent and how to compound his money. What I mean is, if you just take big bets like that, you'll blow it all. You should invest in yourself, man, and then you learn more, and then when you learn more, you also make more money, and it compounds. You could have 2 barbershops, you could have 10 businesses if you know how to compound.
Basically, bro, what he's saying is slow money wins the race. You can still have a big upside even if you don't throw all your chips in the bag. Invest in yourself. Leave them dice alone. You don't need to invest in the dice. That's gonna ruin everything. Spread your money out. Let it build for yourself and work gradually, slowly. Anybody that's ever made a lot of money didn't make it fast. You feel me?
Feel you.
Off top. PG Lane.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see. All right. So Michael, before we get into it, we want to make sure that the chat is activated. We want to make sure that folks are walking away with actionable takeaways. So let me just make sure that, the folks that are tuning in live are walking away with some takeaways. What are some of the takeaways? We had the business of blockchain. We had, DeFi All Odds with Arthur Hayes. We just had a careers panel. Talk to me. Let me see in the chat. Let's make sure that the chat is activated and we are sharing our learnings, because sharing is caring, right, Michael? I mean, that's like that's what Bitcoin 101 is all about, right? Like that's what we're about to get into. Now, I've been excited all day, right? You might adjust the headphones because I'm like projecting, screaming. But I'm just really enthusiastic. This is fun stuff that we're talking about. Where's my hat? You'll appreciate this. Okay. Not that this is investment advice, right? But let's keep it real. I am a believer in the tech, right? The technical infrastructure behind Bitcoin. It's not just, and as Arthur Hayes said earlier, this isn't about getting rich quick. It's none of that, and it's not investment advice. Everything that we're discussing is for educational purposes. But how could someone like Michael, of Haitian descent, I have revolutionary blood pulsating through my veins. How could I not appreciate the first cryptocurrency in history, But a lot of people are asking, okay, so what does Bitcoin have to do with revolution? What makes Bitcoin so revolutionary? Well, before we dive in, we're going to talk about the concept of decentralized finance. So a lot of people, being that this is Bitcoin 101, a lot of people are like, okay, but what does DeFi mean? And Doughton from the London Stock Exchange, the director of emerging tech, he talked about it a little bit, but I like to consider it, it's like a Google Doc, it's like a Google Doc that everyone can kind of work on, right? Like that's like the blockchain, the idea of blockchain. And what's also super exciting is that nobody owns it and anyone, can contribute. So like drop a BTC in the chat because we got to make sure that we activate the chat. Drop a BTC in the chat if you're tracking, if you're picking up what we're putting down, right? If you're picking up what we're putting down. Now, Michael, another thing that's interesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? But Bitcoin has never been hacked. Like it hasn't happened in its entire history. Now, on the flip side, $6 trillion in cyber attacks have been lost globally. Yet Bitcoin has never been hacked. But we're going to dive into that, right? This is the Bitcoin 101 with Mike Rihani, Bitcoin product lead at Cash App. Welcome to Crypto for the Culture. Yes, we're super excited to have you.
Hello, I'm drinking my coffee to get as excited as you. Normally I'm the excited, hyped up guy, but I feel like you're gonna, challenge me today. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you for everything you do, Lisa, and Crypto Tutors, and thank you for inviting us. This is awesome. I'm excited to chat.
So very excited to have you. And we talked a lot about trustworthy crypto education, and so I always preface who I'm speaking to with what they've accomplished in their careers, who they are. So with that being said, and correct me if I'm wrong as I go through the accomplishments, your achievements, etc. But I want to make sure folks understand when we say subject matter expert, what we mean. Stay with you, Michael. It's good.
Go for it.
All right. So you led product at Tesla, where you helped integrate Bitcoin as a payment method on Tesla.com. Check. You also happened. Okay. You also worked at Apple, where you launched and scaled Apple Pay on the web, Apple Cash, and Apple Card. Check. Okay. You now serve as the Bitcoin product lead at Cash App, which is part of Block, a global tech company with a focus on financial services. But a few things that really struck a chord with me about you is your passion for individual liberty, economic freedom, sustainable energy. I saw some folks asking about that in the chat, sustainable energy. And this is the part that, because I'm just like a happy-go-lucky person, delivering happiness. Like, who doesn't want more happiness in their life?
That sums up everything, both professionally and even tied in some of my personal keywords there, I suppose. But yeah, that's everything what I'm about. And I would say the only thing I would add is I have the pleasure of saying I truly believe I have the best job in the world, working full-time on Bitcoin at an amazing company like Block, an amazing product and team like Cash App, with an amazing CEO and founder like Jack Dorsey. So I'm extremely fortunate and grateful for where I'm at today, and I'm just here to share any knowledge that can help others. So let's go.
Let's go. Well, super excited to have you as well. And this is the Bitcoin, 101 fireside chatty chat, as I like to say. But before we get into the nuts and bolts of crypto and Bitcoin, let's start with something easy. The definition of money. How would you define money?
Yeah, so money is a really deep, complicated thing that we all kind of take for granted when we're born and just live throughout, right? And money is really the way we store value, right? So we go to a job, we work, we provide goods and services for others, and then people give us what's called money. And if you study history and look back, I'm a big futurist, but I learn a lot about the future by looking backwards as well. If you look back in history, we've used all kinds of things as money. We use salt, seashells, coins, silver, gold coins, etc. It's changed over thousands of years. And recently, and all of those aren't perfect money. That's why we changed, right? Gold had issues, and it's really hard to lug a big block of gold to go pay for a house or to buy groceries, slivering off pieces of gold. So it just wasn't that portable, as an example, as a spendable daily currency. So money is where you store your value. You do your job, you put that value somewhere, but it also needs to be used for everyday spend, to buy groceries, to buy coffee. And that's where kind of gold didn't really work out. And today, fast forwarding a little bit, we're in this kind of era of what's called fiat currency, which is government issued dollars here in the United States or other places around the world. The government often kind of prints money on pieces of paper and says, this is the money you have to use. to pay your taxes, and this is the money you'll use around the world. So I would say those are kind of the two main pillars of money. It's store your value and be able to use it to exchange goods and services.
I love how you touched upon the different variations, right? There was gold, there was tulips, there were seashells, all of these examples throughout history kind of play into, at the end of the day, it's what we decide has value is what has value, like we as a collective. And that kind of brings me to my next question, which is, how would you define cryptocurrency? Before we get into Bitcoin, like how would you define cryptocurrency in general?
Well, before I answer that question, I want to double click on something you said was really money is a human belief system. If we all woke up and believed tulips were money, tulips would be money. So that's what's quite fascinating about it. And we as human beings need to evaluate what is good money. And if we're going to move towards a digital money, there's all kinds of traits that we need to think through on what's good, hard digital money. So coming back to your question here is what is cryptocurrency? Honestly, I'm going to take a few pages out of your book, Lisa. Last time we were talking, I loved your your definition. So if others have already heard it before, but cryptocurrency really is a hybrid of two words: cryptography, which is what is behind Apple Pay. It uses cryptography, or iMessage or Signal. When you do cryptographic communication, it's very secure and secret. So cryptography means the science of secrets. I love how you describe that, Lisa. I think there's a great book called that, right? And so it's this really complicated technology to make something secret. So communication, your message is secret. Money, your money is secret and private. And then cryptocurrency, the second part of the hybrid word, is currency. So in this case, we're meaning a digital money. And if we want to talk specifically about Bitcoin, which is this Bitcoin 101, and that sounds like you want to double click on Bitcoin next, is really Bitcoin is digital money that's protected by energy, computers, and passwords. So it's a very, to your point, it's never been hacked. The Bitcoin blockchain has never been hacked. It is arguably one of the most secure technologies that human beings have ever seen. So it's a fascinating computer science innovation and creation.
Why do you think that there's just such a, there are so many people in the world that are so pro Bitcoin, like, why do you think that they are so excited? I mean, you've got countries like El Salvador recognizing or adopting Bitcoin as legal tender. You have this global accessibility with Bitcoin. Why do you think people are so excited? Like, what is it about Bitcoin that gets people so I don't want to say obsessed, but yeah, like what gets them so excited?
Yeah, I am 100% obsessed. If you look at my own personal Twitter account, I have a tweet thread pinned, 21 reasons I'm dedicating the rest of my career to Bitcoin. And you can see the 21 reasons. Personally, I am pumped and dedicating decades to this technology. I think one way to sum up why, obviously I can't speak on behalf of everybody, but I think one of the major things that's happening that a lot of people aren't really maybe fully attuned to, and you do have to, full disclosure, I've gone down what they call the Bitcoin rabbit hole for 5 or 6 years. The first time I heard about it, I thought it was silly. I kind of wrote it off. I was like, oh, that's never going to work. And that's okay. That's part of the learning process. It took me 5 or 6 years to get to where I'm at.
What made you think it wasn't going to work though when you first heard about it? Like, what was off?
Yeah, it's the main thing that I thought wasn't going to work was really the user experience of it. So I'm a product guy, I'm a customer obsessed person, and I really always want to make everything super easy and simple, which I think Cash App does a great job, hence best job in the world. And when I looked at Bitcoin's addresses, I was just like, nobody's going to copy and paste these long, scary strings and email it to each other. Like, this just isn't going to work, right? And yeah, I think even maybe a partially naive Westerner living in America, and having full financial privilege, I don't think I fully appreciated how broken money is. I never studied the history of money and fiat currency. And the way I say, the reason I say, kind of checking in my own financial privilege in the West, is, I would say, half of the world, billions of people deal with double-digit inflation with their currency every single year, and that's really challenging. And I am half Lebanese, so I'm 50%. My father's from Lebanon, and the World Bank, declared, I don't know if everybody's been following the news, but the World Bank has declared the economic collapse that happened in Lebanon to be one of the worst economic collapses in the past 150 years. So, for example, my friends and family have lost 95% of all of their net worth in the past 2 years, which is just terrible. And it's because they don't have good money. And so the more I research, so I didn't see any of those things at first. I just said, oh, that's a clunky user experience. That's not going to work. And then I went on to my day job. But when I really paused and I studied a lot, I learned a lot of things started making sense to me. So one other point, your question was why are people like me, dedicating my life and or career to this? Why are people so passionate about it? Probably even why is Cash App and Block so passionate about it? I can probably touch a little bit more on all of those. One analogy I have is, so not only did I wake up to money feels broken or can be better, but when you dig into the computer science and technology of it, my analogy is Bitcoin as a technology has been the largest software invention or creation since the creation of the internet. So as a technologist and somebody who enjoys computer science and product development, it's a masterpiece. And if we all just pause and go, well, how much has the internet changed all of our lives? Well, we're all on the internet attending a free virtual conference, streaming 4K video with thousands of people, all because of the internet. It's changed every single industry you can think of. And I personally believe Bitcoin is likely to change every single industry similar way that the internet has done. So obviously, if you believe that statement, that can put you in the shoes of folks like myself who are really kind of seeing the potential and what that can do for not only communication and knowledge, right? Think about the internet. We store our knowledge on the internet. Wikipedia, email, all these websites are storing knowledge. Well, now we can store money on the internet and create a native currency of the internet, and that could be Bitcoin. And if you had a native currency of the internet, you could even have a global currency that's really going to bring down borders, and create more accessibility and fairness for more people. And so Bitcoin's values are deeply aligned with Block's purpose of economic empowerment, and we can go more into the core principles of what makes Bitcoin. But I can go hours on why Bitcoin is going to be a big deal.
I love that because, a couple of things that you talked about, accessibility and financial inclusion. There's something like 2 billion people in the world of nearly 8 billion that are unbanked. They're completely excluded from the financial system, and that is one of the opportunities that we have in this space to solve for with Bitcoin. And I think too, you mentioned being Lebanese and I'm Haitian. And so I feel like we personally know what it is to be exposed to like hyperinflation and, the debasing of value of our currencies and what have you. How does Bitcoin counteract that? How is Bitcoin helping to solve for that with the kind of universality of the universal nature?
Yeah, there's probably two kind of principles. There's probably dozens we can talk about, but just to keep it simple and really focus on kind of the economic empowerment, accessibility, and global aspect of Bitcoin. It is one of Block's core principles is that anybody should have the ability to participate in the financial system, right? I work at Cash App, a sister kind of company and business unit of ours is Square. And when you look at the history of Square, it was the flower shop at the corner couldn't accept credit card payments because she wasn't able to get a credit card reader from her bank. She had to apply, and it was this big whole thing. And so Square was created to kind of allow the small businesses to participate in the financial system. And what I think Bitcoin does, it allows any individual to participate in the system easily without discrimination, nothing required. You just need an internet connection, right? And so we believe, Bitcoin can help deliver on that vision by allowing people worldwide to make payments efficiently, securely, and at a low cost, right? There's a lot of middleman services and companies that do provide efficient and secure payments, but they are often slow and very expensive. And so as Bitcoin is designed to be that native currency of the internet, it really unlocks a lot of potential. And another analogy is just like communication, right? I don't want to date myself or others, but 10, 20 years ago, if I tried to call Lebanon, I had to pay $2.50 per minute on the phone. Or if I wanted to send a text message, it was 25 cents per SMS text message. Well, communication went to zero. Now in WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, I can call my family in Lebanon for free. We can talk for hours. And so that innovation was phenomenal and great for communication. That same innovation will be great for billions of people for money. And so who doesn't want more efficient, more secure, faster, and cheaper money movement around the world? Who doesn't want a better place to store their value where I would say the second thing I want to touch on. So that first one is really around the payment layer and access. It's accessible by everybody. There's no rules. The second thing I want to touch on was there's no single point of failure. There's no one company. There's no one CEO. There's no one government behind it. So many areas, we can all point fingers on what happened in Lebanon, whether it was the banks or certain politicians, or we can all, speculate on what happened in countries like Venezuela, Argentina. We can even point fingers here in the United States on why we're experiencing such inflation, right? But there are certain mechanisms that governments participate in to manage their own money. Well, there is no government, there is no company, there is no single point of failure. Bitcoin is just running. It is a network of computers, just like the internet. You can't turn off the internet. You can't turn off Bitcoin. It's just going to run forever. So, it's one of the clear use cases is international remittances, where borderless and secure nature of Bitcoin shines. You can look as well on my latest Twitter. I sent $10 to my friend Mary in Nigeria in under 10 seconds, and the money traveled over 10,000 kilometers, and it was practically free and instant. Like, that's a real thing. She took a video, she posted on our Twitter a few days ago, and you can really see actual use cases and how it's actually working. And that was powered over the Lightning Network. I sent from my Cash App to her Lightning enabled wallet. Well, it was not Cash App, but a different Bitcoin Lightning wallet in Africa, which is really cool and powerful to see.
I absolutely love that, right? Because a lot of the conversation today is DeFi All Odds. And, it's a double entendre I mentioned in the beginning of the conversation. And in the context of like the decentralized finance arena, this is creating opportunities for everyone to participate in a financial ecosystem that is not, beholden to authorities, that, corruption is an issue, right? Like, there's just so many problems that can be solved. And, the interesting thing about Bitcoin as well is that, like, that's the on-ramp. Like, that's like people's introduction to the whole, crypto ecosystem. And, even at Crypto Tutors, Cash App actually has the easiest, like, on-ramp to buy Bitcoin, right? Like, it's literally a few steps to get access to this this revolution, this technological revolution. And that brings me to my next question, Michael, which is, tell us about some of the cool products that you're working on at Cash App. Like you mentioned, the Lightning Network. Tell us about what's going on and what you're building for the future today.
Yeah, for sure. We have so much. I'll try to be brief. Let me double click a little bit on what you said, kind of being a simple and easy way to buy Bitcoin, because I think that's an easy way to get in and start playing with it. And then I can explain a little bit more about the Lightning Network, which is more of a kind of technical solution. I'll give you more the benefits of it. So yeah, so you can buy Bitcoin on Cash App or other exchanges. But what's cool is with Cash App, you can buy as little as $1. So a lot of people incorrectly think you need to have $20,000 to buy Bitcoin, and that's not true. That's just the price of one Bitcoin. And so you can buy as little as $1, and you'll receive Sats, which are short for Satoshis, which is a fraction of a Bitcoin. So you can go to Cash App, link your debit card, and just buy $1, and you'll have 4,953 sats. That's what my clock is showing over here, how much you get for $1. So you get about 5,000 sats worth of Bitcoin. But that's like option one, you can just buy. There's another option that we have within Cash App, which I'll call set it and forget it. You can just set it up once and not really worry about the stress of, am I buying at the high or the low? And there's two new features I'd like to talk about and highlight there. One is called Bitcoin roundups. So when you use the cash card that we have, which is our debit card, you go buy anything, you go get your coffee, you go get your groceries, and we'll automatically round up your spare change into Bitcoin for free with no fees. And so what that means is you go buy your $3.50 coffee and we round up to $4 and you get 50 cents of Bitcoin. And you don't even need to think about it. You just live your life like you normally would. And then you come back a month later, you'll probably have 10 or $15 of Bitcoin. You'll be like, cool, now I'm into it and I didn't need to stress. Another way of doing it.
Well, I'm sorry. We need to drill down. You know, as you say,
Yeah.
double click. That's like such a tech expression, but we got to drill down to that. Did I hear that? Any purchase that you make, it's rounded up and you get rewarded essentially?
So it rounds up with your own money. So sorry, there's no fees, right? So you spend, so you'll get charged $4 on a $3.50 coffee, and the 50 cents is set aside and invested in Bitcoin, and that investment is free. We don't charge any fees, right? So that's it's even easier and more seamless than what I'll call smash buy, right? Going in and hitting the buy button. Another kind of set and forget it feature that we have that we're super excited about is called get paid in Bitcoin. So instead of when you buy things, you could get auto invest into Bitcoin every single time you get paid. So let's say you have a paycheck that comes in every 2 weeks. You could say, hey, when I get paid, when my paycheck lands, put 1% into Bitcoin automatically. And so that's a new feature we launched. And so those two, I would say, are the set it and forget it. We also have auto buys. You can do custom schedules. And then the third way to buy Bitcoin or get into it is actually not buying it, but it's just getting straight up free Bitcoin, which I think everybody, Lisa, is not going to be upset about if we're going to give you free Bitcoin. And the way to do that is to use your cash card, and then you activate what we call is a Bitcoin boost. And so boost are kind of our rewards program. And you can activate a Bitcoin boost. You need to look into your kind of carousel of rewards once you have cash card. But then you can get 5 or 10% off your coffee or groceries or a restaurant. So I go buy $50 worth of groceries and I get $5 of Bitcoin for free. I don't even need to do anything. So we have free Bitcoin, we have set it and forget it Bitcoin, and we have buy. So I just wanted to extrapolate a little bit more and not have everybody assume that you just need to buy $20,000 because that is a misconception in the industry.
That is so important. And I'm so glad you call that out, because a lot of people are intimidated by the fact that they don't think that they have the means to participate, when in fact, like, we spend money on, get our nails done, the ladies, and, we spend money on just frivolous things that, like, if we had that pause, we could invest in an asset that in the long term will pay us back in dividends. So thank you for calling that out. And that actually kind of touches upon, like, at Cash, like, and at Block, financial inclusion is so important, organizationally. You're creating a lot of products that are helping drive that. Tell us a little bit about, like, what does the future look like? What's coming down the pike, or what's on the horizon in terms of, the products, services, solutions that you're building to kind of drive a more inclusive, financial ecosystem.
Absolutely. So we're doing a lot. It's hard to keep track of them all. So I'll have to check my notes and come back on all the amazing things that we built and are building. You also mentioned the Lightning Network, which has been something I've been very focused on. So I'll touch on that because that's rolling out and is available now to 100% of Cash App customers, and it will be more announcements happening in the near future. But what the Lightning Network does is it's kind of a technical integration, but let me just say what it gives people, because that's what people care about. The Lightning Network makes Bitcoin extremely fast, and with Cash App, it's free, but there's a very small fee if you use other wallets. And why that's important, and maybe you thought, oh, well, I thought Bitcoin was fast and it's internet digital currency. Why would it be slow? That doesn't make sense. And so The Bitcoin network itself is what we call a layer one, and there's blocks every 10 minutes. And so that means it will take 10 minutes to verify a transaction. So I can send you, Lisa, $10 on the Bitcoin network, but it may take 10 minutes. And that was that video I was alluding to where I sent my friend Mary in Nigeria Bitcoin instantly. Well, that was over the Lightning Network. And the reason why that's important is because if we want, we talked about right at the beginning, you opened up what is money. Well, money is a store of value. We can get paid in Bitcoin, but then we need to spend it. Well, if I need to spend my Bitcoin at the local coffee shop and I have to sit there and wait for 10 minutes before they give me the coffee, one, I'm gonna have cold coffee, and two, nobody's happy, right? It's just not gonna work. And so for Bitcoin to be used as a currency, we need a faster way. And we believe the Lightning Network is that best kind of scaling solution to make it fast and free. And I can just end on a simple analogy that also I think kind of helps explains the future potential of it as well. So we talked about Bitcoin being as big as the internet from a software just creation standpoint. Another analogy is just like the internet is like Bitcoin, I believe Lightning is like email. And the reason I say that is email is a layer 2 application on top of the internet layer, right? You're sending communication over the internet. Well, Lightning Network is a layer 2 on top of the Bitcoin network. It is secured by the Bitcoin network. You get all the benefits of Bitcoin never being hacked, being one of the most secure technologies on the planet. But you get the layer 2 application benefits that it's practically free and nearly instant. And the one thing that I didn't really click on, another tech term, clicking on, is that it's interoperable. And that's why I bring up email, right? Because if, Lisa, you use Gmail and I use Yahoo, we can still email each other. It doesn't matter which company we choose to use, right? So with the Lightning Network, it's interoperable. It doesn't matter. It's just an open standard. It's a payment protocol that can move Bitcoin. So if you think email was going to be a big deal back in the day, I think we're going to see something very similar with the Lightning Network and what it enables for Bitcoin and money. So we are super excited to announce that it's available to 100% of customers, and it's just the beginning.
I love it. I love it. And, the simplicity, of the interface, like we don't need to know like what all goes into, the tech, but just having products that make accessing this Web3 world easy. Like that's a lot of what you spoke about today. And, the work that you're doing at Cash and Block. We thank you for, facilitating the onboarding process of so many people that are like intimidated to get into the space. We're talking about in a couple of clicks, you're in the game. And that's really exciting. And I also love how with the Lightning Network, you related it to or likened it to, email for money. These are concepts that people can understand. There's a general kind of, consensus like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it, email, whatever. And that's why we, named this panel Bitcoin 101. So, with that being said, we're closing out. I don't know if you have any final words you'd like to share before we wrap.
I would say thank you all for your time. Thanks for having me. I hope this was helpful and interesting. I would say as a next step action item, if you're attending this session, is I would truly urge you to just keep investing in yourself, right? You're coming to these, you're trying to learn more about Bitcoin. And there's a saying in Bitcoin and cryptography and cryptocurrency, but specifically in Bitcoin that says, don't trust, verify. So don't just trust what I said, like go fact check me and go make your own opinion, go read your own books and watch your own movies and talk to other subject matter experts and see if they agree with what I said and see if that aligns with what you're looking to get out of this, right? The internet plays multiple facets in people's lives, just like Bitcoin is going to play different roles in different people's lives. So yeah, keep learning more, keep attending conferences like this. Feel free to add me on LinkedIn and or Twitter. You can DM me if you have any questions. I can send you links to some of the things we mentioned. Or if you just want to learn more, just feel free to ping me. I'm always here to be a resource. And yeah, I'm excited and thank you.
So unbelievably excited to have had your genius and share your genius with the Crypto for the Culture community. We do not take for granted how important your time is, how important the technical infrastructure you're building is, and just the fact that like you want to, you want people to have experiences with tech that bring joy and happiness. Honestly, who doesn't want to work with this guy? Like, Cash App has over 1,000 jobs you're hiring for. So definitely, stay connected to Michael. He's definitely somebody that, you're going to want to follow the journey of. You mentioned Twitter. Your Twitter is lit. Twitter seems to be the spot where a lot of these, crypto conversations happening. So people need to stay connected. But thank you, Michael, for joining us. We are happy to have had you, and have a great rest of the day.
All right. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Here. And I think it's time
Man, bro, so let me tell you what had went down. And I was 2 bands away from getting bro whole barbershop, bro. Oh my mama, bro. Peanut gonna call my phone talking about I just got paid. I looked at the phone. You just got paid? What? Man, where the dice at? I'm ready to shoot. We can roll. Last time I shot with him, 1,300 in my pocket. Easy.
Off top.
Off top. Easy.
So what happened?
What happened? Man, Peanut is what happened. Had me hot on my mama, hot. 7, 7, 7, 7. Back to back to back to back. Bro, I was mad. He was all in my bag, in my pockets, in my whole Duffy. I was ready to get out.
Basically what he is saying, he saved up his money to get a local barbershop. He then made a friendly business wager with Peanut in hopes to secure more money for his business. But eventually losing it all with one roll of the dice. Ray, what you think?
I think volatility is his problem, and I don't think he understands how to compound his talent and how to compound his money. What I mean is, if you just take big bets like that, you'll blow it all. You should invest in yourself, man, and then you learn more, and then when you learn more, you also make more money, and it compounds. You could have 2 barbershops, you could have 10 businesses if you know how to compound.
Basically, bro, what he's saying is slow money wins the race. You can still have a big upside even if you don't throw all your chips in the bag. Invest in yourself. Leave them dice alone. You don't need to invest in the dice. That's gonna ruin everything. Spread your money out. Let it build for yourself and work gradually, slowly. Anybody that's ever made a lot of money didn't make it fast. You feel me?
Feel you.
Off top. PG Lane.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors. Hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep? Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, stablecoin, we got the tips. Get ahead of the curve, time is now. Bitcoin at 40,000. What's the new cash cow? Become a tutor, make money from your knowledge. Turn the risk into wealth. We decentralized college. Enroll today before it's too late.
All right. Oh my gosh, what a phenomenal panel that we just had. It was so interesting because on the heels of, Mike Rehani over at Cash App, talking about what got him excited about being in this space and just, working at Cash App. It's like the perfect segue into careers because, even though a lot of organizations are, there are a slew of layoffs, it's so exciting to be able to share and to be able to hear about opportunities at the U.S. Coast Guard and Fidelity and, of course, Cash App. So I'm very excited to be welcoming each of you to Crypto for the Culture. Thank you for joining us. But before we get started, I just want to set the stage. So, ZipRecruiter reports the average crypto salary nationwide is approximately $144,000. So all I'm saying is that, they know that we know that they know that this is what's happening in our space. This is our second careers panel of the day. And just kind of, segueing from, Michael at Cash App to Millie at Cash App, let me give the folks that are tuning in a little bit of background, and I'm going to do this for each of you, just so when we say subject matter expert, they know exactly what we're talking about, what we mean by that. So Millie, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to make sure that I'm doing you justice. You're an engineering manager at Cash App. You're leading a team in crypto abstraction. You're working to increase access to Bitcoin and crypto across the world, all noble causes. So check. Yes. Okay, great.
Got it.
You're based in Perth, Australia. God bless you. I don't know what time it is there now, but
You do not want to know, Lisa.
That's why I'm giving you all the energy. Thank you for being all the way around the world, but joining us. You recently, though, Millie, this is super exciting, moved into management, and you're learning in public, what it means to be a leader in tech who's true to herself and who helps create teams with high trust and autonomy. Welcome.
Thank you, Lisa. That's a beautiful introduction.
I just want to make sure that you all know how appreciative we are, and those that are listening get to celebrate you as well. So next up we have Ashley Glover. Welcome, Ashley. So good to see you again. So good to see all of you again. You're currently the talent acquisition leader for Fidelity Investments. You manage the Crypto Recruiting Center of Excellence as well. You also are involved in several of Fidelity's business segments, including Fidelity Digital Assets, Fidelity Labs, the Fidelity Center for Applied Technology, and Fidelity Charitable. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, we could go on for across businesses forever, but those are some of the fun ones that people may have heard of. So.
And also, I love how we have two female powerhouses from Fidelity. Can we just have a moment on that? We had Sterling earlier today, and now we have you. So love celebrating that. Ashley, we're not done yet, though. Hold on a second. Hold on. You also lead the strategic talent sourcing function for Fidelity. And what's also stood out and is so in line with everything we represent at Crypto for the Culture, that also includes a diversity sourcing team aimed at generating talent for underrepresented communities. So thank you for all of that. And we're happy to have you. And this is definitely the place where you're going to get some good people. I have a good feeling about it.
Thank you. I do want to clarify, I have passed off the strategic sourcing team. I've got my hands full with all of the other stuff. I built it and handed it over to one of my colleagues, Hernan, who is a fabulous leader and doing amazing things with it. So, but I'm going to take credit for it, but he deserves it more than I do.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Open, honest, constructive, all of that. Excellent. Thank you for clarifying, and super happy to have you. And last but certainly not least is the decorated, honorable Dr. Ronzel Green, Captain of the U.S. Coast Guard. Now, Captain Green, you're also a senior executive and IT leader who's previously held the Chief Information Officer role at the U.S. federal government. Yes? I had to do my due diligence. I couldn't come to this conversation and not make sure I knew what I was talking about. Yes? Okay.
Yes, in the government.
Captain Green, your experience spans across system engineering, policy, acquisition, and program management in government and at Fortune 500 companies.
Yep.
Wow.
Great.
I mean, listen, you all are great. And it's so apropos that we're talking about careers at each of your respective organizations, because if, you're there doing the work that you're doing, how you're doing it, who doesn't want to work alongside you? So thank you, everyone, for joining us in our careers panel today. Super excited to have you. Ashley, I'm going to kick things off with you. So this is what's interesting. You began your career working in television at ABC. You were a production associate at Nightline, rubbing elbows with Ted Koppel. So how did you transition from television to talent acquisition, to a talent acquisition leader at Fidelity, managing, because I feel like, Crypto Recruiting Center of Excellence, that deserves an honorable mention. So how did you do it?
Yeah, great question. Some days I wake up and I'm like, how did this happen, right? I will tell you one of the common themes of those two things is that I love to learn. And I am nowhere near an expert in anything that I do, but I am passionate about always seeking to understand and love, just asking people questions and learning on a daily basis. So I would say that's that common theme there. The time in television was amazing. It's something I had dreamed about doing all through high school and prepared for. But the transition really came when the economy tanked in 2008. And I found myself looking for a new role. I didn't want to move to New York with the company. It wasn't in my cards. It wasn't in my future. I was engaged and moving south. And so I really started to look at what was out there, what was happening in the market. And so technology really was one of those key components to that. And I found an organization that was willing to teach me the X's and O's of recruiting. And so I just immersed myself in it. And it's amazing how something that you have no idea what to expect from it, and you just dive in head first and embrace it and grow with it. And that's kind of how that all transpired. I moved then into contingent labor at the company. I've had an amazing leadership team that has supported me for all of my career fidelity and helped develop me into who I am today, and really just kind of grow that potential for me.
I love that. And I also love the fact that that career arc is, it seems like they are diametrically opposed. Like we're talking about two different worlds. I mean,
Yes.
and we are, right?
Yeah.
But you were able to, kind of find your way. And it's exciting and also inspiring because a lot of people, again, may think that there aren't places for them in crypto because they're not engineers and what have you. But I love how your story dispels that myth. That's one of the common themes that we've heard from tons of our speakers throughout today. So thanks for echoing that sentiment.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So, I was supporting digital assets, which was kind of the foundation and the building block of digital assets at Fidelity. And it's growing and expanding across all of our products and areas, as you heard from Sterling earlier today, right? And it was one of those things where I didn't know crypto. My husband had been investing in crypto on the side, and I heard him talking about it. I knew nothing about it. But it was an opportunity to learn and challenge myself in a brand new way. And the people were fantastic. And I loved being able to lock arms with people who had that same mindset. They were, not as risk averse as some people might expect from a financial services organization, right? And we're all learning together and embrace that kind of concept of not knowing what is coming, what's next, but believing in meeting our customers where they need us to meet them.
I love that. I love that. And so Millie, I'll pass the baton to you. Tell me a little bit about your role at Cash App and your career journey. Like, how did you get to where you are?
Sure. No, first off, I love that story also, Ashley. I feel so excited and humbled to be in this room full of amazing people already. Like the imposter syndrome is creeping in a bit, but I'm going to do my
Millie, you're
best.
awesome. I already said it. I love.
Okay, if you say so. Thank you so much. Well, I guess, before I joined Cash App, I spent, about a decade in multimedia and engineering. But honestly, there was no other company like Cash App in Australia that was doing this kind of fintech at scale. And that's really what made this job and this opportunity so interesting to me. So, if we rewind a little bit, I studied multimedia in university, which is, I like to say it's the degree for people who don't know what they want to do. So it's a little bit of animation, it's drawing, video production, games, you name it. I probably did it. So I learned some basic coding and I made some terrible, awful WordPress websites. And that's kind of how I got started. I wasn't very good at it. But it wasn't until, I kind of interned at one of Australia's largest real estate websites, kind of like the Zillow of Australia, but obviously smaller scale. Where I kind of, I actually realized, wow, there are people who I just relate to and jive with here. Like, they're awkward, they're nerdy, they're just lovely, clever people. And I was like, wow, the tech industry, this is for me. And so I felt like I belonged for the first time. Because, it wasn't just the kind of men in basements kind of sweatily typing on keyboards, like a lot of the stereotype is. It was actually just like normal people. So, Cash App, it is quite, the actual app itself isn't available in Australia. So not many people know about it, but, a couple of my friends went to work there and they couldn't stop raving about it. And so when I interviewed and the recruiter said, would you like to join the machine learning team or the Bitcoin team? I kind of sat and said, well, they're both incredibly nerdy and I know nothing about either of them. So my wife is very into personal finance. She's taught me a lot. So I thought, well, if I join the Bitcoin team, I could teach her something. So that was kind of my inspiration for joining this team. I joined as an engineer and I've just recently transitioned to management, which is a whole journey, as everyone on this call probably knows.
I love that. And I love that you decided, to just take that Bitcoin opportunity because it would make you seem smarter to your partner. It's like, that's excellent. Like, whatever the motive.
A little cute. Look, we all do it very different ways, Lisa. We all take our own journeys.
No judgment, okay? Like, we're just happy you're here, and we're happy you're helping build the future. So thank you for that. And Captain Green, I think you may be the only person, at least that I know of, in the U.S. military speaking at this conference. So thank you for your service, first and foremost. And tell us, I think that a lot of people are maybe curious about what brought the U.S. Coast Guard to want to participate in this conversation about careers in crypto. So maybe first, Dr. Green, what does the U.S. Coast Guard do? I think that might be a good starting point.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Lisa, thanks for the kind introduction. I do really appreciate it. And these sessions, I usually like to start with something funny, but my kids tell me I'm not remotely funny. So I'll boom, boom, boom. No, the Coast Guard's, it's one of the 5 military services, 11 statutory missions, so search and rescue, defense, aids to navigation. You see the hurricanes come through. Definitely a humanitarian service. Really focuses on helping people domestically and also internationally. Crypto and our folks, we're investing a lot in the background and technology and looking for talented people in crypto. So, for example, I had an opportunity to serve at a cryptological unit. So we're looking for those talented people to come and serve their country. And for me, my journey definitely was, my father served, my grandfather served, and when they weren't able to go to college during that time period, but I was able to finish college. And at the time I was working for a great Fortune 100 company, but I always wanted to serve. And so I had the opportunity in the Coast Guard Reserve to sign up and serve part-time. And so giving people the opportunity to serve the country part-time so they still can do their professional career, but then they can also serve the country. And of course, there's benefits from Coast Guard Reserves, from pay and college for the kids and all those type of things. So we're definitely looking for talent. We're looking at a lot of opportunity for people, definitely from gender and people of color. We're looking for all types, but we're looking to recruit, the next generation, people that are looking to serve their country.
I love that. And I also love the fact that, the flexibility aspect, right? So you've got, part-time opportunities and, the benefits and, a lot of people who are, crypto world, whether they're, traders or what have you, they may not consider the U.S. Coast Guard as a place where they can have the option to work on a part-time basis and still, work on building their companies and what have you. So that's really excellent. My next question is, Ashley, let's talk a little bit about, I think you've been at Fidelity for maybe like over 4 years now, or is it longer than that?
I just hit 10 years this month. So yeah, it feels like 4 years. It does not feel like I've been here for 10, but.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Over almost 10 years. Congratulations on your decade of awesomeness and amazing work at Fidelity.
I started when I was 10. You all know that, right?
Actually, I'm like,
don't do the math. Don't do the math.
How could it be? Like, I don't know. Are they hiring, teenagers now? But saying that to say, 10 years at Fidelity. What do you love the most about the company, and what do you love the most about all of the jobs that you've held?
Yeah. So I'm trying to hold back the excitement and screaming it out to you all. I love Fidelity. Fidelity is my home. It is the type of place where I actually left briefly a while ago. And when I left, I realized the people and the leadership are remarkable. And it's unlike any place I've ever worked. And you can't put a value on that, in my opinion. And that's what's kept me here for 10 years, is that we have really smart people to work with first and foremost. And I feel challenged and like I can learn from everybody that's whether it's my leadership team or the people on my team that report to me. I learn every single day from the remarkable people around me. And Fidelity really is just an entire culture of that. I also feel like our leadership is just so thoughtful of what is coming down the pike, and we have a history of innovation, and it's really unique to be able to say you have a history of innovation. That's a really unique combination that you have, where your company is A, established enough that it has a history, and B, has been a leader in innovation. And so, you know, for me, those are some really key components to my career at Fidelity. I would also say, you know, that we have a leadership team of like very underrepresented groups, and our leader is a female, like the owner of the company is a woman. Yes. So, and Abby is one of those people who like, it's a culture of supporting one another, no matter what your background is. And, you know, I'm from a really tiny town in the middle of Kansas, right? Like I am not a New Englander from a high prestigious college or anything like that. This is my second career, like all kinds of areas where you would feel inadequate in so many ways in an organization like the size of Fidelity or the scope of Fidelity, but I've never once felt like that. And I think that's a credit to our ability to think and react differently to the talent that we have in our hands and develop them really, really well.
I love the fact that, you know, Abigail Johnson, your CEO, right? Like being, again, a woman in an industry that we are grossly underrepresented, and you know, leveraging that platform and leaders like yourself that are representing, you know, representing inclusion, you know, and making a concerted effort to create an ecosystem within your organization that's reflective of your customers, you know, like that is so vital to, you know, our ethos here at Crypto for the Culture, which is why we're connecting our community with opportunities at organizations like the U.S. Coast Guard, like CAP, and of course, Fidelity. So thank you for sharing. Millie, let me ask you this, right? You mentioned you were an individual contributor when you were first recruited to Cash App, and now you're an engineering manager. So can you tell us a little bit about that experience, like the transition and maybe even some of the upskilling you had to do to be, prepared to take on that managerial?
Sure. Look, there are so many things I could talk about in transitioning to this role. I really thought when I chose to be an engineering manager, when I was given this opportunity, that I was like, oh, I'm already doing it. It's fine. It won't be that much different. And boy, was I wrong, because, you know, at Cash App, the parallel tracks, you know, a promotion from IC doesn't make you an EM. So you actually have to move sideways. And I think that's really important because they are different jobs and they do require different skills. And you know, to me, one of the most important things is hiring. You know, I mean, Ashley knows, right? As an engineering manager, I get to be responsible for building, you know, a diverse and inclusive team for the first time. You know, in previous roles, I was always put into teams, mostly with guys, and I didn't get to kind of choose who I work with. And now I actually get to make those very deliberate, conscious decisions about, you know, who I think can help build the future of finance at Cash App, right? You know, when I became an EM, you know, December last year, my team was 2 people. It was great, but, you know, I was tasked with grow this team from 2 to 6. And I thought, well, I want to be very deliberate here. I don't want to just pick the first people in the pool. I wanted to create a very diverse, you know, not just gender as well. You know, we talk about intersectionality when it comes to diversity, right? So I wanted to make sure that people from different career backgrounds, you know, we have medical researchers, we have civil engineers, and, you know, cultural as well. We have people from Iran, Israel, Vietnam. You know, my team is just amazing. And we have a perfect kind of, you know, 50-50 gender split. And that's one of our superpowers at Cash App, is that this thing is first and foremost the most important thing when it comes to building teams at Cash App. And now I get to be at the forefront of that. So honestly, that is actually one of the most exciting things about my job, is building and growing those kinds of people. So if I could leave, you know, you with just one more tip about, you know, becoming an EM and hiring, it's, you know, avoid hiring the brilliant jerks. We all know them. We've all worked with them, you know, great at their job, but honestly, no one wants to work with them, right? So, at Cash App, we definitely value lots of different skills, and some of those are, technical skills, but a lot of them are communication and collaboration and different ways of thinking. So look, people can learn and grow, but you can't teach kindness, right? So honestly, that's the most important thing.
You're like, I just want to work with good human beings. Is that too much to ask?
It's not that hard. It shouldn't be.
I think we could all.
It goes a long way.
It really does.
Oh my God. No, thank you for that. That is so important. And I love the fact that you also too mentioned, like, you have folks from such different, backgrounds. You mentioned, civil engineers and, like people that are not necessarily, you wouldn't necessarily think, like Ashley was saying, that you'd find yourself, in the financial arena and in tech and what have you. So it's just so exciting to see how, there's really space for everybody.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. And, each of your organizations, there are quite a bit of roles. And we invite our audience to look at the resource guide and go and learn about what opportunities there are at Fidelity, learn about what opportunities there are at Cash App, learn about what opportunities there are at the U.S. Coast Guard. And actually, are there any particular roles that you want to highlight in terms of like prioritization, just so folks know?
I would say from Fidelity's standpoint, right? We have a plethora of roles open, so I can't choose a favorite child. That wouldn't be fair to anybody. But I can tell you, even if you find a role that's not posted and tied to crypto, or that's posted and not tied to crypto, we are developing our entire associate population in this area. We're rolling out learning resources for all of our employees and growing the knowledge base. And so even if you come in the door and you want to learn crypto, but it's not something that you're signing up for day one, I encourage you to explore a career at Fidelity, because there are opportunities to grow and move within the organization to that point down the road. Like, Fidelity has a huge focus on mobility within our organization, because you can bring so much value and knowledge from the skill set across the firm into different areas. And that really makes you a really well-rounded employee. So I would suggest, right, even if it's not your dream job day one, there's a lot of opportunity to grow within the walls too.
Yeah. And one thing on the Coast Guard side, definitely various roles. And it depends if you want to diversify your skill set. Definitely we have crypto, but there's other roles you can do. And the great thing about the Coast Guard, you can do it part-time and still kind of concentrate on your career. And one thing I didn't mention, so our commandant, the person that leaves her service over the summer, Linda Fagan, is the first woman to lead a military service, so the Air Force, Marine Corps. But she has a quote. She says, tomorrow looks different, and so should we. So tomorrow looks different, and so should we. So as we're looking at different, diverse thoughts and diverse viewpoints and all those type of things, bring them in the Coast Guard, and so we can make better decisions for the country. So, definitely a career, but definitely for your folks to reach out, go to the website, figure out if they want to diversify their skill. Definitely leadership and taking care of people is kind of one of the trademarks of the Coast Guard. So looking forward to it.
Yeah,
love that.
Maybe I can just underscore here what Ashley and the captain said here. I mean, I want to join the Coast Guard now. This is very, very cool. But honestly, crypto has opportunities for people with all kinds of skills, marketing, design, communications, recruiting, accounting. There are crypto accountants. You don't have to be an engineer. I work with all kinds of people all day. And code, honestly, is just such a small part of it. So like Ashley said at the start, we're really trying to dispel this myth and bring everyone into crypto, because the future of money requires everyone's voice. And I really love that quote, that tomorrow looks different and so should we. I mean, that could be the slogan for Bitcoin, right? Like, that is just beautiful.
Oh my God, this is touching. Oh, wow. Guys, I want to just give you all virtual hugs. This is a virtual hug, okay? I'm literally giving you virtual hugs. That was so inspiring and just so it gave me pause, because it got the wheels in my mind turning around how many people need to hear this conversation so that they can also calibrate their future, right? We're talking about industries of growth. There are a lot of industries that are contracting, and the reality is tech and, blockchain, just like the Web3 world in general, it's exploding with opportunity. And it's so exciting that the people that are watching this get to hear about the incredible employment opportunities at the U.S. Coast Guard, at Cash App, at Fidelity. I mean, it's amazing. And there's a lot of people out there that, you know, might be needing a jolt of inspiration, might be needing to be reminded that, you know, there are a lot of things happening in the world that we may not like, but, you know, there are things that are happening that are in fact uplifting. And thank you for being a part of a conversation that reinforced that.
Yeah, Lisa, I would say, you know, one of the cool things about this is everybody who's attending or watching this has taken the first step to really explore a new career, and that takes courage. And so I applaud everybody who clicks on this later or is on here now. It really is an exciting time to embrace what's next for you. Fidelity has an investor mindset. And so when things dip, we really lean in to meet our customers and to come out, you know, with that investor mindset ahead in the market. And so I think that that's one of those things where if your career dips, don't take it as a knockdown, take it as an opportunity to lean forward and step forward. And so I think that they've done the first step in that just by joining here.
I love that. And I invite the rest of you, Millie and Captain Green, if you want to share any final thoughts before we wrap up.
Captain Green, do you want to go first?
Sure. No, so first, thanks for the opportunity. I knew we're definitely wrapping up, but I do like the comments. You know, this is the first step. You know, even in, you know, Coast Guard kind of part-time employment or Fidelity or Cash App, you know, kind of move your career forward. Because, you know, that's the opportunity. And, you know, the goal is to make sure everyone has opportunity. And, you know, this is definitely a space that you can get the opportunity and move forward. Kind of is up to you. So thanks.
Yeah. And thank you, Lisa, for organizing. This is amazing. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Captain Green. You know, I will just maybe end with, you know, technology is constantly evolving. A lot of people think they need very specific skills to like get a job right now. But honestly, it's about that growth mindset. It's about passion and excitement, and just the ability to learn and grow is the most important thing. So honestly, if you don't know Solidity or C++, like it's okay. There's room for you here, and we'll embrace you. Like we'll embrace you as you are. So please join us, and yeah, join the future.
Join the future. Well, I'm going to close out with Ebony, who said that she needed to hear that. She needed to hear this panel today. And, you know, that's the kind of feedback that really reminds us how critical it is to be having these conversations. So thank you again for taking the time to speak with us and sharing opportunities at Fidelity, at Cash App, at US Coast Guard. Thank you for being the people that you are and really embodying the DeFi All Odds, right? That ethos that we've been talking about today. Thank you for being the personification of that. Super excited to continue to follow your journeys, and we will make sure that everyone, including the team at Crypto Tutors, stays in touch with you all. We have a resource guide where folks can learn more about your opportunities and also educational resources that you're offering. So with that being said, thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of the day, and we're going to go to a commercial break.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa.
Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
They say the future depends on us. How we move, how we step, how we shoot. They say we in control. I don't be feeling like it sometimes, but you know what? Manifest it. Go outside and try. And try. And try some more. Cause even when you fail, you still win. How much you willing to invest in yourself? The Bitcoin Classic, Harlem.
This is Arculus. It turns your phone into a vault for your digital assets. It uses 3-factor authentication, so without these, nobody's getting in. No special device charging or verifications, no tiny keypads or buttons, just one-tap access to an intuitive, easy-to-use dashboard that lets me buy, swap, send, and receive top cryptocurrencies. Remember, your keys, your crypto.
Did I ever do the rap for you? Did I ever do the rap for you?
I haven't heard the rap. I'm ready to hear the rap.
God, that track right there. Okay, because we're waiting for Letta J to join. Who's actually gonna? Hey, there
Hey,
she
guys.
go. All right. We got a full house. Summer, what's up? Summer, what's up?
Hey, girl.
Yes. Okay. It's a transition, right? Like they've been kind of having the crypto tutors fancified experience, but Letta J, I'm going to be passing the baton to you. However, before I do, I got to make sure that they know what's good. I have to make sure that everybody that's tuning in understands who in fact is a Letta J and why she's running point on moderating this discussion. Okay. So to say modern Renaissance woman is kind of like, okay, but what does that really mean? Well, Grammy nominated, champion gamer, Stanford alumni of Stanford University, engineering grad. You're the founder of a video game startup that became the first offline subscription-based gaming society in the world called Coexist Gaming. But you know what? They may have seen you. They may have actually seen you on the Netflix docuseries The Future of Gaming. A woman after my own heart who's dedicated her life to empowering and motivating marginalized communities through education and activism. My soul sister from another mister.
I love it. I am so honored to be here. Thank you.
Wait, are you in the car? I feel like, are you like in a cab right now? That's how I know
I
you're in
am.
here.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I literally just left Women Impact Tech. I was speaking on a panel. So I'm like one panel to the next, and I've been excited all day and trying to make it work.
Well, my love, I am going to pass it to you. I love how this is how gangster in real crypto for the culture is. She's in Uber right now, doing the thing. So you know what, lady, I'm gonna let you point. But one other thing I had to add though, because this is super dope. You're going to be anyone that attended Crypto for the Culture, attendees will get an ultimate day pass for the Coexist Game House in the NYC. So just had to call that out. That's the kind of love you're showing. So without further ado, I'm gonna let you do your thing, and I'm gonna drop off and let Letta J get it popping with OP and Summer.
I love it. Yes. So I'm super honored to be a part and to be moderating, and I'm really excited. Thank you for that amazing intro. I want to reciprocate and give an amazing intro from Ms. Summer Watson, who is the president and co-founder of the WYE Media Company, which is home of the NFT Native Young Black Digital Explorer Aku. Just like, we'll get into that. But the president of Volume 1, a joint venture with Epic Records, focused on developing pop artists, AJ Mitchell, Eddie Benjamin, Kid Culture. Summer is a consumer tech veteran, literally having led content, marketing, and product at Playdom, inspired by Disney, TuneIn, Episode, Pocket Games. I mean, literally the list goes on, guys. But Summer previously founded fashion, beauty, luxury industry leader CS Global as well, and is a heir with Pusha T. So she's just here to explain the NFTs, and she's here to stay. So don't get it twisted. The brains behind the coup. Please welcome Summer Watson.
Great to be here. Thank you. And then we'll throw to OP as well, or do you need? Or we might have lost.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My mic wasn't on.
I think we've lost.
I'm raving about. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah,
We hear you now.
I love it. Okay, perfect. So Tally Labs, yes. So OP is the head of engineering at Tally Labs, which is building a home for future community-generated franchises and content. So co-created communities, Jenkins, the Valet, and Bored Ape change the ownership dynamic with NFTs to have equity in the project and allow people to drive the project. The project and create content together. So previously to Tally Labs, he worked in engineering leadership at multiple late-stage consumer startups. He's been in the crypto field since 2016, but really made a deep plunge into the NFT world through NBA Top Shop in early 2021. So please, let's introduce Tally Labs. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for the intro, Letta J.
I love it.
Whew. We got New York in the background around you. I love it. First of all, I just want to say I'm so honored to be here. I immediately recognize I'm not worthy to be on this panel with the two of y'all, but y'all are amazing. Also, shout out to Lisa for bringing the energy like she always does.
Everybody.
Lisa's.
Thank you, Lisa. I thought
Lisa has the most infectious. Lisa has the most infectious energy ever. I want to bottle it and I want to take injections of it daily. But we're gonna get this thing kicked off. So for those that are watching and do not know what an NFT is, can you all please explain it or just describe it?
I had an experience recently. A videographer who I adore, and just for the life of him, has been absolutely confused by NFTs for a year straight. We're really close. He came to Aku World in Miami, sat in on panels. He met all the people, and he still came away and said he was the only person that I knew that came away and said he still didn't understand. So fast forward a little while, he actually went on the road with one of the Volume 1 artists. He had not traveled very much ever in his life. And so this was a huge moment for him. He went, they were opening up for Justin Bieber. So he got to see a lot of different places, and it just, obviously an experience he really wanted to remember. We sat down for lunch, and he was showing me something on his phone, and I saw that he had dozens, like way more boarding passes saved in his Apple Wallet than I thought was healthy. I am obsessive, and I delete mine every single time I'm done. And I said, "What are you doing? Do you need to delete those? Do you need help?" He was like, "I know the shortcut to delete them all at once." And he said, "No, this reminds me of all the places that we went." And I said, "Oh, amazing. Okay, so what happens if you don't back up your phone and you drop it in some water, or Apple stops supporting the wallet?" He was like, "Man, that sucks. I lose them all, right?" I'm like, if they had been NFTs and minted on the blockchain, then no, they'd still be in your wallet. And immediately, after like a year of him struggling to try to figure out what NFTs were, he went, "Oh, I get it." So that's my favorite explanation so far. And I'd love to hear, obviously, OP's opinion, but that's been one of my favorites so far, because that was someone I really having a hard time getting through.
I love that. I feel like so many times you have to make a connection to something that someone already knows to kind of define what an NFT is, right? Non-fungible token, that means nothing to 99.999% of people in the space. And outside the space, in all spaces, right? Like it's not a great descriptive name. I've used a few before. I've talked to my parents about kind of trading cards or things that you can kind of think about. I really like to distill it down to this idea of a little more abstract, of a unique item on the internet that has some attributes around it that you can define at any point, and it can really have any value that you want. And I think one of the things that I think about how we've used them at Tally Labs is we've used them, we thought about them as characters, right? An individual NFT or a PFP, a profile picture as a character. We've thought about them as access tokens, right? We owning an NFT to get into a website. And those are just kind of two use cases that we've used immediately. But I think in general, it's really thinking about uniqueness and this individual kind of item that you can own and pass around. And can use for a multitude of purposes based on what community you're in. So it's in many ways it's a blank box. But yeah, I love getting back to like the really concrete examples when you're with people who have ideas of what NFTs may or may not be.
Those are great descriptions, really informative. Thank you both for providing that. So for those watching that may not be familiar with Tally Labs or Aku, what are you most known for, and what are you solving for?
I'll let you go.
I can jump in first really quickly. Yeah, so Tally Labs is basically, as you so eloquently put at the very beginning, building IP and software for communities to really engage, and mainly right now through storytelling. So Tally Labs was essentially born out of our two co-founders buying a Bored Ape NFT, right, with the intention of storytelling through it. And that blew up, right? They created a character called Jenkins the Valet. He looked like a valet. He had the valet hat, valet vest, and started telling stories about this fictional world that was the Bored Ape Yacht Club through Twitter mainly, and attracted a lot of the original Bored Ape community. People really wanted to contribute their creation, their creative ideas to what this work could be. And so as you think about that, what is the next level of this community? We've turned that into a book called Bored and Dangerous, which is the first community generative work that's come out of the NFT world. It was written by Neil Strauss, who's a 10 times New York Times bestseller. So it's some amazing power behind this book, but it was directly contributed to and created by a lot of these apes and these mutants who had, founded their creative streak, created a backstory, really contributed to exactly what the arc or what the story or what kind of the next items in this universe were going to be. And seeing the success of that has really taken us to the level of, okay, this is something that we've done. There are tons of creative people in this universe, in this world, in the Web3 world, not. How do we continue to support all of these kind of initiatives that we think that we want to continue to do, but also we think that so many people can kind of use their creative juices to do so. And so we've kind of channeled that into two things. One is Ozurvala, which is our own IP universe that we're creating and storytelling through the technology that we're creating. And this technology we want to use to enhance this experience in Ozurvala, right? To allow people to vote on lore and kind of blur the lines between fan fiction and kind of any sort of creator canon and lore, and really drive this community forward. And so our hope is that we continue to do this on our own, but also build these software tools in this platform that allow others in the community to see this same kind of a shift within theirs. I think the fundamental part of it is for us, NFT like ownership has kind of changed the structure of ownership and relation between fans and creators. And so like that's a lot of what we're building on right now.
I love that. Thank you. And so just in the interest of time, Summer, I want you to answer that, but I'm also going to kind of couple another question in there for you. So, because you both run multi-million-dollar NFT businesses, I'd like Summer for you to also answer, what is your secret to success? Even after you tell us a little bit more about what you're solving for.
So Aku's a young black kid with a space helmet. He's a digital character that we launched last February of 2021. So it was a little bit before a lot of the hype cycle that people caught. And we launched him differently. So we launched him in a series of episodic chapters. So short animated videos that give you a sense of Aku and start to tell some of his story. He's running around in the real world with real clothes and just a space helmet. So when you see him, you immediately wonder what's going on with this kid. Why does he have so much confidence? He walks with a lot of swagger too. And we've really stood him up to be what he naturally has been, which is a symbol for empowering people to dream without limitations. He was created, born out of a very innocent question. Hopefully many of you have heard by now that my partner and the creator of Aku's nephew had asked if astronauts could be black. And Micah's immediate reaction was to go to his garage and start painting his nephew with a space helmet. Micah's an artist. And quickly realized that art has some physical art has some limitations in how much reach it can get, but was seeing how people resonated and thought, how can we get this out to more people? And so that's how he came to be a digital character launched, through NFTs. So for us from day one, it's been much more about Aku and what he can bring to people who, frankly, are like us. We both come from very different backgrounds where we haven't necessarily
Community is really huge for you.
Path where we have dreamt outside of the box, and we want to empower anyone to have a lot of confidence in what they dream for. We may be known for a few things. We did one of the first, if not the first, big physical installations. We took over 30,000 square feet of space over 3 days in Art Basel, and just brought people together to learn tech, culture, crypto, art, music. We had physical art curated emerging Black artists, had a private event with Kehlani and AJ Mitchell performing Halik Mall, but also had these activations where people could go into a larger-than-life helmet and see some of Aku's world. Launched Akutars this February with brand partners. A big part of what we do is really try to stay in touch, stay relevant, and meet people where they are. So we brought people from our network. Pusha T was one of the first people to ever talk about Aku outside of crypto, but we also brought in Puma, Billionaires Boys Club, Paper Planes, Upscale Vandal, Who Decides War, and have since just built out all of those channels to help bring Aku, expand his reach even outside of NFTs. So for us, these NFTs have always been, one of several ways that we want to get him out into the world. And Aku made the cover of Time magazine in August, which was a wonderful image to see on the cover of such a amazing publication. While we wait to get Letta back, I would say we have a long way to go. So we've, it's been a crazy couple of years. So blessed to have been in front of as many people as we have. There's been over $100 million in volume of sales of Aku, so there's been a lot of energy around who he is and a lot of support for where we could take him next. And the number one thing for us, I think, is just to always remember that everything we do is much bigger than us. This was never about Micah or me. We have an incredible team. It's not about them. It's about all of us. When we hit the cover of Time, Push was actually in LA, and immediately, like, this biggest grin on his face, big hug, and said, "We made time." And that was the moment, right? It is we, like, all of us, all of this space, everyone who comes across Aku, and all the people that are yet to. Keeping that humility and knowing that you've just got to take it step by step, ups or downs. It's more important than you.
I love that. Thank you, Summer. Okay, so just to kind of switch it up a little bit, we're now going to actually hear from Sandy Carter. So Sandy Carter is a leading voice in technology, social media, Web3, metaverse, who's been recognized as the top 10 most powerful women in tech for CNN. She's currently the Senior Vice President of Business Development and Channel Chief at Unstoppable Domains. And in this role, she's really responsible for driving new partnerships, integrations for Web3 and the metaverse. And her mission is to onboard and the world, actually, into a decentralized web by building blockchain-based identity platforms. She was a general manager at IBM, a Silicon Valley startup founder, vice president at Amazon Web Services. Please welcome Sandy Carter.
Okay, I am extremely excited to be here today. It's amazing what these two amazing women have accomplished. Let me just tell you a little bit about Unstoppable and what we're doing and why we believe that a commitment to education is so very important. At Unstoppable, what we do is we really focus on a digital identity. Now, what is a digital identity? Digital identity is different in Web 2 than in Web 3. In Web 2, your identity is actually tagged to an application. You have a different ID for Google, for Pinterest, for Twitter. In the Web 3 world, though, that digital identity actually travels with you. So if you think about it, in Web 2, people started by getting an email address. In Web 3, we believe that you'll start by getting that Web 3 digital identity or a domain. And we do believe that that will be as ubiquitous as email was in Web 2. And here, that digital identity is something that you own and you control. You can do so much with that Web 3 digital identity. I wish I could show it to you, because not only can you use it to pay or transact with in a human way, using something like sandy.nft versus a long stream of letters and numbers that nobody really knows what they are. But in addition, you can use it in the metaverse to log in, to tag your avatar, use that as your avatar name. In gaming, I love to game and I want that leaderboard not to say some crypto address, but my name, sandy.nft. So you can actually use it as your leaderboard name. You can also leverage it to do encrypted end-to-end email, which is so freaking cool. And you can build out that digital identity by linking all your social media accounts to that domain and put a picture, like I have a BFF picture and a Fame Lady picture that I set that profile for. I think it's pretty amazing that today I have about 20 use cases that you can do with that particular digital domain. Now, that data stays with you, it's owned by you, which for me is so powerful, so incredibly powerful. I actually think it's not just something cool to do or even essential to do. I think owning that digital domain is actually a human right. Now, because we think this is so important and there's so many amazing use cases that you can do with it, if you did RSVP for cryptofortheculture.io, we will send you a recording of the conference along with a link to register for that domain credit, which will then be used to get your unstoppable digital identity. Now, when you're doing that digital identity, make sure you think about, using your name, because that will stay with you. It will travel with you through the metaverse. So choose carefully as you look at that. They're also addicting because, I also own Pink Lady, which I'm always wearing pink. Today I'm wearing red, but Lady in pink versus Lady in red. So think carefully about how you want to be known. Again, it was such an honor to be here with two incredible founders who are changing the world. And that's what this is all about. Grab that digital identity. It is your human right to own your own data and own your own digital identity and really enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Watch party at my place tonight. Grabbing snacks. Who wants what?
Cash apping you for some pizza.
Oh, let's get some pizza, honey. Maybe some candy, a little bit of chips, guacamole. We can get some ham, hot mac.
I like chips, salsa. Gruyere is really delicious.
You guys know I'm easy. Pizza would be great.
Nice. Well, and maybe some sushi, some crab cakes, key lime pie. That's money. That's Cash App.
Gold standard for women empowerment. Like I came back and we're planning a training and I'm like, we have to add more.
Hey, Club.
Hey there.
How
Hi,
are you?
everyone. How y'all
Hey,
doing?
it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Yes. So, Adrian, you met Courtney in Charlotte. Amina works with Courtney.
I kind of put that together. I was like, oh. Now I met Courtney. Now I met Amina. Y'all doing it over there at Cash App.
We're trying to,
I see you all. I see you.
You're making dreams come true.
That's right.
So I am not moderating this panel. I'm going to be passing the baton to Clev. And before I do, I just want to set the stage. Many folks know who she is, but I just wanted to give a little bit of context again around, all of the accomplishments and what makes you, Clev, so uniquely qualified to moderate this powerful and timely discussion. So if I may, you are the executive director of the Blockchain Foundation, an industry-wide crypto education platform. Another sister in education. Love it. Love to see it. You're also an advisor to the Blockchain Association. You are a Web3 expert. Again, why, we're bringing you to Crypto for the Culture. You've been profiled in ABC, NPR, Washington Post, Time Magazine. You're a Washington insider. You've previously served as an Obama presidential appointee and senior staffer in Congress. If that wasn't enough, because I got it, you know what I'm saying? The Clevolution.
I love it. I love it.
Author of the Clevolution, My Quest for Justice in Politics and Crypto. I have my signed copy. Where is it at? Okay.
I paid her to do this.
Not you know,
I need one now. I need a signed copy.
you need a signed copy. I feel like,
sure
you know,
I do.
we'll work it out. Adrian, I might know somebody who knows somebody to get you that signed copy. But
Let
we'll
me
get to
know,
it.
because I think I know who you're talking about.
But truly, before I leave the virtual stage, it is my honor and distinct pleasure to introduce my Haitian sister from another mister, the legendary Cleve Messidor.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Oh my God. Lisa is amazing. And before we begin our session, I just want to acknowledge how amazing Lisa and Nina are and commend the work that they've been doing with this conference and with this level of thought leadership. So on that note, I'm excited for all of you to hear from our very, very dynamic speakers as we talk about legislation and governance. So I'm going to just share a little bit about them, but they'll get an opportunity to actually talk a bit more. But today we will be hearing from Amina Ross, who is the head of policy at Cash App, an ecosystem within Black. She is responsible for strategic policy decisions across Cash App at the local, state, federal, and global level. Amina is also a managing director for federal government affairs at the Securities Industry Financial Markets Association, FEMA. And previously, like me, she served on the Hill. She served in the office of Congressman Al Green, who is a member of the House Financial Services Committee, and also chairman of the Financial Services Subcommittee and on Oversight and Investigations, where she served as chief of staff and also previously as a legislative director. So it's always great to have women from the Hill, women of color from the Hill, join the crypto revolution. Yes. But it's also nice to have some brothers as well. So Adrian Hell is he is at Foundry, one of my favorite companies. Adrian is the director of economic and community development. He joined them last December, but has been doing amazing things. Adrian is a proud son and champion of Rochester, New York, for those of you who are out there.
That's right.
He previously created and oversaw the Office of Workforce Development, Regional Talent Strategy, and Education Initiatives at the Greater Rochester Chamber of Commerce. On that note, you know, I want the audience to understand that there are lots of access points in crypto and there are lots of different players, but today you're going to be hearing from two industry leaders who are executives at top companies in the crypto realm, right? So they have that unique perspective, right, working in these companies. So I want to kick off by having them share what they do at their companies and their role. So ladies first, Amina, tell us a bit about, you know, what you do at Cash App and the intersection of cryptocurrency.
Yeah. So thanks, Cleve. I want to thank Crypto Tutors for putting together this fantastic conference and for making it accessible to everyone, which is right in line with Cash App's core mission, which is to redefine people's relationship with money by making it more relatable, instantly available, and universally accessible. So as head of policy for Cash App, what do? I'm responsible for the local, state, federal, and international policy development and strategic priorities for the platform. And I also wanted to acknowledge Cleve and all of the amazing work that you've done over the years to make this space so much more accessible to everyone so that they can be a part of the movement as well. So kudos to you. Cash App is an easy way for people to store, send, receive, spend, and invest money. Our platform provides a variety of personal finance tools from peer-to-peer payments, investing in the traditional stock market, But more specifically for this conversation, we also provide our customers with a way to buy, sell, transfer, and even gift Bitcoin. We've also allowed our customers the ability to use an overlay to the Bitcoin network called Lightning, and that started earlier this year. So at Cash, we see Bitcoin as an instrument of economic empowerment, providing a way for anyone to participate in a global monetary system through more efficient, cost-effective remittance to financial tools and creating opportunities to build wealth, which I know is a big passion for you, Clev. It is a global, decentralized, deflationary, and secure method of payment. And Block is investing in technologies that lower the barriers to entry, reduce the cost, and improve the utility of Bitcoin. And we prioritize these investments because we believe Bitcoin is for everyone. All you need is an internet connection to engage with it, no matter who you are, where you live, what you look like, your financial institution or situation, or your credit history. So with a borderless, internet-enabled monetary system, financial information can move quickly with low costs and be open to all. So that's kind of ethos at Cash, but I'll turn it back to you, Clev.
Oh my God, you have an amazing job, amazing job.
Right.
And I love that they've integrated the Lightning Network, which is amazing. But one of my favorite things to tell people about Cash App is COVID. During COVID, you remember all the stimulus checks people got? There were articles upon articles about how many people direct deposit those stimulus checks right into their Cash App Bitcoin accounts. So amazing. Yes. Well, Adrian, you have an interesting story. Rochester is really positioned interestingly, and in the work that Foundry is doing. And oh my God, this apprenticeship program that you guys have is amazing. So tell us a bit more about what you're doing and some of the things that you've been able to affect in terms of change at Foundry.
Yeah. So first off, I want to just piggyback on what Amina said, and I want to shout you out, Clev, as one of the original OGs for people of color in this space. Because if it wasn't for pioneers like you, we would not be in the roles that we're in, doing the work that we're doing. So thank you so much. I was super excited to leave my role at the Chamber of Commerce, overseeing our economic, workforce, and education office, when Mike Collier, the CEO of Foundry, came over to the CEO of the Chamber, a man named Bob Duffy. For Amina, he was our lieutenant governor in New York State, and then he was the mayor and police chief of Rochester. But he's been a mentor of mine since I was about 23, 24 years old. So I was there most of my career. Mike came over and said that Foundry was seeing exponential growth. They went from 3 employees to 180. And he said, we need to figure out a way to connect what we're doing to some of the challenges in Rochester. So I'm like, I hear you. I'm not sold on Bitcoin. I'm not really sold on this man, right? So a couple meetings into it, I see his sincerity and his commitment to it. And so I left to come over here and oversee the economic and community development portfolio for Foundry. The first program I launched was called the Mining Engineer Fellowship. And for you, come over here, y'all. I want them to see y'all. I got the fellows in here right now, so they're listening. Teresa in there, right? So the Mining Engineer Fellowship launched. And what we did was take young adults in Rochester who graduated from our city school district and plug them into Foundry. And what that ended up becoming was a business line called Foundry Deploy. So earlier, right before the Cash App commercial, if you saw the Foundry Deploy fact sheet, that is now a business service that the Mining Engineer Fellows run, and they're going to take it over at some point once they upskill their way to do so. But they're leading that whole effort. And what that is if you don't know what Foundry is, we are the infrastructure arm of the digital currency group, right? So you probably know Grayscale, Genesis, Coinbase, HQ, Trade Block, all the other subs. But for them, we are the infrastructure arm. So all the proof of work mining, we support about 10 different proof of stake protocols. Foundry Deploy is a huge part of that effort, right? It's getting miners to actual miners or machines to miners, and then getting them up and running and making sure operations are taking place. So aside from that, now we're also working with our local school district on a blockchain 001. And I say that because blockchain 101 oftentimes is way over folks' head. So right now, myself, one of the other OGs in this space, Josh Bynum on our team, and a curriculum writer from the school district are putting together a curriculum that hopefully will allow young people not just to take it and get exposed, but they can use it for graduation credit. Okay, so they'll actually get credit to graduate. And then last but not least, and I know, Claire, we talked a little bit about use cases. So a local non-for-profit. So let me step back, context. There's a huge effort right now called systems integration, which takes government agencies, workforce preparation and workforce training organizations, nonprofits, and other civic institutions who all have data of priority population folks, and say, how do we give them sovereignty over their data so that they can control it? And so a nonprofit reached out and said, hey, we heard about blockchain. We know you guys are in town. Systems integration is going on. They're going to start transferring data between all these different institutions. How do we give these families sovereignty to make sure that they own their data and maybe even tokenize or economize it? And so now we're collaborating. So this is early, but we're collaborating with a nonprofit to see if we can get folks to own their data, select the blockchain that makes the most sense, maybe create a token like Claire was telling me about Oak Coin at the last event we were at, right? But maybe a rock coin, right? Where every time folks' data is transferred, that they can have ownership. And that's conversations, everything from actual hardware. Is it a watch? Like, how is it going to be stored and housed? What blockchain makes the most sense? What's the most secure? So a bunch of different things in our portfolio right now to see how can we apply these technologies, this blockchain technology, to solve some of our greatest socioeconomic challenges. And I'll close with this, just so you know, Amina, right? Rochester is the third poorest city in the United States of America. Childhood poverty, we are number 2. So 1 out of every Hispanic and Latino young person in our city is born into poverty. We're 5th in homicides. We lead in males of color dropping out and having single female head of households, right? So we're one of those communities. So it's really important that an organization like Foundry do as much as it can to not just do its part, if you will, but also find ways that work so we can scale them and share best practices. And so that's pretty much what I'm trying to lead up here at Foundry.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. When I say amazing, I love Foundry, but I also love the fact that, we know Black and Latino communities lead national adoption of cryptocurrency. And we know as we build a decentralized economy, a decentralized industry, we have to lead with inclusion in mind. And that's exactly what Foundry is doing, right? And that's exactly what we've seen with Black and some of their initiatives. So that is a great level set for this conversation. Now, we're talking about legislation and governance, right? Why that matters for exactly what you both described is because right now, because of decentralization, ownership is possible. We're seeing, adoption, the nerve center of adoption in communities of color. But we know that there are policy implications that might affect that, right? And for the first time, communities of color are leading, but the policy considerations are having a direct impact on those early entrepreneurs. So just to level set really quickly, for those of you, tuning in virtually, crypto is regulated, right? Don't sit there being scared, right? It's regulated at the federal level, at the state level, right? And you'll hear about some of the federal and state issues. The IRS looks at cryptocurrencies as property. There's a question on the IRS form. The CFTC looks at it as a commodity. The SEC looks at cryptos as securities, right? So that is the lens that the federal government is coming from. The White House order on cryptocurrency, the Federal Reserve is looking at a central bank digital currency. So I think people need to understand that the issue is not whether or not crypto is regulated or should be regulated. It is more about how do we get regulatory clarity, because we don't have a regulatory framework that fits for crypto, right? Crypto is not traditional banks, because we know there's regulations that are for traditional banking. The Wall Street and the financial markets, when you look at derivatives, there are policies that govern those markets and those areas. But let's face it, financial services is regulated by 1930s policies. Yeah. We didn't have the word, we didn't understand crypto as we've defined it today now, 20 years ago, let alone since the 1930s. So for those of you at issue is, what is the regulatory framework, right? What are the policies? Who leads at the regulatory agencies? What is Congress's role, right? And then at the state level, we're having similar conversations, right? States are figuring out, should they create regulatory sandbags? Do they need safe havens so that entrepreneurs can innovate within their states? So for people to understand that at issue is, can innovation thrive here in the US, right? Can entrepreneurs, creators, micro enterprises really continue to build here? So that's the lens we're looking at this in terms of legislation and governance. So my first question for both of our speakers is to really understand, right? What are the most pressing policy issues that your company is facing at the federal and state level? And I know, Adrian, you're going to be coming at this from the state level, which is really complex. And I know, Amina, the federal level, your company is leading there. So why don't we start with you, Amina, and then we'll go into the state.
Yeah, so I think the most pressing policy issue for us is one that you just defined, Clev. It's the idea that we need to define guardrails for the space that both protect consumers and also protects innovation, right? And I think a common concern that I run into when I speak to regulators and policymakers is that they need to protect consumers from any and all activity in this space, which I personally believe is incredibly paternalistic and is often rooted in an idea that only rich people have the ability to discern what is a good investment and what is not. And that kind of goes back to what you were saying about a space that has been regulated by antiquated regulation for quite some time. And so at Cash, we offer Bitcoin on our platform. You can buy it, you can sell it, you can transfer it, you can gift it. But we don't offer any other coins on our platform because we want to give people a space where they can explore responsibly and not feel that they have to have in-depth knowledge like what you have of the space to buy their first Satoshis or their first small $5 value of Bitcoin. And so it creates an environment where people can share, people can explore, and we can even, make this like a family and community environment to build and grow. So that's what we're trying to kind of protect at Cash. And it's something that we run into obstacles on a regular basis, both at the federal and state level.
Yeah, no, well said, Amina, because consumer protection it should, but it doesn't include empowerment, right? It doesn't equal to empowerment. And right now we need empowerment, right? I think for regulators, they would love for people who've been locked out to be able to finally buy a car, but keep it in your garage, never drive it because you might die, right? And so we need to move away from just patriarchy, which is protection, and move towards empowerment. And I love what you said about, the experience at, Cash App and Black and being able just to buy Bitcoin and being able to buy just $10 of Bitcoin. It is that entry point that is so important to people. Right. So let's talk a bit about Foundry, right? Adrian, right? New York State is just hostile towards crypto, but it is the backyard of Wall Street. Let's not pretend Wall Street doesn't act like this is our turf, right?
Backyard and the front yard.
Dude, Yes.
Yeah.
So, but New York State has to make a decision, just like the US has to realize, does it want innovation to lead here? New York State has to decide, does the state want to continue to be a financial center and allow people to build here? So tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, so first off, I'm going to shout out my tag team partner, Kyle Schneps, who leads our public policy and advocacy work here at Foundry. But our role has really been to try to get policymakers in New York State to see us as a part of the economic development strategy. As the goal of Foundry is to become a center of blockchain excellence and house that here in Western New York, with both Buffalo and Rochester being the primary hubs of the work that we're trying to do. We have a presence in both spaces. I'll say that there's a strong environmentalist presence here. I mean, if you've never been to upstate New York, it is absolutely beautiful. Even more so, Rochester's the center of the Finger Lakes region, which at times can give you views of the French Alps. You feel like you're in Europe somewhere. Like, it's just stunning. But I think misinformation and FUD, just fear, uncertainty, doubt, has really launched a crusade where our industry is being treated very differently than other industries, predominantly around our energy usage. So I'm talking about proof of work, right? So there was a huge mining operation up here in upstate New York at a facility that we are, in relationship with. And I think our government tried to split the baby in the bathwater here by saying, if I use a regulatory body to shut down that operation, then I won't have to sign legislation that said that there can't be crypto mining at a power plant in New York State for at least 2 years, right? Well, we all know that sends messages to the industry to say that this isn't a place to invest, to try to set up operations. And the thing is, the government narrowly tailored the law. So it was obvious that it was more about looking like it's doing more than it did, right? Because the headline would be Bitcoin mining, crypto mining banned in New York State. It wouldn't be only for power plants that aren't grandfathered in, right? It would be a different headline, which would obviously send a message that New York doesn't want to send. Recently, myself and a delegation of our organization went to some remarks that the governor gave. She was hosted by my previous place of work, the Chamber of Commerce. And the governor tried to differentiate crypto, which she also talked about as a New York City presence and how it was thriving, and crypto mining. She didn't mention Foundry or DCG. So we took that as shade, But she sounded very supportive of crypto and not so much supportive of crypto mining. And what my fear is, in the absence of knowledge and information, I can hear, egregious recommendations like, why doesn't Bitcoin just go to proof of stake? We know that proof of work and proof of stake are very different consensus mechanisms. They play very important roles. However, when it comes to the crypto space, Bitcoin, the most common and most accessible form of crypto, is mined. Okay, so the idea that New York State doesn't want to send a positive message to the industry, even more so that it wants to treat us differently, trying to regulate our access to energy, which, there's no precedent for that, right? Like, how can the government tell a particular industry that it can't have access to energy, number one? And number two, for a company like Foundry, which has expanded exponentially over the past 3 years, we are not eligible for Economic Development Agency grants. We're not eligible for capital investment grants from the state. Our workforce efforts are not eligible for WIOA dollars or any other workforce development dollars. So it's also getting our industry treated like any other one, right? Treating jobs in mining or tech or our staking team or our networking team like you would treat anybody else. I can tell you, the mining engineers that you just got to see, right? These are middle skilled workers. They are electricians, warehousers. They're proficient on different types of equipment, right? These are real middle skilled jobs. And oh, by the way, they're gainfully employed. So if you think about just the upskilling, right, of a program like this and the jobs that it can really promise and how accessible it is, it's important that the state takes that into consideration. before it tries to send out a message to a special interest group that might not be thinking about a holistic, strategy for the state. Now, I'll just close with this. For me, one of the things I'm most excited about, all the data, right? African Americans and Hispanics are most optimistic about crypto. We hold it more than our white counterparts for many different reasons. But it's really important that we recognize that because we are a part of the proliferation of this industry from its genesis, we can infuse diversity, equity, and inclusion. We can infuse the need for a more inclusive financial system from the beginning and then not have to do the catch-up work later, like we're watching the entire world of work do and financial systems do, right? Where now they have to try to undo the damage that was inherently, intrinsically baked in the way they did business. Right. So it's so important why folks like us really understand that responsibility and do what we can at this time as our industry is just forming.
Yeah.
Amen. Oh my God, Adrian, you are absolutely right. This is a workforce issue, right? What crypto presents is an opportunity to train and prepare people for the jobs of the future. And people like to say that, technology and innovation doesn't solve problems, but neither has 100 years of financial services policies.
That's right.
It has not closed the financial exclusion gap, right? I tell people, when you look at inequities, don't just follow the money, follow the policies, right? So we have to hold these people accountable to make sure that their policies will not make it harder for diverse innovators in the future. I know we have to close. I want to give these dynamic speakers.
We just
got started.
I agree. You should see the chat. It is blowing up. So I know you all, folks will be following you both, but I do want to give you both an opportunity to close out. Obviously, as we're talking about these policy implications, there are policy implications, not just for innovation, but for entrepreneurs, right? So we can no longer build in isolation. As entrepreneurs, we have to be cognizant of what's happening at our city, at our state, even at our federal level. So, Amina will go ladies first, and we'll close out with you, Adrian. Do you want to close us out, Amina?
Oh, okay. So yes, I think one of the things that you said is so important to this conversation, especially with elections coming up next week, is that we have to be very vocal as a community of folks that are interested in cryptocurrency with our policymakers, with government officials, about why it's important to have regulation that protects consumers, but also protects innovation and allows for everyone to access this space. One of the things that you focused on was, the laws that have governed the financial system. And one of those is the accredited investor definition. And that has gatekept people of color and middle income and low income people from being a part of the capital formation process for 100 years. And we don't need that type of regulation in the cryptocurrency space. So we have to be vocal. We have to let our policymakers know we are interested in this space, and we expect that you allow for that balance of innovation and consumer protection.
Mm-hmm. Very, very well said, Amina. I love the way you put it, right? That you have to protect consumers, but you also have to ensure that you protect innovation, which is what our big fight here in New York State has been. I'll only close with, I am extremely optimistic about this space. I love that we have crusaders like you, Cleb, on the front line, constantly talking about use cases that is partly crypto, but it's also that this blockchain technology has a number of things it could potentially do. And we have to take those who've been affected by the problems, put these instruments in their hands and say, what is it that you can do with this? Which is another thing that we're doing here at Foundry. I'm excited about the future of our industry. I only hope that lawmakers and policymakers recognize that it's not about trying to fit us in the box, right? Is it a stock? Is it a bond? Is it a commodity? Is it, right? that this is a future-focused industry where these are entirely new products altogether with brand new uses, and that it's okay to form and shape laws and legislation around them uniquely. I also think at some point our industry is going to have to, because there's so many tech strong folks who feel like their faith is marrow deep in the technology so much they think they can ignore the government, and the government can maybe not ban us, but they can make it uncompetitive for people to use Bitcoin or any other state coin against some government CBDC, right? Which is what I think we're going to run into at some point, right? They will try to legislate us out of competition, which obviously will take away the democratizing and the decentralization of these networks. So it's very important too that our industry recognizes that we will more than not have to raise up champions who we don't have to persuade, right? They know the space, they know the issues, and they can take the work that Clev has been doing, or Clev yourself, right? Lead this charge in the halls of decision making, because I think at some point we will have to do that.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right, Adrian. The industry is going to have to change, but you know what? The speakers on the panel with me, as well as those of you watching virtually, we have to look at running for office. We need new talent. We need new folks. So as we're innovating, as we're looking at a new future, we have to think, well, you know what? Maybe I should run for city council. Maybe I should run for mayor, right? Because as entrepreneurs, as the next generation of the innovation, economy, we can't afford to be left behind. So thank you both. I'm so excited, so proud of the work that each of you are leading, so proud of the legacy we're seeing evolve. Oh my God, Adrian, the folks behind you, so excited about them. They will actually commercialize this space. And Amina, oh my God, the folks that Cash App is training and investing in, like they are the future. So what we're doing right now is putting in the rules of the game. So thank you, Nina and Lisa. Thank you, Crypto Tutors. Thank you for this opportunity.
There goes the play.
Welcome to Crypto Tutors.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors. Hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep? Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, stablecoin, we got the tips. Bitcoin or BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency, just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Talking high, maybe even neck high, but we fly, learn and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. All right. That was incredible. I don't know if you two were able to tune into the previous panel on crypto governance and legislation, but I just wanted to acknowledge our speakers, Amina from Cash App, Adrian from Foundry, and the living legend that is Cleb Messador. And, as we wrap up that panel, just really quickly, Sunil, I just want to say that it remains unclear when Congress might pass crypto Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts because I want to make sure that I'm articulating this correctly. So it remains unclear when Congress might pass crypto-related legislation. But one thing is for certain, legislation is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And it's important for each of us to exercise our civic rights,
challenging our representatives to educate themselves, to craft thoughtful legislation, and we ourselves to consider running for office so that we can participate in the crafting of this legislation. So just wanted to tie that up with a nice little bow. I am super duper excited to welcome you two to Crypto for the Culture, DeFi, where we are defying all odds. This is a very important panel, a very important conversation related to overcoming the crypto winter. But before we start this panel, let's define for folks that may not be familiar with this terminology. What do we mean when we say crypto winter? Well, this is a term that we use in the industry for a long downturn in cryptocurrency prices. This is not unique. We're having an economic downturn, across the board, tech and so forth. Now, our friends at NerdWallet report the total value or market cap of the largest 100 cryptocurrencies in July of this year was $1 trillion. That's a 62% drop from the market cap of last November, when we had nearly $3 trillion across the cryptocurrency market. So this is an investment advice, but a few good rules of thumb for folks is: 1, never invest what you can't afford to lose. 2, it's important to diversify. When you spread your wealth around, you're less likely to suffer a major financial blow if one of your investments doesn't pan out. So we just want to make sure that folks are able to walk away with actionable takeaways. But you know what, though? That's why we have you two. In our next panel, we've got experts from Upland.me, the largest Web3 metaverse mapped to the real world, and Abra, a crypto borrowing and lending platform. And you both will be discussing on-chain tactics for us to potentially add to our arsenal in order to overcome the crypto winter. Danny Brown Wolf is the chief of staff of Upland.me. Danny, I've been doing this for all of our illustrious panelists. So I've got to, for you and Sunil, just do you both justice and give folks a little bit about your background. Is that all right? Excellent.
Go for it.
Cool. So Danny, you are the chief of staff for Upland.me, and you lead strategic initiatives. You've been in Web3 since 2017. You formerly were the head of partnerships at Orbs, a blockchain infrastructure L2 and L3 solution. You served in the leadership of the Hexa Foundation, a nonprofit leveraging blockchain tech for social impact initiatives. Your background is in policy and international affairs. You've worked with the United Nations. And I just want to give you a warm, for the culture, welcome to the virtual stage. And thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
100,000%. We couldn't do it without you. All right. So before we dive in, Sunil Daluvi, did I pronounce it correctly? Daluvoy?
Daluvoy, you got it.
All right. Daluvoy is currently head of global partnerships at Abra, a borrowing and lending app. Sunil, you were previously the director of BD or business development at Uber. You may or may not have heard of it, everybody who's listening. And you were responsible for partnerships for Uber Eats and Uber Rush. You spent 6 years at Google's business development team, where you work closely with the engineering teams as well to launch products, including Google Fiber, Google Voice, Wallet, Google Wi-Fi. But before entering tech, you worked in the federal government as a policy attorney at the FCC, charged with advancing broadband networks.
Thank you. Yeah, you got it right.
Listen, it's really important for folks that may or may not be familiar with you to understand the orders of magnitude associated with your experience. It's really important at Crypto Tutors. We focus on education. We think that's a big barrier to entry for many people, especially for underrepresented communities. So when we bring on, subject matter experts, we need the folks that are tuning in to understand what makes them that. So thank you to the both of you for taking the time to talk about what it means to overcome the crypto winter. So my first question is for you, Danny. What is Upland? People are probably like, okay, But what is Upland? And can you give us the inside scoop on your unique value prop?
Sure. So Upland is a Web3 metaverse mapped to the real world. We sell virtual real estate. So think about virtual monopoly, but with true ownership. So it's mapped with real parcels from the real world. We open it city by city, depends on the supply and demand of the community to make sure that it's not inflated. So a first city we opened was San Francisco. So you can buy an actual parcel in San Francisco in the Upland metaverse. And that's just the beginning. Now the question is, how do you develop your property, your presence in your community in Web3 through a metaverse experience? And when people usually think about metaverse, they think about the Zuckerverse. So maybe they think about, VR headset, or the Facebook meta version of what the metaverse should be. We look at, first of all, the immersion doesn't have to be VR. It can be a social and economic immersion. And we believe that's the way to start to build a metaverse before jumping into technology that just isn't available on mobile. And that's where the people are. That's where the mass market is. And the idea here is that you don't just invest in an asset. You don't just invest in your, you buy a plot of virtual real estate and you speculate and you're waiting for a few years for winter to pass, the next hype to come, and maybe it will be worth more. The idea is, just like in real life, you'll buy a house, you'll decorate it, you'll furnish it better, you work in your neighborhood, and the community aspect of that neighborhood actually increases the value of your real estate. The same is true for Upland. So people develop their properties. They can build structures. They build shops where they sell NFTs, where they create NFTs and showrooms that they show them off, and they create, most importantly, communities. So we have, whether it's expat communities, so we have our Brazilian player communities take over Queens, a neighborhood in Queens, and decide this is little Brazil inside of Upland, and they build their structures, and they elect a mayor, and they have their own governance structure. We give them the tools, and the people just have organic initiatives that are pretty amazing.
That's awesome. And I love that there's just such a strong community component to it, which is so intertwined in the whole crypto ethos. We're going to definitely dive deeper into just what the Upland experience is like, and, how to build equity, right, in these properties, because these are actual assets. But before we do that, I want to pass the virtual mic to Sunil. So tell us a little bit about, Abra. What is Abra? And same for you. What is the unique value proposition that Abra is offering?
Before I dive in, I just want to thank you, Lisa and Nina, and the Crypto Tutors community for welcoming me to speak here today. It's quite an honor, and I think what you guys are doing is remarkable and very well needed for the industry. So Abra is a modern crypto financial bank. We're trying to promote financial independence and well-being for anyone and anywhere, basically. That's kind of the mission statement. It's broad. And how we hope to accomplish that is to be first fully regulated, globally licensed, and to enable digital asset ecosystems like the one Danny is building, to enable people to easily participate in the NFT ecosystem. And currently, we have a few products that are available. We have a crypto trading platform. We have a borrow platform and a lending service that allow people to, these are similar to what we have today in your traditional bank, but in the back end, it's all crypto infrastructure. It's all crypto rails, so to speak, to make this happen. So the terms, rates, and conditions that we are able to offer can't be matched by the typical bank. That being said, we're not trying to replace your checking account or savings account. We're trying to be supplementary to it. And to what you guys are trying to do here, even though I can't wrap that terminology like you did, Lisa, but what we're trying to accomplish here is to demystify this access to capital, which we call crypto, right? As long as we're going to preserve this distinction between labor and capital in this country, the question is, how do we keep more people into capital? And crypto is one of the really interesting ways to get more people interested in capital. NFT is an interesting way to doing that as well. What Danny's trying to do is also an interesting way of doing that. Is really making real what it is to participate in capital rather than watching CNBC. And so it's really making real for all your constituents, all your members, something they care about, whether it be the home they want to purchase they grew up in, like in Danny's case, or a memorabilia, or maybe it's even a Bored Ape, whatever it may be. These are capital asset instruments that also appreciate in value. And what we're trying to do here in Abra is make it easy for people to buy these assets, store these assets, trade them. So we want to be the bank that powers the ecosystem to enable all this to happen.
That's a very ambitious aspiration, and it's an exciting one. And to be candid, just to kind of help people understand, you know, what the capabilities at Abra, you know, enable. I had an experience not too long ago where, you know, one of the crypto tutors on our team, a gentleman by the name of Sean Gill, you know, he walked me through the process of, you know, depositing my ETH on a platform. And then with that, I was able to convert a portion of it to a stablecoin, USDC. And then I was able to convert that USDC to fiat, you know, US dollars, and then transfer those dollars to my bank account. Once the funds were available in my bank account, I was able to pay off a balance, a credit card balance. It's about $5,000, you know, like paying off that balance, eliminating those high interest rates that are compounded, and, you know, having this like $5,000 debt eliminated. That in and of itself really proved to me that the power of decentralized finance is really revolutionary. You know, like that's an example of how in the real world too, we're able to leverage these tools to create positive changes in our lives. So I wanted to dive in a little bit deeper. You know, Danny, you know, the concept of buying real estate, you know, we tend to associate that with, you know, real estate is an asset, right? That's like one of those, when we were talking earlier about like diversifying our portfolios. Tell us a little bit about how in Upland are folks able to build their own economies? How can Upland kind of facilitate that?
Sure. So other than the real estate economy, we also create that has been stable since we launched in 2020. We also launched different mechanisms, and we see how both the community and partnerships allow for additional economies to grow around that. So cars is a great example. In Upland, trying to mimic the real world, you can't be teleported from one place to another. You actually have to travel either with your game piece or with, let's say, an actual like airplane flight within the Upland game. It's part of the game mechanics. And a couple of months ago, we introduced cars into the Upland metaverse. So you'd initially think in NFT marketplaces, okay, NFT, an artist created an NFT of a really cool car. I'm going to own it because it's cool art. Maybe it's a cool background. In the Upland metaverse, there's actually utility to that car, which means I can travel around with it. Eventually, I'll be able to drive other people around and have virtual Uber inside Upland, and have other players pay me fees to get me from one place to another. And we also opened up racing. So Upland opened up the possibility for racing, and we saw how the community took those tools and those mechanics and just went wild with it. So now they have created their own user-generated league for racing. They have every neighborhood.
Danny, when you say racing, what type of racing are we talking about?
So think about if Upland is the base layer of the world, you can think about it. Some people describe it as a layer 1 metaverse, even iOS app store type of scenario where you have the basic, you know, the economy, the payments, the ability to mint NFTs, and the liquidity and the players. And then that serves as a gateway to additional experiences in layer 2 that can be games, can be businesses, can be experiences. So one of those experiences is racing. So they take the NFT from Upland and they actually race with it in a layer 2 game that either professional game developers just connect to Upland, or in this case, our community actually developed from scratch the game and the entire ecosystem around it for racing. So now you have all the neighborhoods submitting for racetracks to be in their neighborhoods. They started creating NFTs to decorate those racetracks and deck them out, and by enabling this one feature, an entire economy in the metaverse grew around it.
That's incredible. And, I definitely love how there's, the word unlocking is so powerful. Like as I'm listening to you're both of you really are talking about unlocking access. And, Sunil, I would love to learn a little bit more about, the work that you all are doing, right? What are some of the maybe practical uses? I have the example of like paying off a credit card balance, what have you. But what are some of the practical use cases that you can share with folks just to help them understand how Abra can help with solving real world problems?
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically providing access to capital at the time you need it, when you need it. It's like whether you buy a car, pay off student loan debt, buy a home. By participating in this crypto universe, you're able to acquire capital and then to access capital as well. And that borrow experience you offered is pretty powerful in and of itself, right? So if you didn't have like an Abra or a company like ours, you'd have to sell your ETH, you pay a tax on it, and then you pay off your credit card. Here in this case, you didn't have to do any of that because you don't pay taxes on a borrowing product, you're on a loan, and you get to preserve the long-term capital of that potential value of ETH. And you got terms, rates, and conditions you wouldn't have got otherwise. So I use that $10,000 example. If you have $10,000 and you wanted to borrow against that to your bank, they wouldn't even give you that option. But they will give you a option. They'll give you their credit card as a way to do it, right? That's how they do it. That's how the game is. It's not worth the transaction cost for them to do it. But if you have $10,000 in Abra, you could borrow that $5,000 at a 7 or 8% interest rate, not 20, 25%. You could decide the payback period, whether it be 6 months or 3 years. And you get the money within a few minutes in your Abra account, maybe take a day to get to your bank account, and there's no credit check. We don't need that because we have custody of your crypto. We know it. So then if the value of the crypto goes below, we work with you to margin call. So we're not trying to, be a usury about it. But again, these are things that you can't even get in the traditional thing. It's not because they're evil or they're nefarious. They just don't have the financial incentive or the ability to offer it. This is the arbitrage moment that we have. They will maybe, hopefully, if not, then we'll still be around, hopefully, to provide these types of services. So that's like one great example of how you can access capital in a way that you could do it. And also, by the way, you could that $10,000 example, you could borrow 15% loan to value, which is $1,500 at a 0 APR. It's basically a personal line of credit, and you can just roll it over. And you wonder how we could do that? Because we have a lending book that takes your crypto and rehypothecate it to other borrowers on a short-term basis. That's the real secret of how we're not doing any magic here or going to Vegas. It's pretty much like we're doing what traditional banks do, but we're doing it in an asset class that only we understand, at least for now. So that's the really arbitrage moment we're doing. And this isn't even that different what traditional banks do, but the difference is you need $100 million. If you go to Wells Fargo or Citibank with $100 million, well, what they'll do, they'll give you a personal line of credit, $1 or $2 million at least, just to keep your money in their bank. We're offering those types of services to any bank account level. And that's the power of this thing. So people often talk a big game about democratizing access to technology and finance. We're building it. You can sign up right now and Abra and doing it. You can do it right now and today. So that's what really gets me excited. The other products we have is also an interest earning product between your ETH and other crypto coins you could do. And we also are going to be launching soon, which is going to be right in Danny's wheelhouse, an NFT product. It's not an NFT mint or an asset. It's enabling people with our wallet to easily purchase NFTs without going through the complexity of a DeFi wallet funding process and MetaMask and all the other complexities that are involved. It's reducing the number of steps from 20 to like 2 or 3. And again, broadening the ecosystem, people could participate in NFTs or whatever it may be, So that's the kind of stuff we're trying to do. We're trying to I think the common goal between Crypto Tutors and what we're trying to do here at Abra is to make this accessible to a broader range of people and demystify the terminology and the acronyms that often plague the industry that scare people away.
Exactly right. And I'm grateful that we were all able to connect because these are the types of conversations that will prove to people that, one, this isn't a fad. This isn't something that is going to disappear overnight. We're in the midst of a shift. And the more understanding, the more knowledge that we have, but also, and I said this in the beginning, I'm like, knowledge is just, it's just potential. Until the actions, taken against it, you won't get results. So speaking of results, how do people get started? Where do I begin if I want to participate in Upland? I want to open up an Abra account. Walk us through that process.
Danny, you want to go first?
Sure. We made it really simple. We've developed for a long time proprietary technology that also obfuscates a lot of the crypto nuances, the wallet, the seed phrase. There's still complete ownership of the assets that we don't have access to. It's not custodial, but the sign-in process looks like a Web2 app and is very intuitive. So you go to Upland, uplandme.me, you create an account and you start roaming around for your first property, or we have some in Detroit. One of the benefits of Upland as opposed to other Web3 metaverses is that it's very tiered. So you can buy a $4 property and a $40,000 Rockefeller Center in Manhattan, right? But there's something for everyone, and it provides access for everyone. So that's how you get started.
So basically, upland.me, number one.
Yep. Start roaming around. Start looking at today's a good day to go because the Halloween decorations are still up. So a lot of our users actually created and bought skins for their houses that are Halloween themed. And they did a competition between the neighborhoods on which one is more decked out for Halloween.
That also goes to show you how active users are on the platform. Like Halloween was yesterday. Oh, by the way, too, this is, or 2 days ago. I can't keep track of time. This is Crypto Literacy Month. So thank you also for helping us kick off Crypto Literacy Month. November is that. So thank you. We are about to wrap up. So Sunil, back to you. Before we do wrap up, where do folks get started with Abra?
It's very easy. You go to the Android Play Store or the Apple iOS App Store. You could download Abra, ABRA, onto your thing. It's a pretty straightforward process in which you could, through your mobile phone, have a whole new bank at your service.
And that, my friends, is how you overcome the crypto winter. Like I hope that folks, and I want to see it in the chat. I got to make sure that, people are, the chat is activated and the feedback. Okay. So I've got Umbrella House Productions, by the way, Danny, I've been in Upland for almost a year now. So there's that. And then Coop DeVille says, what NFT exchanges have you partnered with to work with Abra? So like there's some side chats that need to happen, but clearly you got folks excited. So thank you for that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy and wisdom. And we look forward to keeping the conversation going. But that's a wrap for Overcoming the Crypto Winter.
Thank you.
Take care.
Arculus uses three-factor authentication to keep your crypto ultra secure. The first level of protection uses something you are. The second, something you know. And the third uses something you have. Your best-in-class secure Arculus keycard. This final layer unlocks access to your private keys. Now, you can simply tap your Arculus card to securely buy, swap, send, and receive cryptocurrency. Your Arculus crypto cold storage wallet ensures that the only person accessing your crypto is you. Buy now at getarculus.com.
Right. And we are back. All right. And we are back. We just saw your commercial. We're going to have to unpack all of the goodness. But Kristen, we had Arthur Hayes on the join us at Crypto for the Culture earlier today. And, I don't know if you follow him on Twitter, but if you don't, just like everybody needs to follow him because he's just hilarious. But he said this, he said, haters going to hate, but my portfolio about to appreciate, right? It's hilarious. But that's the ethos. That's the wave of Crypto for the Culture, DeFi All Odds. But here's the thing, we talked a lot today about tactics and strategies to earn, regardless of the conditions. Now we're going to talk about protecting your earnings. Here's a stat that I read that I was just kind of blown away by, and that is Forbes Crypto reported, Kristen, that in 2022 is on pace to be the in hacking. So I think something like $3 billion has already been stolen through hacking alone. So we are just super excited to introduce you, Kristen Paki, who is the R&D engineer at Arculus, a next generation cold storage wallet. And before we dive into the conversation, I've been doing this for all of our panelists. So hopefully it gets excited and amped up. It's me up because I'm like, damn, they did that. She did this. Oh my gosh. So you began your career after graduating with the bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering in 2020. Since then, you've been developing new designs and processes in the metal payment card industry at Consequently, which is Arculus's parent company. I am so excited to welcome you for the culture. And we've got a lot to unpack on the security side. So welcome, Kristen.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh my gosh, we're super excited to have you. When you think about the $1 billion that people are losing, it's like, where's Arculus been all my life?
Yeah.
But that's this conversation, Yep. I have Maddie in the chat saying Arculus is so dope. So clearly you've got fans. But Kristen, tell me a little bit about you. How did you get started in crypto? What got you interested?
Honestly, Arculus. Arculus is the reason that I have any, interest or knowledge in crypto. I was very surface level. I knew general knowledge about crypto, but I started hearing about Arculus and I heard about self-sovereignty and cold storage. And I'm like, what do these things mean? So I started doing some research into what that actually means to control your assets and, generating private keys and what all this means. And the more I learned, the more I wanted to continue to learn. So it just spiraled and snowballed into getting more and more involved in Arculus. And now I continue to learn every single day that I work on Arculus. So.
I was going to ask you a little bit about, what do you find so thrilling in this space? You used a word, self-sovereignty. I mean, that really strikes a chord with me. But, what does that mean to you? And what makes you so excited about being in this particular vertical within the industry?
Yeah, I think the industry in general, what's really exciting about it is the potential to be applied to so many other industries. It can change the way we do finances, the way we hold and share art. It can be applied to supply chain and all kinds of different things. So I'm kind of excited to see how the industry grows and expands with other industries and how the technology can be applied to different areas. But when you're talking about self-sovereignty, what I think is really important there is understanding that you are the one in control of the use of your keys, right? So I decide when crypto leaves my account, comes into my account, I'm the one in control. So that's what's really important to understand and have the knowledge to know how to do it the right way and to do it safely, but also make it easy.
Immediately you're making me think of not your keys, not your crypto, right? That's a real thing. And, people don't necessarily understand what that truly means. Can you tell us a little bit about what does that mean? You're talking about private keys. Help us understand what that is.
Sure. Yeah. So say I'm like new to crypto and I say, okay, the world is my oyster. I can choose whatever platform I want to start, buying crypto, holding crypto. So I have a couple different options I can go with, one of which is a custodial wallet. So I sign up on a platform. They're in control of my keys. I can access my stuff. It's not the most secure option, but it's super easy. One step more secure than that would be a self-custodial hot wallet. So it's all online and your keys are in your control. They give you your 12-word phrase, so you hold the keys. It's not stored by the platform, but it is stored on your phone, which has access to the internet. So it is a step better, but it's not quite the most secure option that there is. What we see is the best option, which is what Arculus is a self-custody hardware wallet or cold storage wallet. So your keys are actually generated and stored offline on a device that does not have immediate access to the internet. So there's no fear of it, being compromised or hacked. So those are kind of the tiers in my eyes. So that's what's really important is, choosing where do you want to put all of your crypto and, sleep sound at night knowing it's going to be safe.
And let's talk a little bit about, I think some people may think that, cold storage just is enough. What are your thoughts about that? Like maximum security in your eyes, what that look like?
I think cold storage, having your keys offline, if you're careful with, what you do with them, cold storage is a great solution. You are the one in control. You can decide what gets moved when. The other cool thing about Arculus that I think makes us kind of unique is we use 3 factors of authentication. So it, as our video mentioned, it uses your biometrics, so something that you are, your PIN code, which is something that you know, and then the card itself. So since the keys are stored on the card would be required to sign any transactions. So the card must be present at all times. So not only does your key get stored offline, but it also is required for any transaction. So it's like a security key, a hardware security key.
I love that. And so I think that was 3 layers of protection that you just mentioned with Arculus. And so, let's talk a little bit more about you. You're heading up R&D. Tell us a little bit about a day in the life of you. Like, what are you working on?
Yeah, a day in the life can look very different from day to day. So I would say a lot of my time I spend with the developers, the computer engineers that are developing the card and the software, so the firmware and the software. And as you mentioned, my background is mechanical engineering, so I don't have a computer science background at all. So it's been a really awesome learning experience. It's an area that I'm interested in and always have been, but never really dove much into. So I learn, like I said, I learn a lot every single day, which I love. And then, some other days I'm traveling to trade shows. I actually just got back I got back from Money 2020 recently in Las Vegas. I love going to trade shows. I get to work with sales, marketing, the product team, and most importantly, I get to talk to customers or potential customers. I get to do demos, talk to them about Arculus, what Arculus stands for, how secure it is, and just even some people that don't really know that much about crypto, talk to them about crypto and what self-sovereignty is, because like we keep touching on, it is very, very important. So it's just awesome to get that back and forth, some feedback, and see people get excited about security because we think it's really exciting too.
Yeah, it's one of those, to some people, might see it as like a necessary evil, it'd be great if everyone was honest and trustworthy and, there weren't bad actors. But the reality is that that's just not the world that we're living in. And so let's talk a little bit more about security best practices. I would love if you could share some, security tips, any best practices. I mentioned before, I think it was something like $3 billion this year alone we've lost due to hacks, crypto. So it's like when you think about like the gratis associated with that much money being lost, when if we were to take the necessary precaution, we probably could have prevented a lot of those cryptos, being taken. So would love to just, being a security expert, hear your thoughts on like, what are some of the things that we can do? Like walk us step by step.
Sure. Yeah. So with many cold storage wallets, Arculus included, you still receive a mnemonic phrase, the seed phrase, when you set up your wallet. So that's basically the word form of your keys. So, you would write that down, store it in a safe, lock it away, make copies, keep it in a very secure place, because at the end of the day, those mnemonic words are really the key to your crypto. Putting them somewhere they don't belong, giving them to the wrong person, or giving them to anyone can be catastrophic, and you could lose everything. So at its core, your keys, which are also a form of your mnemonic words, have to, be in your hands. And, we're giving you your keys on a card, but you also have your keys written down as your 12 words. So it's important to not only use Arculus, but also to be safe about how you hold your mnemonic words. In addition to that, just best practices of, not using common PIN codes or passwords or anything in general is really the best way. Arculus does have one security feature, which I think is pretty cool. So like I said, you have an Arculus unique PIN code that you create when you set it up, 6 digits. If, someone found my card and my phone and however way managed to get in, and they try to guess my PIN code, after 3 wrong tries, your card gets wiped. So your keys are gone. So even if you had lost everything and someone somehow got that far, Arculus will wipe out your card, if it thinks it's being compromised.
What are some of the and thank you, that's like super duper helpful. I definitely want to see in the chat some key takeaways. Kristen gave us some great pointers, so definitely want to make sure that people are like tracking, because this could be the difference between being crypto rich or crypto broke. I had to make a little Kristen, tell me though, what are some of the like horror stories? Because FUD tends to like motivate people to like pay attention and to like actually put into practice these great tips that you've been sharing around security. So let's scare them a little bit. Like, what are some of the that sounds terrible, but I mean, like, this is a really serious topic, so I just want people to understand what we mean and what's at stake. So are there any like stories that you could share about those of us that did not listen to what you've outlined as best practices?
I mean, there are the ones that you mentioned earlier, all the losses that have come to in your crypto this year. It kind of all comes down to what wallet you choose. So that is part of the choice you have to make, is how secure do you want to be versus how, I guess, easily accessible, because some cold storage doesn't make it super easy to access your crypto. We think we do a really good job of that, but that aside, choosing to use easier platforms, exchanges, can sometimes put your crypto at risk. So that's one general horror story. The other would be the classic case of losing your 12-word recovery phrase. We use 12 words. Obviously, if you lose that and you kind of lost everything, or give it away to someone and someone can just clean out your wallet. So it is quite genuinely like your keys. So if you lose that or give it away, you are out of luck. There's nothing we can do to help you because we don't have those. There's nothing really anyone else can do to help you. So keeping your 12-word phrase is the most important takeaway when talking about crypto.
Yeah, I mean, and you mentioned it earlier, self-sovereignty, right? Like that's part of the responsibility of helping make sure that, the onus is on us, like
Exactly.
You can't blame anyone. You can't be mad at anyone if you're not taking that responsibility.
Yeah,
So,
self-sovereignty.
I'm
Sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to say self-sovereignty is putting you in the driver's seat. So you do not only have the control, but you also have the responsibility to, manage it responsibly. So
I think that it would be helpful for everyone to see a demo of Arculus. We talked about a lot of the great features, talked about the 3 authentication methods. but let's show them what we're talking about. So we're going to pause on our chat and we're going to play a demo video. Will that work?
Yep, sounds good.
Arculus cold storage. Without cold storage, any cryptocurrencies can be hacked from an exchange, phishing, SIM swapping, and more. Own your own cryptocurrency safely with cold storage. Crypto Tutors' cold storage of choice is Arculus. Simply tap the card to your mobile device with the Arculus Wallet app using 3FA, your biometric, facial recognition, or thumbprint, for example, your PIN, and your Arculus keycard to authorize and secure your crypto to your cold storage card in minutes. Go to the App Store and search for Arculus and download the app. First, open the app. Now, place your Arculus key card on a flat surface with the back of the card facing up. Depending on your phone model, correctly align the NFC antenna in your phone to the center of the card. Keep your phone still during the setup until you see a message display, create a new wallet. Success!
Wasn't that cool that we could just show that instead of talking about it and expect people to like really like understand all the things they're saying?
That was awesome. That was great.
The crypto tutor, I'm telling you, you know, she's got such sass, such personality, you know, she's so smart.
Yeah, she is awesome.
So Kristen, I'm gonna a little question from the chat. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Allison Thompson said, "What if you lose your card? Can your account be restored?"
Right. Yeah. So I keep touching on the 12-word mnemonic phrase that you get when you set up your wallet. That's again why it's so important that you write it down and store it, you know, in a safe, maybe make some copies and keep it in a couple different places just in case. Some people go with fireproofing. So just take all the precautions. Once you have your 12-word phrase, you can always restore your wallet onto a new card if you ever lost it.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that. So another thing I wanted to ask is that you talked a lot about sort of testers, and I wanted to dive in a little bit to the B2B aspect of Arculus. What are the types of clients, or who are the types of clients that you work with, and what kind of solution does Arculus provide on the B2B level?
Sure. Yeah, I love this question. So we're really open to any client that values authentication and security. So it could be, you know, from bank, fintech, exchange. So our solution offerings are really, really exciting. So we've been talking about our crypto cold storage wallet. So that is an offering that we have. We also can make a metal card with a authentication built into it. So it's a FIDO2 protocol. It's basically a hardware key. So you can use it to do passwordless login to an app. It can also be used for something called step-up authentication. So the platform or user can set a threshold, say it's like $500. So if I try to transfer $500 out of my account, I want you to authenticate. You can also set up a PIN that's stored on the card, similar to a debit card PIN. And so it'll ask you to type in your PIN, tap your card. Okay, it's you. Approve the transaction. So we have crypto, we have authentication. What's super exciting about it is that, as we touched on earlier, our parent company is CompoSecure. We manufacture metal payment cards, so we can actually combine these technologies with standard payment. So we can make payment cards that do, you know, you can tap it at a terminal, pay for your coffee with, USD, and then you can also use it to sign your Bitcoin transactions that you're sending to a friend. Or you can, tap at a payment terminal and then use it to log into your bank and authenticate transactions through there. So we kind of think of it as going from, old flip phones to newer smartphones and iPhones. We're taking all of the intelligence and technology and combining it onto one device that's smarter. So really excited about those.
I just love how enthusiastic and excited you are about the work that you do. Could there be anyone better to be on the R&D team leading charge? You're just so excited. And on a personal note, for folks that are watching this that are, you know, even new to the space, for them to see you and in a few years, I mean, I think you said you started in 2020.
Yep.
For you to be where you are, can we talk just a little bit, because, you know, we've had a few career panels throughout the course of the day. And I always ask folks, I'm like, okay, how, like your story, your origin story. I would love for you to just share a little bit about, you know, you're so excited and you're doing such incredible work. You know, this space that we're in, why is it that it gets you so jazzed? Like, what is it about the world that we're living in Web3 that gets you so jazzed?
Yeah, I think it's just I came from a mechanical background, very like hold it in your hands, not this like obscure blockchain things moving around. So it's not really the background I came from. I started at CompoSecure after I graduated. Again, that was more hands-on, making new payment cards, just kind of doing a lot more like design work. When Arculus started, it just like lit a spark in me that was like, there's this whole world of crypto and blockchain that I know nothing about, that every time, and I to this day learn new things every single day. And I just enjoy finding new things that I'm like, oh, I didn't know that that chain worked like that. That's really cool. I wonder why they chose to do it this way. Let me go research that. So, and Web3, I mean, there's so much freedom there too, you know. We earlier this year, we added a NFT viewer to our app and support for Wallet Connect to connect to some DApps, DEXs, NFT marketplaces. So that was really exciting too. I think since I started with Arculus before it had actually launched last October, I kind of was there from the beginning before anyone knew what it was, and through the development of getting it, you know, the first product out the door. And now I'm watching it grow more and more. And okay, we're adding these new features, and okay, we're going to add a couple more ERC20 tokens this month. So it makes me really excited to kind of grow in my career as Arculus grows, and we kind of started there together, and we're learning and growing all the time. So I love working on it, and I love learning.
I love that for you. You know, like a lot of people can't stand what they do. A lot of people are like miserable going in every day and just, you know, begrudgingly. And just to see the joy, the excitement, the enthusiasm, and for you to be working on such a critical part of the, you know, Web3 infrastructure. You know, we cannot underscore how vital security is. So, you know, thank you for your brilliance and genius in applying it in this way. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge, you know, another female leader in a space where, you know, we're not as, you know, present as we should be. So what you're doing, you're serving as an aspiration and an inspiration. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of Crypto for the Culture for joining us and sharing this, you know, really important information and just continuing to be your joyous self. Like, I just love seeing you happy, and it makes me happy. So keep that infectious energy.
Thank you. That means so much. I really appreciate that.
Well, with that being said, we are going to go to a commercial break.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Kristen. Take care.
See ya.
All right. Boom. Can we just have a moment? That commercial, did you see? I mean, like,
That was good. I liked it. I was like, dang, we built that?
Don't you build where it's like, damn, wow, okay, Like there's the bar has never dropped. It's always risen when it comes to you, A16Z, the Culture Leadership Fund. You know how y'all do.
Hey, the only thing that's dropped is the mic.
The virtual mount. Boom. So Chris, this is such a full circle moment, right? Because I remember back in 2020, we were at a barbecue in somebody's backyard here in Miami. And this was before the crypto, Miami became the crypto capital of the US. And we were chopping it up. And I remember when we started to talk about crypto, it was just like this mind-blowing moment. It was just like this bonding moment because, we've been on this journey ever since. And I'm just so happy and grateful to host you at Crypto for the Culture. As Arthur Hayes says, crypto for the culture. And, here we are on this virtual stage, and you are the president of Web3 at A16Z Crypto. So can we just have success stories? That's what I have to say. That's why. That's why.
Crazy.
I'm seeing Judine in the back.
No, I said it's been an amazing journey.
I'm super duper grateful to have you. And, it's such an interesting story as I reflect on just all of your accomplishments. The fact that your, the fund, the A16Z Crypto Fund, the portfolio includes Yuga Labs, Bored Ape Yacht Club, Crypto Punks, under the Yuga umbrella, some of the most commercially successful NFTs, period. But let's talk about your origin story. You transitioned from being a sound engineer for a Grammy Award-winning producer, super producer at that, Jermaine Dupri, to being, the Fresh Prince of Silicon Valley. No, I'm just kidding. I had to. If Megan is watching this, thank you, Megan.
That's the next reality show coming soon.
No, but you transitioned to being a VC in Silicon Valley. Like, tell us about that. How did you go from one, side of the spectrum to the other?
Yeah, well, and first and foremost, good to see everybody. And congrats again on everything, Lisa, for putting this together. And I know you're dropping lots of knowledge and inspiration as you always do. So this is an amazing time, and I'm grateful to actually be part of the Crypto for the Culture, because that's what we do it for. And so, just to give you just a high level. So yeah, I always actually loved technology. I grew up just always kind of being at the forefront of trying to find everything that was cool, whether it was the first flip phone to the, Sidekick to getting an MP3 player or you name it. I always wanted to be at the head of the curve. And so that was always something that was big for me. As we did that, I also I love music. It was my passion. It was where I spent all my time, went to school for it, and actually got a degree in recording arts and entertainment business, and then ended up working for Jermaine Dupri. And so, but while I was in school, just getting my second degree, I came across this really interesting opportunity because I was also serving tables. I had to pay the bills, and I basically, while I was serving tables, I noticed that everybody was starting to get smartphones. And so, but they would always leave their smartphones right there on the table. And so I was like, okay, there's something interesting here. We're living in this world where technology is eating everything. That's one of our core technologies, eating the world. But then now at the same time, like, we have these paper menus. And I was like, well, what if you could make an application so that regardless of your whole technological background, any restaurant can actually have their menus on smartphones and tablets with high quality photos of each individual dish. So that was in 2010. And so I was like, well, I'm already a music engineer. I'm always on the computer. Maybe I can also be a computer engineer as well too. And ended up teaching myself how to code. Got accepted into an incubator that flew me across the country. I was always supposed to be in the Bay Area for 3 months and ended up staying for 8 years. And so that kind of, and through that time also, eventually got connected with Mark and Ben. And they gave me a heads up that there was this amazing chief of staff position. It was the first time, at the firm that they were going to have a formal chief of staff position. And so it was an opportunity too good to pass up on. And from there ended up actually making my transition and where I supported Ben, and which ultimately led into me understanding where the future of the world has gone.
Damn, the future. Can we just have a pause? Can we just have a pause right quick? That was so unbelievably gangster, because what I heard in that story is that, like, you know, you saw a problem that could be solved, and you recognized that you had transferable skills. You also recognized that you could teach yourself, you know, this notion of being a self-learner, you know, notion of not necessarily having to go to, you know, MIT to get these comp sci degrees and what have you. And you, interesting as well, given, you know, there's so much conversation about self-sovereignty in our space. What you exemplified is the embodiment of being sovereign. So I could go on and on about that, but I don't know if we have time for all of that. Yeah, we're gonna take it offline. We're gonna take it offline. We're gonna back up.
Well, that's at the after party or the drink session.
Say it again for the people in the back. So,
Absolutely.
you know, we've got the CLF, the Culture Leadership Fund logo here. Shout out to all of our peoples at the CLF on the heels of the most amazing summit experience, might I add, that Crypto Tutors was, you know, we were honored with being invited. So thank you to you and your team, Megan, Judine, Debbie Deb, all the peoples, Derek, all of y'all.
Absolutely.
You are all incredible. And, you know, the thing about you also, Chris, is that you're a champion of access. You know, you're somebody that ensures that underrepresented folks have access to opportunities. You know, a testament to that is you hold posts on the advisory boards of the Black Economic Alliance, New Story Charity, which I had to do some research on. And if I'm correct, they provide homes and 3D printed homes to people living with inadequate shelter, you know. So my question to you is, why are you so passionate about empowering marginalized communities?
Yeah, well, I think it's really, you know, it's important for all of us to have access and to put our best foot forward. And one of the things that I learned, especially working at the firm, is a lot of the opportunities come around access to information. You know, and I think that that's the number one thing that we can provide. Like a great example is crypto. You know, like how many people were interested in crypto in 2010 or 2012 or 2013, or, you know, pick the date and when you first learned about Bitcoin, pick the date when you first learned about Ethereum. That was where a generational wealth transfer was happening. And if you didn't have access to that information, you didn't even know what was going on. But millions of people, or even hundreds of thousands of people, did. And, you know, so the goal is to, how do you take, whether it's complex information, very unique opportunities, and be able to actually share that with the rest of the world. And so, you know, that was one of the reasons why we wanted to create the Cultural Leadership Fund, was because, you know, we saw all these amazing opportunities, you know, that we were looking at from the investment side. And, you know, you look at the cap tables, and, you know, unfortunately, we would get, especially from, like, whether it's influencers, black and brown culture, you name it, like we'd get access on the much later stages. By that time, you know, the wealth has already been distributed. The rounds are, you know, the upside is a lot more limited. And so we were like, what if we could actually reverse that and get people in as early as possible? And so thinking about the world's greatest athletes, entertainers, musicians, and executives, and why focus on Black culture? Because if you think about, you know, just how Black culture has been transformative to consumer culture. So you think about what we did, pioneering, you know, rock and roll, to, you know, what Tiger and Serena did for sports, what Virgil's did for the fashion industry. You know, you can go on and on and on. Black culture, whenever we touch anything, like, exponentially becomes a 10 times bigger opportunity. And just within the past 10 to 15 years, really, has consumer culture really just started to enter the internet. And so, you know, and there is somewhat of a learning curve when it comes to technology, but the goal is to actually, how do we accelerate that knowledge curve, and at the same time be at the forefront in order to kind of provide that the access to information and curate high quality opportunities. And so we ended up launching the first fund in 2018. It was the first fund in the history of Silicon Valley to be 100% Black LP. So very excited about that. And even more importantly, all the management fees and carry that we take from the fund goes to a select number of nonprofits that help advance more African American and diverse backgrounds into technology. And so, I'm sure you've heard the term "doing well and doing good." I believe that's the core energy that drives the Cultural Leadership Fund and Andreessen Horowitz, which is the reason why we've been grateful to launch 3 funds from now and have an amazing team that is working every day to support something that's bigger than themselves.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And there's I guess it's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And in knowing you personally and just seeing how you maneuver and all the things that you touch, you do have this Midas touch. But what I want to drill down to is you're a visionary. And you sit at the nexus of tech and culture. So let's dive in a little bit deeper into what does culture mean to you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, culture, it's interesting because I think even, we're called the Cultural Leadership Fund, but everyone uses the word culture now to where it's kind of like, what is this word culture? And then so I think I really believe it as, how do you see the world? How can you actually present your vision and your aesthetic to a point where you actually start to gain a collective and start to have people to really start to come together. And so culture can mean fashion, it can mean art, it can mean music, it can mean so many different things, but it's really your own interpretation in terms of how you want to actually move and shake in the world. And then also bring others around to kind of to embody similar but different methods. And so, for us, like, I believe culture and technology are moving at lightning speeds together. And because of technology, we're being able to have access to new points of culture that we've never would have seen before. So that can do from, looking at different dance moves, which has happened to breaking off because of companies like TikTok or, YouTube, or even just how people are getting discovered on Instagram, and conversations that you've been able to have on Twitter, or information that you've been able to learn on Clubhouse. Like, these are things where culture is now translating into so many different mediums, and it's all because of technology. And being able to actually take your version and apply it in a way that works best for you, that's, to me, like what true culture is, where it's like, well, it's not what you say, it's what you do is who you are. Ben Horowitz, he wrote a book called What You Do Is Who You Are, and it really defines a lot of the culture. And so I think that, it's what you do that really helps kind of embody that spirit, and it goes across so many different mediums. And the most important thing is originality, but at the same time, it's always across culture as well too, because at one point you have your what you love to do, but then there's always another medium that you're going to work with. So it could be fashion, it could be film, it could be arts, music, entertainment, crypto, and it's how you kind of can connect those two worlds together. And I think that that's really where you get the amazing reinvention of quote unquote culture that happens every day.
I love that. And, in the vein of just talking about how culture influences the way even someone like you and your team, perhaps, how do you evaluate tech, like culture and tech? How does that play into the considerations of the organizations that you are interested in investing in?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I think there's a lot of things. I think the most important thing that we look for is, or at least me specifically, is this thing called an idea maze. And so, like, basically, an idea maze is you as a founder, you've worked your entire life to get into this position. So say, for me, like, my idea maze was Cultural Leadership Fund. Like, it doesn't make any sense for athletes, entertainers, musicians, and executives to be a part of technology or venture capital. But for me, I started off in the entertainment industry. And so I had that lens, and then moving into the startup world, and then moving into venture capital. And so you see how you think that, okay, I've hit this peak, and then now there's a new mountain, and then there's a new mountain, and there's a new mountain. And over time, you're learning so many different things that then has brought you to this point where you now say, oh, wow, like this is the culmination of my life's work, and I'm going to build it into a company. A great example is like John Zimmer, who is the founder of Lyft. He started off, actually, he learned about ride sharing, not in the United States, but when he was in Africa. And he had and so he had this company called Zimride. And basically in Africa, people used to ride in collective cars together. So they have one car, people would come in, hop off, keep on traveling in transportation. And so he discovered that secret while he was there. And then when he came back to the States, the original company was called Zimride, but then ultimately the name changed into Lyft. And so, but that's an idea maze in terms of how you kind of gotten into those points. The other thing, which is kind of countercultural or counterintuitive, is what we like to call good ideas that look like bad ideas. And so I know that sounds like, it's like, well, what does that mean? Like, a good idea that looks like a good idea is, okay, I want to make a cell phone that has 10x battery life, or I want to have a brand new set of headphones. Okay, well, those are all great ideas, but that means that there's a million people that also know that they're good ideas. And so then they all end up doing the same thing, which then ultimately bottles down the price and increases competitiveness. Bad ideas that look like bad ideas are just bad ideas. And so you want to find this really small intersection where it's good ideas that look like bad ideas. Like, who thought it was a good idea to stay at a stranger's home? I mean, that sounds crazy, but then because of technology, a company like Airbnb has completely transformed the hospitality industry, or sitting in the back of a stranger's car. Who would have thought that was a good idea? Or creating, the ninth search network, which ended up being Google. And so these are all extreme, but they all have what I mentioned before, which is your earned secret, like that you spent your entire life working on. And so when we're talking with founders, even if the idea is changing, the most important thing is always going into the full history and backdrop of who the individual is and how they see the world, because ultimately that's going to be the driver of the success of the business.
So let's talk a little bit about pattern recognition, right? Because some of the things that you're describing, even the notion of, look for the good idea and the bad idea, founders that are just so committed to what they are building that they just have this like unrelenting, just inexhaustible energy. They just refuse to like succumb and refuse to believe that what they're building isn't, a necessity. Let's talk a little bit about that mindset. What are some of the characteristics in terms of, founders that you've worked with or that you've seen in your career? What are some of the attributes that they possess that, no matter who they are, where they're from, what they look like? What are some of those commonalities?
I mean, one is just always being able to learn. I think that, there's super small situations and massive, experiences that you have over life. And so, but always being open to, being able to be receptive of new information is one thing. I think I'm very, very, very big on network. So like I always say, like, your network is your net worth, and it's not who you know, but it's who knows you. So when you're thinking about opportunities, when you need to make connections, when you need to make, on the team, I always say our relationships need to be pick up the phone relationships, where if something needs to get done, we're not going to send we can send an email, but we're also going to.
I'll be calling you too.
Yeah, I know. All right, what are we doing?
I'm like, you can answer me, and you're like, I don't answer for everybody, but you know what I mean.
These work days are work days. They're busy, so. But it is really important to have a quality network that goes across, because that ultimately ties into sales, from who your potential clients and customers are going to be, to hiring and talent, where you can have what we call like the divine flame, where you can actually, attract great talent. I mean, Ben, the first thing he told me, he said, what do you call a leader with no followers? And he's like, it's somebody that's just taking a walk. And so you're going to have what we call have that, which is that divine flame, which is to actually, be resilient, have the it factor to be able to attract great prospects, and ultimately, have the tenacity to stick it out. I know that in 2022, we make startups look very glamorous, but in reality, this is a long and hard road to kind of get to where we're at, or to get to this finish line. And it often takes almost 10 years, and there's ups and downs and hurdles, and so many. Ben wrote a great blog post called the struggle, and I encourage anybody, not as a downside, but just to know, like, you're not alone when you're going into this. And so, as a founder, I think the last thing is just is empathy for yourself, and knowing that, that this is a journey, and you're going to be able to take the steps to ultimately get you to where you want to go. And for us as investors to roll up our sleeves and support whenever we can.
Yeah, and I think that's also too embedded in even our interactions with the Culture Leadership Fund and the team being open to like introducing us to folks at like Tally and Manifold, and just that connective tissue. Chris, I want to go back to your career. I want to talk a little bit about the fact that now you're coming up on 10 years at A16Z. You mentioned before, right? I mean, that's in and of itself is an incredible ride, a meteoric rise. But you've been grinding, as you mentioned, and you started out as the chief of staff for Ben, and now you're the president of Web3 A16Z Crypto. So, if you can tell us a little bit about some of the tips and tricks you were able to leverage besides Lion's Wine. I'm sure that helped. I didn't have my bottle, but we'll get it on the back end. But besides Lion's Wine.
Love it. Yeah. Shout out to Lion's Wine in case you guys need an after party drink.
We'll be toasting to that at the end of this. But what are some of the tips and tricks that you've leveraged that have enabled you to consistently rise in the ranks in your career?
I mean, one is you're just going to have to work hard. And this is, when you say 10 years, to me, it's probably double. I think you in terms of the hours and the commitment that you have to do. You always have to learn. I think that it's staying up to speed. I mean, like my Audible, I'm just listening to books. I'm reading every day. The industry moves so fast, and across so many different sectors. And so it's super important to always, not to stay up on trends because trends change, but understanding core foundations. So understanding like the foundation of what works in venture capital, what works in technology, what are consumer and software behaviors, really thinking about, how you can add value. That's another thing that has been really important, and I always recommend to people. It's like, I can't tell you the amount of times people reach out and ask for something, and I've never even talked to them before. And so
and expect something. You're like,
well, yeah. I mean, I love you. You definitely shoot your shot, but at the end of the day, like the best way in order to move forward is actually to give first. And so by figuring out opportunities where you can be a value add, that's how you get brought into the next level of the rooms. Is actually coming with something. It's like when your mom tells, when you come to Thanksgiving, you can't come empty-handed. And so I think I think that's super powerful when it comes to the career. And I always come into any circumstance or any situation with how can I help or add value first? And once the social equity pool gets large enough, then that there's an opportunity for you to actually ask in return. And by then it's already super easy because you've already demonstrated that you're somebody that is a giver. And I think that for anybody that's trying to take their company or their business or professional or personal career to that next level. If that's honestly the number one thing that I would recommend. I think that was the reason why we raised the Culture Leadership Fund. That's one of the reasons why, and I enjoy helping. Because when you help, you make things happen. When you make things happen, you're doing your job. And when you do your job, then that's like the Deion Sanders play good, look good, feel good style, but but for venture capital. But so yeah, I mean that's what I would say. And the beauty of everything is that the journey is still going on, and we're learning along the way. Are grateful for the doors that have opened and how we can keep them open for everybody else.
I love the fact that you mentioned how important it is, to lead with what you can give rather than what you can get. And I can only imagine how many, asks there are of you. But I do want people to walk away with the, commitment to giving, like adding value. It's so important that you're leading with, what you can contribute. So Chris, as we're starting to, wind down, I mean, we could do this every day. And we're going to run it back. You don't know yet, but it's going to happen.
Let's do it. Whatever you need, you already know.
I do. And for real, like I have to say on a personal note, we are friends, and, I was so excited to be able to have you participate in this discussion, the concept of, converging crypto and culture, and the concept of defying all odds. There are a lot of people out there that, it's a very challenging time for many people. And it's really inspiring, and it gives a lot of hope. And, you shared some practical takeaways. So I really appreciate that. But I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, right? What does the future hold for Chris Lyons? Is it, the second coming of Barack Obama? We running for president?
I don't want to get gray hairs too fast. I heard it does something with your age. Yeah, no, look, I think that there's the future is really, I would call it limitless, being only because it's whatever, we want to actually bring to the world. I think I continue to love technology. I love, working with the team here at Andreessen Horowitz. I love, breaking down doors. And, for me, like all I've done my whole career is go after spaces where, there was no trail to kind of, lead new doors. And so I'm always trying to find the thing that's never been done. And I think that's just, and that started off, just for wanting to work in technology, where I realized that there was 1% of us that were in the space. And, for me, I view that as a good thing originally, because if there's 1% of us, then, I'm the only one that thinks like this, which means that I have a competitive advantage. And so that means that I can win deals. I have networks that nobody else has open to. We can, and then I also can help make a difference to increase that percentage and show people that they can do it their way as well too. And so whatever, the future continues to hold, it's going to have those key pillars in it, and will be a good idea that looks like a bad idea.
I absolutely love it. I mean, listen, it's so important for, people that look like us to keep the door open for people that look like us, because, the construct of the financial arena, the construct of the tech arena, the construct of, even crypto, which is what led us to curate this conference experience. We're going to conference upon conference upon conference, and we're like, why is it that there are so few women, Black people? Where are the underrepresented communities? Why are we not being given a platform to have these discussions? And it wasn't that we don't exist. It was that in some instances we were getting rejected as speakers. In other instances, we just weren't even considered. It wasn't a consideration. And that happens in a lot of different industries, which is why, it's so important. And the culture is so appreciative of people like you who are using your platform to unlock opportunity, access to opportunity. And, we can't really underscore enough how, even in all of your successes and accomplishments, you're still very humble, like you're still very approachable. You've always been very kind. I don't know, like, anyone who's interacted with you that doesn't have anything but, kind words for you. Like, you've
I
never let
appreciate that.
the success get to your head to the point where you're like, in the sky.
Well, that's when it hits you. That's when it hits you, So in terms of this, somebody's saying, just in terms of book recommendations, really quickly, I think that there's
Yeah.
a ton that I just pulled up my Audible, like, really quick. One is called Ben's book, What You Do Is Who You Are. He also has another one called Hard Thing About Hard Things. You should definitely read that. I believe your mindset is everything. So there's this book called As a Man Thinketh. I think it's incredible. Shoe Dog by Phil Knight is an incredible story about entrepreneurship. So if you haven't read that, I highly recommend it. I read this book called The Magic of Thinking Big, which is another book where just allows you to kind of go beyond what your current environment is in order to create things that have never been done before. If you want to learn about the future of crypto and VR and AR, there's this book called Ready Player One, which I highly recommend. If you want to learn a little bit more about technology and how to actually get from, what the fundamentals is, it's a book called 0 to 1. And so I would highly recommend that. There's also my colleague, Scott Cooper. He wrote a book called The Secrets of Sand Hill Road. And so he's our managing partner at the firm, and he's literally the first employee outside of Mark and Ben. And it's crazy that he wrote this book because it really is, he gave away all the secrets. And so and especially if you're an entrepreneur or a founder trying to get into this space, you have to really understand what the other side of the world is. And so if you can know the game of venture capital, it actually helps you as an entrepreneur. And that was one of the things that I learned. I can go on and on and on, but I think that those are some really, really, really good foundations to get you started. Oh, the last one that I'd recommend is a book called The War of Art. It's not the art of war, it's the war of art, because, I do think at the end of the day, I mean, I still come from the creative side, and, there's always this other angle in terms of really trying to, go past the road of success. And you're always going to have opportunities that, make things challenging or make you feel like you're not going to make it, or things are tough. And, the war of art really kind of helps you understand why our mentality is that way and how we can still move forward with it. So, but those are just a few. Mm-hmm.
Well, that was, that's a war chest of, how you come up and how you stay up and how you bring other folks with you. So thank you for just taking the time to be with us today and just impart your wisdom. The concept of DeFi All Odds is truly about how we are harnessing the power of technology to unlock access, unlock, economic engines, connect with companies that are hiring. But also DeFi All Odds is everything that you embody, like your personal story of how you started your career. You mentioned being in the creative space, coming into tech, coming into venture capital, literally being, one of the only people of color, back in the day in the Valley, and then to have this meteoric rise and continue to create access for other people that look like you. It's God's work. It's incredible.
It is.
This is why this is success stories, like that is why we invited you to speak, and we're grateful that you chose to do so.
Well, I think it's the honor is always mine. I think that, I've always said this from the very beginning, like, we have to all work together. We have to come together. We have to share stories. We have to look out for each other, provide opportunities, and actually say what you mean. A lot of people love, talking about things and never doing them. For me, I've always just been a doer, and then if the information comes out, I think that's great. But what's most important is the fact that, as the first wave, as people started learning about entrepreneurship and technology, is incredible. I think that the fact that, people are super, super focused on understanding where the future of crypto is going to be even more exciting. When you think about, how creators are going to be able to have way more incentives just because of blockchain, or what the future of, token gated conversations or opportunities, or even, where the next generation of wealth is going to be from, providing, unique services and companies. I kind of look at the time right now as if this is the beginning of the iPhone, where it took a long time to just get into the level of the iPhone, and now from there, then they had the application layer, which really kind of changed the entire ecosystem. From creating the Instagrams, the Ubers, Twitters, Pinterests of the world. And I think that right now we're really about to, with a lot of the layer one businesses that have been created, and also the awareness of the industry itself, the layer two and the applications are going to be incredible, and it's going to really be built by everybody here in this room, that can see the world very uniquely and succinctly to how they want the future to go, and at the same time being able to leverage the amazing infrastructure that crypto will be able to provide. And so I'm super excited to see all the companies that you guys are going to be building, the information, the game that you're going to be dropping, and most importantly, the fact that you guys are continuing to bring this whole community together. And Lisa, you're a champion for success and a magnet for good people. And I know that you guys are just getting started. So let's go.
We're just getting out of the starting blocks. But this is amazing. Chris, thank you for your time again. And I'm so excited to see what you build next. We're rooting for you. We are following you and your journey. We've got your Twitter handles in our resource guide. We have a variety of the educational resources your team was kind enough to provide. We took copious notes on the books that you recommended, so we'll be sharing that with folks as well. But this is the first conversation of many. And so with that being said, thank you for joining us at Crypto for the Culture. DeFi All Odds, being the embodiment, the personification of defying all odds, and also success.
Amen. Let's go. Hey, well, it was a pleasure. I appreciate everybody's time. I'm wishing you all the best as you go into this next chapter. Keep it going. And if you need anything, let me know.
Oh, don't worry. I got you.
Let's do it. We got you.
Take care, Chris.
Take care.
My name is Olajuwon Ajanaku, founder of Eastside Golf. When I turned pro in golf, it was hard to find sponsors. And I was just like, what if I could create a brand to sponsor myself? In every sport, usually you see players become owners, but have you ever seen an owner become a player?
Okay, I'm here. Sorry. I was like, am I doing the intro? Look, we all got our Crypto Tutor shirts on. What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
3 for 4.
First Crypto Tutors panel today. All right, y'all. I have to say, I've been quoting Arthur Hayes. His tweets are just ridiculous and awesome at the same time. So, this is the perfect... I started, oh man, I'm starting to freeze. Don't worry. I'm going to take care of it when I get off this intro. So we're about to get into the technical application of what Crypto Hayes tweets about when he says, haters going to hate, but my portfolio about to appreciate. I feel like that's the theme throughout the entire conference experience. This is the technical analysis panel with the Crypto Tutors, making money while I sleep. Making money while I sleep. Okay, so Moetti Newbie, okay, is a lifelong Florida native. He has a PhD in statistics from FSU, Florida State University, with a concentration in finance. He has over 10 years of experience working as a financial engineer and energy trader at Next Era Energy Resources. Moetti was an early crypto adopter and owned the first penny auction in history. Yeah, you heard it. The first penny auction website in history to accept Bitcoin as payment. He is also an active member of his community, serving as a board member for nonprofits called Inner City Innovators. And let's keep it 100, Nina. He was our original crypto tutor. He was the one, everybody, who gave us the game. Okay. I don't know if there would be a crypto tutors if there was no tutor.
I'm the OG teacher.
Yeah. Yes, you are. We're happy to have you. I'm happy to introduce all of these crypto tutors to the Crypto for the Culture community. And with that being said, Fancy's over and out, and I'll let the crypto tutors do what they do.
All right. Thank you, Lisa, for such a awesome introduction. Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you guys to the Technical Analysis and Trading Panel. What we want to do here is really demystify what trading looks like, the people behind the scenes, what, you might see on Instagram or like Twitter, people talking about trading, but what actually goes on behind the scenes, the mentality, the philosophies, and we're constantly learning too. So this is like, part of trading is always learning. And so part of this is, even today, when I was watching the Arthur Hayes segment, and he said something to me that stuck out to me as a trader. He said, I'm wrong most of the time, but when I'm right, I make more money than when I'm wrong, right? And that instantly connected to me just from a trading perspective. And I learned that today, and I'm gonna incorporate that going forward. So, but basically, we're gonna get more into that in the segment. But I just wanted to basically, summarize what this panel is going to be about. A little bit of a disclaimer: cryptocurrency is still considered a speculative asset. Okay, this is still a speculative space. You should not be putting your 401k on speculative assets. There are regulated industries, and this is still a emerging industry where you don't put money that you can't afford to lose in this space. Also, trading is a very is a serious occupation. There are people who consider this a business. When they're not trading, they're studying. When they're not studying, they're trading. They are doing this full time as a full-time job. It's not something you just want to jump into and out. So I want to just put that out there that we don't want people to invest money that they can't afford to lose, but we do want to educate people, and that's what we're here for. So without any further ado, I want to basically introduce the other two panelists. I'll first start with Nina Blankenship, my co-founder, who is also the CEO of Crypto Tutors. She's a Japanese American graduate of the University of Florida with a major in finance. She has formerly worked at LinkedIn in both New York City and Singapore, where she became an award-winning marketer for LinkedIn Asia Pacific Media Solutions team. She was also a LinkedIn Learning author. Nina started crypto trading back in 2020, and she was so successful that she actually was able to purchase a Tesla Model Y. Did not have to go on The Price is Right. She basically earned it the hard way. So that's an awesome accomplishment. And then also Justin Blunt. Justin Blunt is, what can we say? I mean, he is a chart analyst expertise. He is our technical analyst expert. He's put out hours of content on our Crypto Tutors channel on the topic of technical trading. Extremely passionate about cryptocurrency, even more passionate about trading. Has over 9 years of experience in the crypto markets, which in this space that makes you an OG. You are an OG trader. And he holds a bachelor's degree in political science from Florida Atlantic University, and had experience in many industries: mortgage banking, business consulting, medical cannabis, all the important things of the day. So I want to basically welcome Nina and Justin to the panel, and I want to start with a few questions. I'm gonna first throw this one at, I guess, both of you guys. So and anybody can jump in. So what were some stereotypes that you had before you started trading in crypto, and how do those stereotypes match with reality?
Yeah, I'll go first. Thanks, Moetti. Hi, everyone, for watching. Thank you for taking the time out to invest in yourself, to up level or reskill yourself. For me, when I first heard about cryptocurrency, I heard about it only from watching the news, right? It being so volatile because the news doesn't cover anything boring. And so I only thought that, the only choices of cryptocurrency were Bitcoin or Ethereum or certain altcoins. I didn't know there was another category of cryptocurrency, which is called stable coins that are pegged to the dollar or other one-for-one cryptocurrencies. So that was the biggest misconception that I was wrong about. I was also wrong that I had a misconception just in my head that I thought you had to be rich because everybody was talking about the price of one Bitcoin. I think at the time when I was thinking about investing in it, it was about $8,000. So I thought, oh, I have to own a solid, one whole Bitcoin, which is also not true. I also thought that you needed experience trading in traditional finance, like trading stocks. But turns out the majority of people actually enter in crypto and they'll just skip traditional finance as well. But the most important one that I think that has really helped me longer term is just not. I thought that trading was going to be so technical that I wasn't going to be able to understand it. And I kind of just psyched myself out. And so if you can have a mentality of not getting caught up in the hype and not being emotional, you're probably going to do really well as a trader.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with you there, Nina. And good evening, crypto family and crypto nation. It is a pleasure to be here today. I'm just really thankful to, be among such great people. It's truly an honor to be here. And getting on with the question, what were some stereotypes? I think we may have all heard this before. Trading is gambling. You just shouldn't do, if you put your money into the market, you put your money in crypto, you're just gambling it. And I think this is another mentality that holds many people back from even attempting to try to trade or even remotely understand it, because they hear the word gambling and they probably think of all these negative connotations associated with gambling. It's just not quite the same now. What was the reality of this? Well, it's a yes and a no. There's gambling behaviors. So what am I trying to say here? So when you're trading, you're really taking data and you're taking past data and you're trying to make an analysis and an opinion about where a price is going to go. And there's many things that you could do to trade. The main thing that separates trading from gambling is that you can control your risk. If I'm at a slot machine, I can't put a stop loss on a slot machine. I can't hodl anything. I can't, there's the once you put your money in there, that's pretty much it. But with trading, the people think it's gambling because unfortunately many people approach trading with a gambler's mindset. They don't do their due diligence. They don't research. They don't look at charts. And this may happen to many new people entering the market. They see, green percentages and green candlesticks, and they put their money in thinking everything's going to be okay with no kind of analysis. Then at that case, yes, we're gambling because we're pretty much going on off of a whim, thinking that this is going to go up with no kind of data or anything to tell us otherwise. So I want to just demystify that, trading can be gambling. You can have a gambler's mindset toward it, but true trading, you're really looking at so many different conditions, charts, analyzing risk. So that's one big advantage, is that you can control your risk in trading. With gambling, you can't control anything. It is what it is. And I'd say the second one would be, going on to what Nina's saying, that, it's not as technical as many people may think. Prior to me even entering or even trying to trade, I used to think, oh man, you have to be, so smart to do this. You have to be a math wizard. You have to already know traditional finance and, been an analyst. That couldn't be remotely further from the truth. What really, really you need to know is very visual based. You need to really understand pattern recognition, I'd say, is one of the most important. So those would be, some of the stereotypes that I had prior to trading.
All right, very cool. So let me go on to the next question. How about we talk about your stories, really the journey in the crypto space. Would you mind sharing with us, like, how did you start it, and going from A to Z, what did that look like?
Sure. Modi, you already know this, but for those of you who do not know the genesis of Crypto Tutors, basically Modi back in the day in university helped me to get all A's in my math classes by being my statistics tutor. I would go into the math lab and get my tutoring, and thankfully got all A's in my classes because of him. Modi also wrote his PhD on the history of the monetary system. So he's just somebody that I genuinely trust. And when I was working at LinkedIn. That's how I met Lisa, by the way. First in New York and then in the Singapore office. Then in 2020, COVID hit. And I came back to the United States, got back in touch with Modi, and I was asking him, what are you up to? And Modi, I don't know if you remember this, but you would not stop talking about stable coins. Right? You're like so passionate.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what I was talking to you about, you would
That's
always
true.
change the topic back to stable coins. And one of the things that really clicked with me and how I personally interpreted being able to stake a stable coin, which is when you're supplying security to the blockchain, and it's Modi would say it's 5 steps back in 2020. So Lisa and I went ahead and we tried it out. Now it's a lot easier and it's just a few clicks. But back then it was like, it technically was 5 clicks, but it was like 5 steps, but it was like 500 clicks to get there. So that's when we were like, okay, we did it. But it was super complicated. But what we did notice was every day we would see the interest slowly building up. And even though it was like fractions of a penny, because at that point, I think we were gaining around 10 to 15% interest. I really became passionate about it because I personally related it to certificates of deposits in banks. My father and his grandfather were able to use certificates of deposits. And back then, my dad's like 80 years old, just for like reference, they were able to generate 7 to 10% interest at the bank using a certificate of deposit, which now is like not even possible. So when I heard that, I was like, wow, if you're able to have such a high interest rate over time through staking a stable coin, through compound interest and just using a simple compound interest calculator on the internet, you could be a millionaire. And that's when the light bulb went off for me to think, okay, I need to learn more about cryptocurrency. And then, as you know, Lisa and I just studied it every day since.
Yes.
So that's how we got started.
You guys did very well. You guys have passed the class. All right. Justin, what about you?
Yeah, so my crypto journey and roots really traces back to 2013. I was attending Florida Atlantic University at the time, and like most college students, I didn't have too much money or capital. So I'm over here in my college dorm researching stocks. I'm just like, man, what are some stocks I can get into that's just gonna make me wealthy, make me rich one of these days? And I don't know how I stumbled across this forum talking about Bitcoin while researching stocks. It immediately caught my interest, and I was just like, oh, okay, Bitcoin, never heard of it. It seems like a really interesting concept, like something revolutionary and new. So ever since I had read that forum, and I can't remember the website, but I was intrigued, and I stopped looking at stocks because I was just so intrigued with what crypto was and what Bitcoin was. So I did a little bit more research. I ended up buying just a tad bit of Bitcoin, very little bit of Litecoin. I remember when Litecoin was like less than $5. Bitcoin at the time was around like $400. I also bought some other altcoins like Feathercoin and all these things back in 2013. But unfortunately, I just got my toes wet, just tested the waters, did not properly secure any of my crypto at the time. I had no clue what a cold storage was. There actually was not so many applications for Bitcoin at the time. I lost everything that I bought. Like I even had a little bit of Dogecoin that I bought, and just lost those keys, lost that wallet, that exchange is no longer around. So I was just like, and then Mt. Gox happened. That was the big story of the day, you know, and I was just like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe yes, I just invested in the wrong thing. So fast forward 4 years later, up until 2017 is when I really started getting serious about investing in cryptocurrency. I'll never forget it. I was at the mall with my wife now, and I just got this alert on my phone. It was just sitting. It was from CNN out of all places. It was just like it reported Bitcoin hits $4,000. And like I'm looking at this and my jaw's dropping because years ago I remember when the price was $400, and now I'm getting newsfeed that is 4,000. Like my jaw's dropping. It's just like WTF? Like what happened? How did I miss this? Like, oh my gosh, I got to do something right now. So what did I do? I invested much more money than I had previously into the market. This was, keep in mind, October 2017. So this was on the tail end of that bull cycle right there. And I was able to see my portfolio, my initial investment gain exponentially. And, within months, I'm just like, man, I'm up 400-500%. This is insane. But what happened? Well, that December, Bitcoin tops $20,000, and it was going to be the start of a nice long crypto bear market. So I see my initial investment go all the way up, and I'm thinking this is just great. Like it's going to last forever. That things are going to be fine. And it totally wasn't, because it came up and it came all the way down and I didn't make a dime. And at that time you had ICO mania, and it was not uncommon where you see people turning $100 into a couple $1,000 or even $1,000 into well over $10,000. I didn't capitalize on any of that. So ever since then, ever since I seen what happened to my portfolio and that extreme volatility, is what really got me interested in, chart reading, understanding crypto more, technical analysis, market psychology, like what moves markets, because I just remember, I was just intrigued. I'm just like, there's got to be a way to better enter the market and better time when you should be getting out of the market. So after 2017, I lived out that long bear market. Fortunately, I was still in crypto and I still had a lot of conviction in it. Did a lot of accumulation around 2018 into Bitcoin, ETH, and some other altcoins that performed extremely well, going up until the next bull cycle. And come November 2020, November 2020, got laid off, and I was just like, I had my crypto. I started a channel on TradingView and just started from zero, just talking about my opinions, where I thought certain coins were going, like the shifts in the market, and built a following. And that's how Nina discovered me. I don't know how she came across one of my articles and then we talked. And ever since, it's just been, I've been passionately involved with Crypto Tutors, just spreading the good gospel of crypto and preaching how, Bitcoin, trading, cryptocurrency, this is all freedom right here. This is true freedom. So that's part of my journey right there.
Awesome. The one thing I liked about your story is that you talked about the highs and the lows of the journey where you go to a moment where you actually quit and then you come back, and that is such a reality in this space. When you're in the trading journey, it's like I actually feel like until you have a major failure, you're not really a trader. Because there's not just this easy road to success. It's like that failure makes you really think about what does it mean to be a trader, and then you really figure out and that's what kind of motivated you. I need to basically start focusing on the charts, and it's all the failures that kind of motivate you to get there. So I thought that was very cool. Really quick, I guess one last question before we go to the technical indicators section is what any prerequisites that you would recommend that people look into before, if they wanted to start trading, what prerequisites would you recommend?
For me, I would just say mindset is the number one thing, and don't get too emotional. Especially when the news or the FOMO, I've definitely lost money, and that is to be expected. If you go into crypto thinking you're never going to lose any money, that's just really ignorant, and it's just part of the cost of your crypto education. So just mentally prepare.
That's easier said than done, but yes, I agree with that advice. Very, like, you just kind of said that, like, oh yeah, just don't get emotional. Like, we're just like, yeah. But that is very, very, very hard what she just said to do. Like, don't get emotional. You probably will get emotional, then you'll realize in hindsight you should have just listened to her and not got emotional. But that's very good advice, but very hard to follow. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah. Woo! There's a couple of them. Number one thing I'd say, there's a couple. I'm gonna give the panel here a couple and all of our audience here. Trust in your indicators. Trust your indicators. Your indicators do not become emotional. So, that takes away the emotional aspect. Just trust your indicators. For one, whatever you're using, trust it because it does not come emotional. And two, definitely have separate your trading funds from your long-term investment funds from your living expenses. You have to separate those. Do not intertwine them. The third one is going on to the emotions. Really understand for people that are trading is that traders have two battling emotions typically. It's either fear and greed. It's either you're too fearful or you're too greedy. And both of them will not make you any money because if you're too fearful, you're not going to want to take a position, so you're going to miss out. If you're too greedy, you've taken a position, you've made some gains, which is great, but now you want more, so you don't end up taking profit, and you don't get more, and you just sit on it, and now you don't make money either. So if you're too fearful, if you're too greedy, it's going to be very difficult. And this is part of trading psychology. It's like every day it's a battle between fear and greed. The fourth one I'd say is look for confluence on indicators, meaning just don't rely on one indicator. Look for multiple indicators that are telling you the same thing, whether a Bitcoin or an asset is just like, way overbought or way oversold. We'll get into that later. Fifth, don't focus on timing perfect tops or bottoms. That's one of the things that's probably held me back a lot, is trying to just get that perfect top. Or if I can just get in at that perfect time, you're probably not going to time a perfect bottom. The goal is to get as close to the top or bottom. And the last thing I'd say is be patient. Man, be patient. If you do not have patience with your trades, you will get wrecked. You have to be patient and you have to have a plan. And trading is very much an emotional discipline. So we're going to talk about those emotions a lot.
Okay. So now I think we want to move to trading pairs. Nina, is that are we ready for that?
Yeah, we can go ahead and play this video.
Okay.
It's a strategy that works really well, where you actually don't have to put additional money into the market to gain more market share. And so I just put a video together to visually explain it. Check it out.
All right.
Trading the pair. Over the bull run, I saw a lot of people say that they wanted to take on a second job so they could buy more crypto. There's another way to gain more market share of a token with trading the pair. Trading pairs are two different cryptocurrency tokens. In this sample scenario, we will look at two made-up tokens that have existed for more than 2 years and have volatility that is not the exact same. This could be because of a short delay, or maybe they are opposite of each other. Mentally prepare. This entire trading strategy may be executed in minutes or over years. Please do not invest in anything you cannot afford to lose. The price of coin A is $10. The price of coin B is $20. The trading pair is A over B, which equals $10 over $20, 1 over 2 simplified. The ratio is 1 over 2 because the price of coin A is half the price of coin B. Imagine your wallet that you own. You own one coin B token for $20. Now using the trading pair A token over B token, you sell one B token worth $20 at the 1 over 2 ratio, and you buy 2 A tokens worth $20. Right now, you have the exact same value minus the trading fee. You may be wondering, why would you do that? Well, I'm going to show you. Then you wait patiently for the price of coin A to go above the price of coin B. Now the price of coin A is $20 and the price of token B is $10. Now we have a ratio of 2/1 because token A is 2 times more expensive than token B. The value of our wallet has just increased from $20 to $40. Many people cash out. That's an option, or you can wait or trade the pair and sell 2 A tokens, which are $40 in value, and you can buy 4 B tokens. Now that you have 4 B tokens at $40 in value, congratulations. In this scenario, we have just 4x the amount of tokens owned. When trading the pair, traders are not shaken by short-term volatility and are only focused on acquiring more tokens without having to put additional money into the market.
Very nice.
All right, so that's really, I really enjoyed that video. It's interesting, like watching someone explain something that I do, but I sometimes you don't really, you kind of move so fast that you realize that explaining it to somebody, you have to really break it down. So like these videos are really, as you're trying to understand pairs trading, that's one of the best videos I've seen. And you start from the very beginning, learn as much as you can. All right, so we're gonna go to Justin. Justin, you're gonna go through one of the technical indicators just to give us an idea of what it looks like.
Absolutely. I'm going to share my screen here, and I hope everybody could see this. So I'm sharing right now. Let me see that on. So, oh boy, here we go. All right, so let me know. I hope everybody just give me a yay if you could see this chart right here. Hope everybody can right now. So real quick, briefly, I'm going to just share one indicator. Now, there's many that I use. But we only have time to talk about one. I could talk about this for hours. That's going to be the stochastic RSI. This is what I take with me and pretty much on all my trades. Now, a couple things here that I want people to really understand about how prices move in markets. Prices move just like waves. It's a wave. Just like we say here at Crypto Tutors, because that's really what it is. The way prices move in markets, whether it's crypto stocks, whatever, is in waves. So one way to measure, where our wave is at, we got to discuss the anatomy of a wave. This is why we use the RSI. If you can notice, and the RSI stands for Relative Strength Index. If you can notice, this RSI down here, it moves very squiggly-like, just like waves in an ocean, right? Now, this is nothing new because, the wave theory was actually developed by Ralph Nelson Elliott back in the 1930s. He's known for Elliott wave theory. But what are we trying to do? So let's quickly talk about the anatomy of a wave. We have a trough right here, because the trough of a wave is the bottom. Then we have a peak or a crest in nautical terms, which is the top. And in between that, we have momentum building up to the top. Now, what am I trying to say here? Is that, we want to get used to looking at troughs and peaks because what we're trying to do here is increase the probability or likelihood that we're going to get a move to the upside or a downside. So to really end this, when we're in the stochastic RSI below the 20 here, we're in this trough zone. So when we're in here, that means the price movement for this time frame has already lost its momentum and now it's, troughed out. So now when we're over here at a trough, we have a probability that going up, we have a much more likelihood. Not saying that we're going to go up 100%, 5%, or even 10%. We just have a better likelihood of going up. Similarly to when we're at the crest or at the top, our momentum has already gained steamed and is already maxing out. So when we're above the 80 here on the stochastic, this is what we like to say when it's overbought. So now the probability of price movement going to the downside has a greater likelihood since that wave has already taken off and crested. And then what happens? The process repeats itself over, just like waves do. So I wish I had more time to really talk more about this, but we're running short on time. But this is by far one of the indicators that I love using most in crypto is understanding wave oscillators and wave movements, looking for those patterns.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks a lot, Justin, for giving us just a little bit of a snippet of like what we, the education we provide on our YouTube channel and at Crypto Tutors. If you want to get more personalized tutoring, you can go to cryptotutors.com, get one-on-one tutoring. We basically tutor all topics, and we can talk about this for hours, as Justin said. But we are running short on time, so we want to go ahead and pass it back over to Lisa and continue moving on. But thanks for everybody for viewing our this panel.
Much love, much peace, wealth,
All right.
and health. Thank you so much.
Later.
Hey, no commercial break. No. Okay. I've got the crypto for the culture thing over my face. I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh man, can I tell you, really? We've been going at it since 12 o'clock today. It's just been back to back to back to back to back to back to back. So, we're not letting the energy abate. We're not letting the enthusiasm, excitement, or any of that fall by the wayside. We're super excited to be hosting each of you, and I'm going to get into all the dope you're building. Three. I'm going to get into that. But I just wanted to take a moment, now that we're back here, to welcome each of you to Crypto for the Culture. The theme this year is DeFi All Odds. I've been talking about this throughout the course of the day, DeFi being dual meaning, and that, going against this, economic downturn, going against, challenges that may prevent us from, even getting that next opportunity, that next job. But also decentralized finance, right? And that's why we brought each of you here today. Our speakers are going to be talking about crypto rewards and how living your everyday life, you're able to be rewarded, to be compensated. And, we're going to start off, and I've been doing this for all of our panelists. So I'm going to give each of you your flowers, as the kids say. So we'll start off with Crystal Queck. You're a repeat. You're a repeat. This is 2 years in a row that you've been at. Yup. Last year you were in Singapore. This year in London. 2 years in a row at Crypto for the Culture. But it might be a new city, a new country, but it's still the same Crystal, and she's still Forbes under 30. So y'all better recognize.
Oh no, thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here, and we're a very, very small company, so grateful for the support, and thanks for having us again this year. At Crypto for the Culture, literally. So very, very excited. So yeah, my name is Crystal. I'm the co-founder of Bolt Global. Started a company 5 years, 252 days ago. I'm not counting, not quite yet. Oh, thank you. So we've basically built the YouTube of Web3. And we've also integrated the Binance wallet within our own ecosystem as well. So basically, content creators and their community members can send gifts. We call it gift bolts, basically, to each other. And we're trying to cut out as much of the middlemen as possible, trying to incentivize and educate people to basically tip their favorite creators directly without, Apple or Google really getting in the way. So we had a great ecosystem. We work with partners like Hisense as well, which is a smart TV manufacturer. Our apps are pre-installed, across the African markets. Very, very important for us. We're very passionate about education, and that's why, Of course, meeting Lisa and Nina last year, it really spoke to my heart because I do fundamentally believe in the power of education and empowerment. Yay! So that's why we're all here today, and thank you so much for having me. And hello to Abigail, Chris, Pietro as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Well, Abigail, you're the product manager. You're working on the Gemini credit card, Gemini. Would you tell us a little bit about yourself and your background as well?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Abigail Wessel. I'm the lead product manager for the credit card over at Gemini, working on really bringing the product to launch from when I joined to scaling the product, which is what we're doing now. I have built a career in large scale product launches, spent the better part of a decade at Citibank, actually, launching products such as the Double Cash Card, Costco, as well as the Citi Custom Cash Card. Decided to switch over to the crypto side of the house. I saw that there was a lot of opportunity there, was really excited about the core value prop of the Gemini credit card, which had already been created when I made the jump, and was just really excited about the credit card as an avenue to onboard really people who might not be as familiar with crypto into the new asset class, which is something that I'm very passionate about. So I've been at Gemini for about a year and a half. Really excited about the trajectory of the company and the product, kind of where we've come from and where we're going. And I'm really excited to be speaking on this panel today. Thank you so much for having me.
We could not do it without people like you, Abigail. So welcome to crypto, as Arthur Hayes said. I don't know if you saw that earlier, to the culture. In case the kids are watching, I have to censor myself. Awesome. Well, let's move over to Pietro, my neighbor here in Miami. We literally live around the block. Who's the director of crypto partnerships at the Giving Block. Speaking about the block, we got blockchain. We got the
It all works itself out pretty well. Thank you guys so much for having me. Yeah, I'm the director of partnerships at the Giving Block, and what we do is we help nonprofits accept crypto donations and help crypto holders and users donate to their favorite causes. So what that looks like is we've actually been fortunate enough to work with over 2,000 nonprofits currently, and over the past year have raised over $100 million in crypto philanthropy. So we're giving back to the culture, supporting those in need, and really trying to empower folks that might not know crypto to take a shot at it, especially in the philanthropic space where it might be a little daunting. We try to make it as easy and simple for anybody looking to give or accept a crypto donation to make that possible. And we're super thrilled to be working with Crypto Tutors, and very excited to chat with the rest of the panelists here.
Welcome, Pietro. We're super excited to share you and the amazing work that you're doing at the Giving Block with the Crypto Tutors and crypto culture community. So thank you for that. Now, Christopher Uramain, you like how I did that, right? Because you spelled it phonetically. You were like, okay, this is how you pronunciate my name. Okay, did I say it right?
Yeah, you're pretty close, let's say.
Oh, yeah, I'll work on it. I'll get better with time, I promise. Christopher, you are the CFO and the COO of CoinMiles. So tell us a little bit about you and the work that you're doing at CoinMiles.
Yeah, definitely. So first of all, very excited to be here, part of the panel. I think we've got a great group here. So yeah, CFO, COO. So I'm an accountant by trade. So a bit more kind of the boring background, but no, got immersed into the crypto scene with CoinMiles. So we are a crypto rewards app, as simple as that. Our goal is really to allow people to earn rewards on their everyday purchases. So we work with a variety of brands. We're over 1,000 partners online, the Walmarts, the Nikes, Indigos, big brands that people will recognize that they could shop on, that they're buying their items on a daily basis, and then now they're earning cryptocurrency on there. So we found it's a good way for people to get exposed to cryptocurrency without having to go through a lot of the hoops that are typically involved with it. People who want to get that exposure and eventually learn how you can kind of, the benefits of cryptocurrency. So I guess I'll stop there as kind of a brief introduction, but I'm, like I said, very excited to talk about more about the crypto reward scene. It's growing pretty quickly.
I love how each of you spoke about how, the rewards approach is helping people learn about crypto. People hear crypto, they hear blockchain, they hear DeFi, and they're so intimidated and so kind of, apprehensive. But when they're doing regular everyday activities, whether that be donating to their favorite charities or, shopping at Sephora, the idea of getting rewarded for these activities is such a great way to just kind of ease people into the space. And so I want to just throw out a few questions that apply really to each of you. And whomever wants to go first, by all means. Can each of you share how the reward process works? So you're each in different domains, right? But it would be really helpful for folks to just get an understanding of, how to get started at a Coin Miles, or what they need to do to get access to the Gemini card, and how they can be rewarded there. And Crystal, whether it be ads that we're compensating people for watching, or Pietro with the nonprofits you support, facilitating the process of getting them crypto. So can each of you just take a moment or two to just walk us through how it works at your respective organizations?
Sure. I guess I'll jump in there. Sorry, Abigail. So on our app, it's basically you use a credit card that you already have. So you download the CoinMiles app, you'll see a list of all our partners, a lot of brands that everybody's familiar with. I use the example of Nike, let's say. So you'll go through the CoinMiles app, you'll get redirected to Nike's website. So I think nowadays, especially with COVID, everybody's used to shopping online. We are all familiar with that whole process. So you would shop on Nike's website like you normally would. You would check out, you would pay with a credit card, any credit card you want. What we have, agreements with our partners that we get a commission from them, and so we share that commission with our user base so that they could then earn that in crypto. So the saying is, if you could buy a pair of Nikes online, you can earn crypto. It is kind of what we apply here, is really that you shop as you normally would, and almost like magic, you'll see the transaction in your wallet. So it's pretty seamless process.
Love it, because who doesn't want to get rewarded for doing the things that they do just every day? So thank you for that, Chris. Abigail, I know you have some thoughts.
Yes. So for the Gemini credit card, all you have to do is really sign up for the card, which is a pretty seamless experience. And then the way that the card works, it's just like any other credit card. And a large majority of Americans have credit cards in their wallets and use those credit cards multiple times a day. The way that our credit card works is that you earn 3% on dining, 2% on groceries, and 1% on everything else. And instead of cash back or miles, it's crypto back. And those rewards are instant, which is actually kind of an industry game changer. Not any other credit card does it. So a win for us, a win for crypto. And I think having instant rewards is especially important when you're talking about crypto, where things change and things are quite fluid. And so with those instant rewards, one of the other benefits that actually ties, I think, very well into kind of the educational component is that you can change your rewards at any time, right? We like to say, oh, you can earn Bitcoin for breakfast, ETH for lunch, Doge for dinner. And you can do that there's no cap on kind of like however many times you want to change your reward. You could literally do it like every minute if you wanted to. And what that means is that customers and cardholders can really explore different crypto tokens, different things that they might be interested in a very risk-free way, right? Like this is a very easy way to dip your toes in. You're not investing all of your money. You're earning rewards on things that you're purchasing, things that you would be buying anyway. And if you don't already have an exchange account with Gemini, which is where your rewards go, we actually sign you up for one in the application process. There are no additional steps that you need to take to do so. And if you already do have an exchange account on Gemini, we link those seamlessly. So it really is a very easy way for customers to start earning crypto rewards and start learning about, because I do believe that this was kind of my process. When I started investing, when I started really kind of taking that first step, that was how I learned. I think it's a very practical way to start to experience crypto.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Crystal, Pietro?
I can go first because I think Pietro has a very inspiring story, and we should save, literally, with no offense to anyone, the best for last. Would love to hear the $100 million story, literally. No, I mean, we work for our users. We work for the creative economy. I mean, what we're really doing right now is to kind of build a platform that empowers and allows anyone and everyone to create freely, and to be rewarded for that, right? I mean, I was just thinking about it, just looking at this panel today. Literally every single person here, we're so creative. Lisa, you use a comma to distinguish Lisa, your name, and Crypto Tutors. Abigail, it's a hyphen. I'm doing a, sort of a parenthesis sort of thing. And, everybody's sort of different in the way they express, how they want to put their company name after their name. You can see within this panel itself, the way we express our identity is already different. So a lot of people out there, say, in the frontier markets, in different cultures, right? They are dying to be heard, literally, I would say. And that's why, I think diversity, culture, and celebrating that is so important. And the one good thing about crypto, I think, is it allows for anyone and everyone to be an equal participant. I mean, the one big thing that I've always felt, very strongly about is the idea of the underbanked, right? And a lot of creators out there, because of how YouTube and Twitch are like, you can only cash out after you've made your first $100 US dollars. And if you have a minimum of 1,000 subscribers, you can start earning. And I feel like that isn't very fair to anyone who's just really starting out. I mean, YouTube is no longer a place to post funny videos from your bedroom. It's just become a giant warehouse of video storage, right? And it rewards the very top. So we're trying to do it in our own small ways. And of course, we're not Google, and I'm clearly not Sergey Brin, but I think crypto really helps to kind of democratize that in our own little way. So yeah, I mean, viewers can get tokens and rewards, from watching ads. Creators can get tips and gifts. We also run campaigns to kind of spur and cheer on, different creative campaigns throughout the ecosystem. So yeah, that's what we do.
Awesome. Yeah, I think there's like a thematic trend across what everybody's saying, which is like when you leverage the power of crypto and the blockchain really and take your activity that you might be doing in your daily life on chain, that there are rewards and benefits to doing that. Some because the technology is arbitraging away some inefficiencies. We see that a lot in the nonprofit space. Crystal mentioned unbanked individuals. Well, we also think of like underfunded organizations like nonprofits, for example, that really are looking to bridge the gap and find new demographics of people that might want to participate in giving, or people who are giving already but want to add a little more flair and excitement to that process, right? Traditionally, many of us might send a credit card, ACH, or check in the mail to our favorite charity, but what does that really do for you, right? Sure, you feel good about it, but in the sense of donor rewards, right, depending on the way that you might donate, there might be POAPs or NFTs associated with like public statements of your contribution or participation, which you can then leverage on your social media and create community around. Those are really exciting opportunities. For the nonprofits themselves, they also get to expand into something that's entirely new, right? So in terms of reward, it's like, your traditional donor base might be 65 to 75 on average in terms of age. Now you're talking to millennials, Gen Z, the future builders, movers and shakers of this industry. And quite frankly, those of us who've been fortunate enough to participate in crypto might have a little bit of money set aside to be able to participate in giving back and fund that next level of education and adoption that I think you guys are doing a fantastic job of ushering in as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Pietro. Because, I was going to ask you to share an example or a story of, one of your favorite nonprofits that you've been able to work with. You don't have to say
I see one in the room.
Yeah.
You
don't have to say
Yeah.
crypto. It's fine. It's fine. No, but I mean, I think that you hit the nail right on the head in relation to just providing, talking the language of, the millennials and, the Gen Zer. This is their language. And so being able to meet them where they're at is awesome, especially for altruistic causes. So thank you for that. Now, Abigail, let's circle back to you. What are some of the unique features of the Gemini credit card? You talked a bit about being able to choose your crypto, how you want to be rewarded. Let's dive into some of the unique aspects of, the Gemini card versus other credit cards on the market.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I can deep dive a little bit more into the rewards portion to start, and kind of explain how switching between rewards works. We actually have a really seamless user experience where when you log on to your Gemini app, the credit card is one item in the bottom fold. You click on that, and then your credit card comes up. And you can choose view rewards or change rewards, right? You change it, you see a selection of, we actually have 60 plus rewards, close to 70 rewards, crypto rewards that you can choose from. And it's as simple as selecting it, right? You click it and you say, hey, all right, I'm earning ETH right now. Let's see, I kind of am more interested in Mana, right? You click on that and it changes your next purchase. It could literally be within seconds. You could be in the checkout line and someone's asking for your card. You swipe, NFC, and that's it. You earn Mana on that purchase. And so that's how it works. It's as easy as just clicking one selection in our app. One of the which is I think also really important when you're talking about instant rewards. Everything about our card, and I think this is a differentiator for us, is to flexibility, right? Like it speaks to, all right, our consumers want that flexibility. Our consumers want to determine how, our cardholders want to determine how they are using their card. And flexibility is a huge part of that, right? Being able to select your rewards plays into that. It's also a $0 annual fee card. So all of the services that we're providing to the customer are at no annual fee, which I think is really key, especially when you're talking about kind of like we have a sleek, I have an example. I brought a prop. Oh, it's my actual credit card, not a prop. But it's a stainless steel credit card, right? So it's sleek. That isn't something you traditionally get with $0 annual fee. It's also no foreign transaction fees, so you can travel internationally, not get charged a fee on that. That's also pretty uncommon when you're talking about a $0 annual fee card. But I really do think those are kind of ancillary to me. I do believe that that the reward structure, the instant rewards, and the fact that consumers can choose which rewards they want to earn at whatever given time, I think that is a key differentiator for our product, and one that we continue to build off of. We're adding rewards every month.
Thank you for that. And you're 100% correct. People love options, love the 0%, fee. Like that is something that people don't realize, all of the hidden fees there are. And segueing to you, Chris, let's talk a little bit more about coin miles. I mean, I got introduced, I think it was like I was incentivized because, I order a lot of food. At this time, it was like Uber Eats. And I was like, oh, okay, perfect. Like, you're going to pay me for doing that, which I do on like a daily basis. Great. And so would love to just learn a little bit more about you connecting the dots, you recognizing that there was a place for rewards in the crypto arena. Like what led you to connect those dots?
It's funny you said, because at the beginning of the introduction, we talked about the DeFi and the whole the theme around inflation is one of them, right? And that's so relevant right now that it's something that regular cash back doesn't provide a call it a hedge against, right? And so where crypto and Bitcoin in particular is kind of known out there as being the anti-inflationary, but what we think in there is that there's a way to earn rewards at and Abigail mentioned this too, there's no investment to our users, right? So it's we'll call it risk-free, so you have the upside to also benefit from, as the price of Bitcoin, I use Bitcoin as a main example, as it goes up, well, all of a sudden, if I earned $2 on my Nike purchase, and a year from now, Bitcoin is double, and now I've turned it into 4, and it's exponential growth. And something that's pretty important to our user base, that yes, they may seem like small amounts at a time, $1 here on your Uber Eats order, but with the accumulation of your day-to-day purchases, with the accumulation of the value of Bitcoin increasing, all of a sudden after a year, you could be using substantial rewards that effectively have paid for your purchase itself, right? All of a sudden your Nikes have been paid for in your rewards. So it's something that we think, especially now in the current environment, that people are starting to realize a bit more, like, how do I find other ways to, I don't want to use the word protect myself, but really kind of stay ahead of the curve. And so, cryptocurrency and crypto rewards is one of the key ways that we think is that you could do that in an easy environment.
I love that because, again, in the vein of just the times that we're living in and the fact that, people are losing their jobs, people are looking for, alternatives. I think earlier we spoke about there being 2 billion people even unbanked, like the way that you all are building in this ecosystem in a way that lends itself to, really driving that notion of like self-sovereignty. The fact that you can make purchases as you normally do, but then the rewards could literally wipe out the entire purchase that you made. Like these are extremely novel concepts that are new and exciting, and also speak to just how important it is to learn about this space. So with that being said, I mean, I would love to just hear from each of you as to, what's coming next? What's on the horizon for the Giving Block? What's on the horizon for both Gemini and Coin Miles?
I'm happy to start since you said our name first. Yeah, I
Go
think
ahead.
as far as what's on the horizon, I think, we're tapping into the energy of crypto participants, which is while they learn, educate themselves, participate, potentially make money in this space, they're always thinking about what comes next. And oftentimes that means giving back to somebody that might have inspired them, a cause that they care about, local, foreign, domestic, doesn't matter. I think that's exciting. What we're trying to usher in is a new wave of giving for nonprofits that are constantly struggling to meet their obligations to their to the people that they serve. And I think, in the future, you'll see more of us, ideally, in your day-to-day life as you think about how you might give back. We're going to be doing a lot of partnerships with the great folks like Crypto Tutors, NFT platforms, incorporating roundups, give back features, etc., all over the place. And what we want to do is showcase that when you get into crypto, it's not like what you hear with the FUD every day. It's not people participating in illegal activity, right? It's actually the nonprofits you know and love and recognize doing good things. And we want to tell that story and really share that wealth with everybody else who needs it.
Who's next? Because I don't want to talk, because I want to make sure you guys get to
I
say
guess
what
I'll go then next. I'll be relatively quick as well. So yeah, two main themes for us is one, and it's kind of Abigail mentioned as well, is the different reward options. So we were actually in a boot camp this week, have integrated a new blockchain in there to increase the ability for our users to select which rewards they want to earn, get boosted rewards, things like that. All that could encourage people to accumulate more. And then on phase two is the remittance to, and it's funny that Pietro's mentioned this, it's the nonprofit side. For some people who are a bit more wealthy, who have a bit more spending habits, they can accumulate a few dollars. For them, it has less of an impact, but then they can now have that ability to transfer that to a nonprofit organization or to have it being used somewhere else, even though for them, $5 in rewards may not have as much of an impact. So we are putting in that angle as well as we're starting to scale up and see more and more balances being accumulated. So I think it's quite exciting to see all the the things that are coming up in the next little while for CoinMiles.
Ladies.
All right, I can go next. I'll also be quick. A couple of things that we're focused on over at Gemini is creating kind of cross-platform growth. I think one of the things, and this ties into, again, that educational aspect of why crypto rewards, I think, are so important. We just ran an NFT promo for new and existing customers with our platform Nifty Gateway, so that customers who weren't as familiar maybe with the NFT space could experience that as well. They got an NFT after spending a certain amount of money over the course of a month. We're looking to do more kind of cross-functional promotions like that, and things that really excite a consumer base in a multitude of ways. We're also focused on bringing new features that are beyond table stakes onto the product. So looking forward to building those out, to launching the ones that are kind of already in progress over the next few quarters, to again surprise and delight our cardholders and bring more people onto the platform so that more people can earn those crypto rewards.
Okay, surprise and delight. Love to see it.
It's coming soon.
And close us out, Crystal.
No, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, so I'll keep mine short as well. So we're just really focused on mass adoption, because we think we're just really in the very early days, I think, of what the digital asset industry could be. I mean, we're just barely scratching the surface. And what I would say is that the big mass use case where anyone and everyone can be delighted and rewarded, I think it would be a combination of all the work that we're all doing here, whether it's rewarding, education, empowerment, media, entertainment. We all have to collaborate with each other and support each other. So we're looking to collaborate with the best-in-class partners with the same spirit. We're looking to onboard as many creators as we can to spread the mission and to help our partners along the way. That's what we want to do for the next 12, 16 months, as long as it will take us, really. Yeah.
I love that. Well, thank you to each of you for taking the time to speak about what you're doing at Coin Miles, Gemini, Bolt Plus, the Giving Block, in the rewards arena. This has been a very thought-provoking conversation. We have resources where folks can learn more about what's going on in each of your worlds as we've compiled resources and related to each of your organizations. And, we thank you for your time, for your genius, and the inspiration to keep building. We need brilliant minds like you. And thank you for also creating space and opportunity for underrepresented communities. We're celebrating and elevating you every step of the way. And, we're going to keep it rocking. We're going to keep it rolling. So maybe we'll see you next year.
Thanks for having us.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And thank you for hosting this. This is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tell all your friends. Oh, no sound.
Welcome to Crypto Tutors.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors. Hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep? Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, stablecoin, we got the tips. Bitcoin or BTC, $1 trillion CAP. Don't sleep on cryptocurrency, just make some money while you sleep. Yeah, it's the $2 trillion market cap for me. It's a wave, but this ain't no GameStop or AMC. DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Cause centralized systems keep them fees high. Talking D high, maybe even neck high, but we fly, learn and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon.
Oh my gosh, are we this is one of the last sessions of the day. It's mind-boggling to think that we've been going since 12 o'clock because we've had so many incredible speakers from amazing organizations that are literally architecting and engineering the future. But I have to say, and this is like picking your favorite kid, which, you never want to do. But this panel right here, and I'm freezing because I'm so excited. Okay, let me stop moving. Let me try to contain myself. I am so very excited. This is our second all-female panel of the day, by the way. How often does that happen in Web3? Like almost never. So this is super amazing. But also, the crypto for the culture. And thank you for joining us at Crypto for the Culture. This year's theme is DeFi All Odds, and bringing you all to the virtual stage to talk about the work that you're doing is incredible. And it's also free 99. So all of the people that are out there, you better make sure that you are giving all of our speakers their flowers for imparting their wisdom. And as I've done with everyone, I'm going to just give folks a little bit of background on each of you. I want them to understand, again, just how, when I say awesome, I think that people use that word really lightly. When I say awesome, when I say incredible, some of the most brilliant minds in Web3, this is what I mean. So we're going to start with Nyla Hayes. Nyla Hayes is a phenomenon. She is 13 years old. This is as close to the long necky that I could get, Nyla. Like I was trying to you know what I mean? Like get my neck, I was trying to stretch it out. I even put my hair back. I was like, maybe she can see. She can stretch.
It looks amazing.
But you're the creator of the Long Necky collection, which features diverse women with elongated necks, inspired by your favorite dinosaur, the Brontosaurus. You are featured in Time for Kids, discussing emerging tech that is NFTs. You're the first artist in residence at Time. And not for nothing, but your collection of NFTs is one of the top grossing. I think it's something around $6 million for the long neckies. In terms of African American NFT artists. So that I know I said the same thing, girl. I see you shaking. You like Emily is like, yeah, wow. I told you, phenomenon. Each of you are phenomenon. But Nana, with that being said, it's safe to say that you're a living legend, and I feel so honored and grateful to share you with the Crypto for the Culture community. So thank you. I know, right? We met on IG. Just saying. Okay. Maureen Murat is my Haitian sister from another mister. You were one of the early believers in Crypto Tutors because I interviewed you on our Crypto Couch, our YouTube show, where we were hosting diverse leaders, prioritizing diverse leaders in crypto, much like we're doing here at Crypto for the Culture, giving folks like yourself an opportunity to share what you're doing in the Web3 world. And Maureen, you're a crowdfunding and JOBS Act expert. I had to spell it out. You're a lawyer in the state of New York, Florida, DC, and an entrepreneur with over 15 years of legal industry experience. This is really exciting to have your perspective and the legal lens in relation to building in Web3. So we're super happy to have you. And you're Haitian, you already know what's up. I love you and Clev, Haitian sisters from other misters. And Emily, hello, smart contract developer for Uniswap. Emily, before we get into your background, one thing that I have to call out about Uniswap is that I looked today, I think it had about like 1.2 trillion with a T, $trillion in trade volume. Emily, you majored in economics in 2011, discovered open source and Bitcoin that led you into becoming a web developer. But you discovered ETH was way more user-friendly than Bitcoin and began focusing on smart contract development. Yes, am I tracking? Emily,
it's more developer friendly. I would say user friendly at this point.
User friendly. Okay. That's me. We're all learning. But the community aspect, really resonated with you, and it's exciting to have you here. But Emily, before we dive into the conversation, I think it would be important for folks to just understand, what is Uniswap? How would you define her?
Yeah, so Uniswap is a decentralized exchange as opposed to a centralized exchange. I feel like Coinbase is our good counterpart. Coinbase is a centralized exchange. And when you buy Ether or Bitcoin or anything through Coinbase, they custody it. So they own the keys. You don't own the keys, and you're trusting them just like you trust a bank. And then when you trade, you're like, I want some Bitcoin for some Ethereum. They have their pools, or like they have their funds on their treasury, and they'll just kind of like change the numbers kind of on your interface, and they kind of allocate more of what they have in Bitcoin to than Ethereum. Whereas on Uniswap, we are a decentralized exchange on Ethereum. You could not get Bitcoin on Uniswap, but you could get wrapped Bitcoin, which is like people can wrap Bitcoin on Ethereum, and it's kind of like a bridge situation. And so when you trade on Uniswap, you are never giving up custody of your assets at any point. Our protocol, you put into a smart contract, you can verify how the code works, and you know that if you put your money into our contracts, how it will work, and that you'll get what you need or what you're promised out, because it's just, code is law, right? Like if you put your money into that, you know how it's going to operate. And then we have liquidity providers who provide liquidity into these pools, and they know, that everything will abide by the contract code, and you basically trade across their liquidity. So I might provide liquidity into a pool for Ethereum and Uni token, which is our token. And so whatever the ratio is, as a liquidity provider, you offer that ratio. And then as people swap, if I want to swap Uni to get ETH, I put Uni into the pool, get some ETH out, and then the price of Uni goes down as it becomes more scarce in the pool, and the price of ETH goes up as it populates the pool. So it just kind of happens automatically without anyone in the middle doing anything.
That was spoken like a true smart contract developer. Like, Thank you. No, but thank you so much for just, giving us that explanation, because I just wanted to give people a little bit of an understanding so that they, in the questions that I ask, you can like wrap their heads around, again, like the orders of magnitude associated with like what you're working on at Uniswap. So thank you for that. So, Nyla, let's talk a little bit about, you and how you got your start. You're a super famous NFT artist and one of the just sweetest, most kindest people I've ever met. So did you were you born an entrepreneur? Did you just like come out and just start selling like, I don't know, lemonade and, I don't know, how did it work? But how did you get your start?
Well, I would say everyone's born an entrepreneur. I feel like things happen in life that it changes your entrepreneurship. But I think when we're young, we all have this like creative mind and we want to do creative things. But then when we get into school or in work, people are trying to like change our mindsets and like, no, you can't do this. You have to do this, that, and the third. So I feel like everyone has like their own little creative mindset, but it just changes, over time because of life. But I think that didn't really happen to me because, one, I'm homeschooled and my mom is my teacher. So she's a very creative mind and she is really like open of like what I'm passionate about. So that's kind of like how I was when I was 4 as well. I was very passionate about just trying different things and, just creating in general. And that's actually when I started doing art when I was 4. And I just did arts and crafts at the time, but I was just really, really passionate about like doing different things. And I have to thank my mom for that because she was always like willing to help me with different things that I wanted to do. So I think that's kind of where my entrepreneurship kind of like started. And then in my family, we have a lot of men that are entrepreneurs in my family. And the thing that I really love about them is even though most of the things they tried failed, they kept trying and, they're still entrepreneurs to this day. So I think those two things kind of inspired me to, kept my entrepreneurship through my life. Even though when I was younger, I really didn't even know what an entrepreneur was. But, now I think that's kind of like where it all stemmed from. But yeah, that's kind of how my mentality is with that. But then how I got started with art, like I was saying, was when I was 4, I was just creating things and whatnot. And when I was 9, that's when I really got into like art and trying to figure out like my own style. So I remember like it was yesterday. I was at my grandmom's house and I asked her, it was my first time ever having a phone, so it was my first time doing digital art. And I asked her, what should I draw? And she said, just draw what you love. So I tried to think of what I really liked at the time. And I loved the Brontosaurus dinosaur. Yeah, I was a big dinosaur fan when I was growing up. I always was into dinosaurs rather than the owls. So the Brontosaurus was my favorite. And then I loved culture. Culture always inspired me since I was young. I've been around different cultures through, fashion, music, and food. So that really inspired me. And then just being a female. I love being a woman. I've been around so many inspiring women in my life. So I think those 3 things really inspired me to make my long neckies. And after that, that's when I kind of started creating them. And they turned into sort of a friend. Yeah, like a friend to me. And basically after that, I knew I kind of wanted to start selling my art or putting my art out there so people could see it. But I didn't know like what to do with my art. So I thought I was going to have to just put it in like a flea market or a museum or just like a festival. But we really didn't figure out like what to do with it until my uncle, he texted my mom last year in March because my family knew I was doing art and was really into it. So he was like, you guys should check out NFTs. I just saw something about NFTs and I think you guys should try it out because maybe this is a place now to put our art out there. And we were thought, okay, this sounds great. So we looked into like what an NFT was. what's the NFT space, how to mint, where you put an NFT on. And basically after that, it's been history. You know, me and my mom, we've been like in an amazing NFT community. We've met so many people in the space. You know, it's just been an amazing experience, and I can't believe it's almost been 2 years. So yeah, that's kind of where all that began.
And that is how you build in Web3. Okay. Like, I love the fact that, first of all, I love your mom. We're going to have to bring her back. I don't know if she's around, but tell her that I said hi.
Yeah, she loves you too.
Okay. Tell her we all said thank you. But I love the fact that, like, the childlike wonder that a child possesses, and just this, like, anything is possible, like, to see how that translated to, you saying, what can I do with this art? Even the notion of what can I do with this art? Should I do, festivals? Should I, galleries, museums, whatever? And then you were introduced to an entirely new concept, which was NFTs. And instead of saying, well, I don't know what that is, and leaving it there, you were like, you and your mom were like, let us understand what this is and how it works. And, that's why it was so important for us to bring you into Crypto for the Culture, building in Web3, because, you did just that. And it's so cool that this is just the beginning of your story. Like, we are just getting started. So thank you for that. Maureen, I'm going to pass the virtual mic to you, because we're talking about building in Web3. Emily was talking about what's going on in the Uniswap ecosystem. Nyla was talking about the long necky NFT collection. What advice do you have for founders and entrepreneurs building in Web3 from a legal standpoint? What are some things that they should be aware of?
So great question. I wanted to say something that someone told me when Nyla was talking about some of her family members, trying their hand at entrepreneurship, but kept going. Someone told me that entrepreneurs don't fail, we pivot. So if something doesn't work out, right, you figure out, for some reason, you get this energy in you, you're like, okay, it didn't work out, I'm going to try something else. So I just wanted to share that. But in terms of what people should be aware of or should know, I think the first thing is, don't be afraid of the lawyers. They're not all out here to tell you no, even though it might sound that way. I'll admit that, I guess, training wise, we're trained to like find holes or find problems, but that doesn't mean that we only want, we want things to fail, right? We want them to do very well, which is why we look for where there might be potential, issues or pitfalls. The other thing I would say to entrepreneurs is that, especially around what we're talking about tonight in building in Web3, this is very community and ecosystem building focused, right? So if this is not for you, then don't waste your time, right? I feel like there are definitely some people who come in thinking, or at least telling us that they want to build in a community or ecosystem, and then you end up seeing like, the same things that are happening outside of Web3. So it's like, that's not what we're here for, right? We really want to build community, but we want to be inclusive. It's not to build a community so you can just bring the same people in. And I guess the last thing I'll say in terms of advice is that, and maybe nobody wants to hear this, so this is why I'll say it last, is that oftentimes when we say, oh, this regulator, so for a long time, especially during crypto winter, I guess we're kind of in crypto winter, but the last one, let's say, not this one, we were like, oh, the SEC and CFTC should provide, red line rules and specific guidance and all that. And I don't think people realize how restrictive, red line rules and things like that can be. But at the same time, just because there aren't specific rules or specific provisions on how things should be done in the space doesn't mean there aren't rules or precedent or policies that still apply, even though it's not specific. So one example is the Howey test. It's been beaten to death over and over again. It's almost 100 years old. So yeah, maybe it's outdated. But if we take away the orange grove, take away land in Florida, and you just look at the elements, then you could see how they could look at that test and say, okay, these are certain things that occurred during this transaction and how it could line up with a specific type of crypto transaction. Not that it happens every time, but I'm just saying, just to try to show that there are comparisons and there are ways that, we can see how, even though this is very innovative and very different, how laws that exist today can be applied. So the goal is not to skirt the law or to avoid it, but to kind of work within it. And oftentimes it's kind of good to be in the gray area, because I think that's how you get the attention of the policymakers so that they can be more understanding, as opposed to having this strict rule that no one can navigate.
Yeah, I love the fact that you called out, 100-year framework. Right. No, but seriously, 100-year framework, which is, they could have just slapped it on, crypto and been like, okay, we're done with this. It's regulated. But the reality is that that gray area is causing a lot of conversation, is causing a lot of discussion. And, at the very least, it's exciting that we're in a place where there's that conversation, that dialogue, that discourse is hopefully opening up minds to be more thoughtful with the governance that is ultimately rolled out. Remains to be seen what it's going to look like, but we're thankful that you shared that insight. Now, Emily, let me ask you this. Being a smart contract developer, what are some of the coding languages that are the most important and common to build in Web3? I think we were talking about Solidity earlier, but let's talk a little bit about some of the technical skill sets required.
Yeah, to become a developer in the space, and we have a lawyer, we have an artist. I guess I represent more the developer side of software. Yeah, there's a couple different routes you can take. So I am a Solidity developer, which is smart contracts, which I think is the really fun part. So I work on the Ethereum blockchain, and the Ethereum has something called the EVM, which is the Ethereum virtual machine, and Solidity compiles down into the EVM. And there's a couple other languages that there's more than a couple. There's a few others like Viper, which is probably the next most popular. People are working on something called Huff. And so, yeah, there's this one thing to understand the language, and then it's another thing to understand how the EVM works, because there's a lot of quirks with how, like, the Ethereum, the lower levels of Ethereum function. There's important concepts like reentrancy, which any language would have to deal with. And reentrancy is what caused the DAO hack, the original DAO hack. And so there's a lot of really fun, cool stuff to dig into when you're learning about smart contracts and how the base layer blockchain works. And yeah, it's super low level. You cannot put anything unoptimized. Like, when you're doing front end, you have to sort something. You just take a JavaScript sorting library. You're not really paying attention. When you're coding in a smart contract, every iteration costs money, and so you can't just you would never sort on chain. That's just not something you would do. And so you have to learn how you separate things, put computationally intensive things. How do you get those off chain and only put whatever you need on chain? There's a couple of really cool examples, but I don't want to talk too long. But I'll say one. Well, I really like the idea of a Merkle distribution contract, which is what Uniswap did for their airdrop. We retroactively rewarded all of our past users with an allocation of our tokens. We wanted it to be a community token. We had to scrape a lot of data, and then we had to store on chain who's owed what token, and that's thousands upon thousands of people, and that's way too expensive to store on chain. Storage, every node has to hold it, is super expensive. And so what they did to keep that information on chain is use the Merkle tree, and then you need to only post a 32 byte Merkle root, and then that filters down to a ton of leaf nodes, which has the information for who's owed what amount of tokens based on their usage. And then we offer them on the front end a proof, and they can submit a Merkle proof to say what they're owned. And that's not a very popular pattern. And so, smart contract development gets you have to get really creative. You have to optimize like crazy. It's super fun. There's also front end interacting with the blockchain instead of a database is different. And so if you're a front-end developer, instead of knowing SQL and relational databases, you can learn different JavaScript libraries like Ethereum, which know how to store and pull data from the blockchain and interact with it. And that's another really useful skill that companies need. So that's 30 slides.
Okay, first of all, Emily, I don't know if you know, but we're recruiting you to be the next crypto tutor. So there's that. Just so you know, it's coming. Actually, all of you, but we'll take that offline. And thank you for that explanation. That was super insightful. And it just gets me so excited because, like, you know, I don't think that a lot of times folks get to see, like, you know, female engineers like working on such unbelievable like tech. And just to hear how excited you are, I can just imagine, you know, the folks, you know, that Nyla, you know, that are Nyla's age are just like, oh my gosh, like it's normalized, you know, it's normalized to see people like you, Emily, to see people like you, Maureen, to see people like you, Nyla. And to close us out, you know, to close us out, Nyla, I'm curious from your perspective, what advice would you give to, you know, another little girl who's watching this, you know, that wants to get started, but is afraid? What would you tell her to get her to take that leap of faith?
That's a great question. I think I would tell them not to let fear control you. I think let love control you, and, you know, be fearless. And, you know, success doesn't come from money. True success really just comes from your heart and what you love to do. And I think that's what I would give them. Just keep doing what you love to do, whatever you're passionate about, just keep doing it, and don't believe that you can't do it, because believe me, you can. Look at me. I am not a professional artist, and I am a young person. And when I first got into the NFT space, I thought no one was going to like my art. I thought people were not going to take me serious because I was a kid. I am a kid. And, you know, was the total opposite. It was, they walked me in with warm arms. They liked my art. They believed in me, and they just basically welcomed me with love. So I think it's really just a leap of faith, but I believe that you could do anything you want to do if you just have love for it and you are really passionate about it. So that's my advice for them.
Oh, damn. I knew you were going to close out strong. I knew it. For you to be 13 years old and just like wise beyond your years, you know, I don't even know what to say, but I'm so grateful that, you know, you are the future. I'm so grateful that each of you took the time to be with us and, you know, share these insights and your wisdom. And also the fact that, you know, I have to say, this being an all-female panel and just like showing the real face of Web3. You all are doing amazing work, and I am so grateful that we had the opportunity to share your stories. We're going to make sure that the folks that are tuning in and all of the Crypto for the Culture community is able to keep up with your journeys. I believe we have your social media handles. If there are any, you know, educational resources, because we all know the biggest barrier to entry is education, education of the mindset, you know, overcoming that I can't do it mindset, or the technical aptitude, you know, to build in this space. So we want to make sure that folks are able to keep up with you all. Thank you so very much. And that's the wrap for Building in Web3.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Making money while we sleep. That's the Crypto Tutor song. I'm always going to rap.
Thanks so much.
Always want to rap.
This is fun.
Do I have time for a rap? No, I guess not. Okay.
Mic check 1, 2.
Hello.
All right,
Hello.
good. Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Good evening. Good evening.
All right. So you know that we couldn't possibly kick off this panel. You know, we were talking about building in Web3 and the resourcing is part and parcel to how we build in Web3. So super excited to have you all here at the Crypto Venture Capital and Funding panel. I don't know if you saw the panel before this one, but let me tell you, the ladies, I don't want to put the pressure on you, but I'm just saying that's a tough act to follow. That's a very tough act to follow. But I have faith in each of you, which is why, you know, you're here, and we're so excited to share you with the Crypto for the Culture community. Before we get started, I just wanted to introduce our moderator. You know, Jeff Johnson is a personal mentor to Nina and I and the team at Crypto Tutors. He's helped us build pitch decks. He's helped us refine our narrative. He's really the man with the master plan. And that's exactly why we wanted to make sure that he was the person to speak to each of you. Now, Jeff is the director for Virginia Tech Corporate Research Park. This is a $450 million tech center. This $450 million tech center is a leader in research, innovation, and growth from scratch to commercialization. Jeff has mentored and supported hundreds of founders of early stage and high growth tech companies who've raised funding and launched successfully. He has a personal mission of helping women and people of color to be on the cap table. And without further ado, please welcome Jeff Johnson. And I pass the virtual mic to you.
Hopefully the sounds good and everybody can hear me. Listen, Lisa, what a great honor it is to be among these leaders. I'm looking around my screen and I've read your bios, gentlemen, and I am thoroughly impressed with who you are and what you do, and it's a pleasure to know you. And it wouldn't be possible without really two of my rock stars. And these are two people who are not only leaders, but they're great people and they're great women leaders. And that's kind of where my passion is really around helping leaders succeed. I get joy out of seeing others succeed. And so that's why it's a pleasure for me to be with you guys here. Boy, I tell you, Lisa and Nina, they are the epitome of entrepreneurs who are really successful in making it happen. And entrepreneurs like that can't be successful without people like you. And so it's important that our listeners and everybody who's joined us from around the world hear from you and really hear what it is you look for in helping to be a catalyst for the growth of these kinds of companies. One other thing is I've been listening all day, Lisa and Nina, by the way, and I've been blown away. I've learned a lot. I don't come from the space, so you guys are gonna really teach me a lot as well. So without further ado, let me start. I just thank you again for that warm introduction, Lisa. This panel really is all about crypto, venture capital, and funding. When I talk to entrepreneurs around the country, most of the time at the top of their needs list is access to capital. And what those of you who are part of this Crypto for the Culture experience right now should know that less than 3% of venture capital go to women and entrepreneurs of color who are founding and leading high-tech, high-growth, built-to-scale companies. Now, wait a minute, everybody. I've heard this all day and I've heard it mentioned in passing, but I wanted to marinate, because this panel is a panel that really is the key to helping alleviate some of this. And why do we care? And why do I care? Because it's been said before, access to capital can provide an opportunity for entrepreneurs of color and women to lead these high-tech, high-growth companies like the kinds we're talking about in crypto and Web3, such that they can build wealth. So what they do with that wealth to help us go at the wealth gap that exists. And not only that, reseed that wealth gap into the community such that we can pull more people that way. And so that's why it's important. That's why I'm passionate about it. And it's why I'm here. So this is the perfect panel to watch if you are starting or thinking about starting your own business, because these leaders here will talk to you about what they look for, what they do, how their businesses and what they do. We will discuss how to gain funding and how to prepare. So we want to make sure that you're ready at the point where opportunity meets preparation, that you're ready. It's one thing to say, hey, we're going to be a great company and we're going to support this, but we need to be right where that opportunity exists. We are here on this stage with me, first and foremost, is JK. JK, where are you? There you go. JK, perfect. JK is the principal at Coinbase Ventures, and he's responsible for investing in early stage crypto and Web3 startups with a primary focus on companies building Web3, developer platforms, and tools. Welcome to you, JK.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Great. Next, now, Kristen, where are you, my friend? All right, perfect. Kristen. Now, I'm going to pronounce your last name. Is Navarez?
Perfect.
Navarez, Español?
Sí, español.
Ay, okay. Bienvenidos. He is a partner, is a venture partner at OP Crypto, the parent company of OP Venture Fund and the OP Fund of Funds, everybody. OP Crypto Funds support early stage startups and oncoming fund managers looking to make long-term impact through blockchain technology. Christian is also the co-founder of Web3 Familia, right? An education platform with the mission to onboard, ready, 1 million Latinos to Web3. So welcome to you, Kristen.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Great. Finally, Zach sitting back, he's relaxed, right? Zach's all cool.
Always.
Listen, we got the last panel of the day. So we just followed a great panel. So I think we do anyway. So Zach is the VP of accounting for Propeller Industries, I believe.
That's right.
And Propeller Industries is a strategic finance and accounting partner for venture stage companies. From infrastructure to taxes to security, Zach is a wealth of knowledge to prepare your existing company for success. So again, welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being part of this panel and bringing your expertise.
Thanks so much for quarterbacking this.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's do it, okay? Here's a softball. All right, what advice would you give to founders of crypto and Web3 startups when it comes to VC and funding? Who want to take that one first?
Yeah, I can take that one. So, again, just given, my background, so just for reference, so I joined Coinbase Ventures about 6.5 months ago, leading investments into infrastructure and developer tools, prior background kind of across product engineering, corporate strategy, having worked at Microsoft and, been in the crypto space since 2016. So, I've seen, plenty of different innovative, founders, really kind of on the cutting edge. And I think like a couple of things that I particularly look for is one, how do you tell your story from the perspective of really having a deep understanding of the problem and how you're going to be differentiated in solving that problem. And that goes all the way back to, what's your founder story, right? What's your origin story? Give me the context that will help me understand that you are the person to take this company and vision forward. We typically at Coinbase Ventures, we're investing at the earliest stages. Sometimes we're talking to companies that are, pre-launch, pre-product. And so, when we think about things like traction, yes, you might not have generated revenue, but what are the proof points of demand, right? I think Arthur Hayes, he talked about this earlier, like, what is the different signal that you're getting from overall customers and how does that inform the product decisions that you're taking? And then finally, making sure that there's some type of value alignment in terms of, what you're trying to bring to the market and how, of that venture fund that you're speaking to, how they can help you achieve those goals.
Yeah, fantastic. Anybody want to add to that?
I mean,
Kristen,
I could
jump in.
Yeah, I could give a different perspective because we, as part of our fund of fund thesis, we back emerging fund managers, and there's 3 types of individuals that sort of we come across with different backgrounds that are raising their own funds. So either you come from traditional finance, investment banking, either private equity or trading, and sort of have been dabbling into the ecosystem and raise your own vehicle, right? And then you've warehoused a couple of deals that you've deployed your own capital into, and sort of that's how your vehicle was born, and someone like us will come and back you, right? Another way to sort of launch your own vehicle would be either you're an operator, you've created your own startup within the Web3 ecosystem, you have an exit, and then you have some capital, and then you raise your own vehicle, and then you come to us, and people like us would back you. And then lastly, either you work at a Web3 native sort of venture capital firm, and obviously you have some experience there, and then eventually spin out and then raise your own sort of fund. And that's another sort of individual that we would back. And in general, sort of all three, there's no one right way to sort of go on and raise your own vehicle. Everyone has their own journey, but this would be the three different sort of most common journeys that people have in becoming emerging fund managers and raising their first sort of Web3, or just in general, emerging fund managers raising their own vehicles.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic.
And to look at this from even another angle, so I'm a CPA by trade, and we typically represent either the VCs in doing the due diligence before we start, cutting checks, or we represent these emerging startups. Maybe they haven't raised capital yet, or they've raised a seed and they're getting ready for ABC and all the fun that comes with those processes. And the biggest thing I can say is make sure that not only, JK, as you said, know your story, but make sure you have your proper foundation there as well. So that means knowing your numbers. That means having a proper financial model. So it may sound crass sometimes, but you need to know, how do you make money? How is this going to be economically viable, and be able to succinctly answer that question? Because in one form or another, that question will be asked.
Great. So you all three of you captured kind of the essence of a lot of the time that I spend with founders, preparing them to talk to you, basically, right? And if we do our job really well, they'll hit these three things. And this was really interesting. I heard JK talk about starting with the problem. We couldn't understand that more. And I think for those of you who are watching this, I thought that these were all three unbelievably, insightful kinds of comments from each of you. But starting with the problem and understanding what problem you're solving and from who, for who, right? And I think I heard mention the whole idea of value proposition and who are you delivering value to. And then finally, I heard something around, I'm going to call it customer discovery, where you've actually gone out and talked to customers. So when you three say to this founder, how do you know what you know? I'm going to say, and I know Nina and Lisa and the rest of the crypto team would say, oh, we talk to customers and we gain insight, and we know, and we have quantified that. How important is it for you when people are building these companies to have talked to customers for them? Because you're all investing at the early stage, sounds like. Can somebody talk to that?
Yeah, I think the customer reference is very important, right? If you even think about like in the crypto markets and from a VC perspective, like deal cycles are actually extending. And that's mainly because, VCs are being more deliberate in the due diligence phase, right? And that can be a matter of, collecting founder references. That can be, talking to customers to validate, what is their level of willingness to pay. And so, the customer discovery, that's the thing that makes me perk up, right? Because not only can you connect your understanding of the problem and the solution that you're building, but you're also validating that this is a real need that needs to be brought to the market.
Yes.
And just listening to your customer base means that you'll be able to pivot, because no startup, no product, no service is perfect on that MVP, on that 1.0. So knowing that you, one, have the process in place to get through the iterative cycles here of 1.1, 1.2, in whatever form that means, just one, having the understanding that you have to do that, and then two, actually executing on that is a huge deal.
And then,
go ahead, Kristen.
No, and then for us, right, the customer would be who are the founders that you're backing, right? And then if you need to have sort of your thesis, a solid thesis in place to sort of attract the right founder, whether it's, you're investing in the metaverse or you're investing in DeFi or you're investing in infrastructure. So if you have that set thesis, obviously you attract the right founders, and obviously because of the subject matter expertise, beyond just capital, you'll be able to add more value there.
Yeah, great point. You used the term, I hope everybody on the call, and I think, Zach, you used it. You said pivot. I think you said pivot. Is that right?
I sure did.
Okay, good. So let's raise up pivot, everybody. At some point, you may have, if you're doing your customer discovery, you may have to pivot, zoom in, zoom out, new segment, whatever. Unless you got it right the first time, of course, you're the smartest one in the room. And everybody on this call knows that you get it right the first time, right? Don't we?
Of course. Everyone bats 1,000. Come on.
Perfect. Hey, what sectors, when you think about the sectors, you guys, what sectors has your companies invested in that have done really, really well?
Yeah, I think at least from the Coinbase Ventures side, right? So we have close to 400 companies in a portfolio. Took a very broad indexing approach across overall crypto and Web3. Now I would say coalescing across 5 core sectors. One being DeFi, 2 Web3 protocols and infrastructure, 3 developer tooling, of course, 4 NFT, metaverse, and GameFi, and then 5, kind of your traditional centralized finance or CFI. So I think like those are the 5 sectors that we're overall prioritizing. From my purview, I primarily focus on, tooling for developers, right? We need to make it easier for developers to build applications on top of the blockchain. And so those are, various areas that really excite me.
Great. Who else?
I mean, and then from our perspective, so I could talk a little bit about our venture vehicle and our thesis there, where we focus on DeFi, GameFi, DAOs, and the creator economy. But I'll focus more on the GameFi or the gaming aspect of Web3. And it's a space that we've deployed into and backed many projects. And sort of our winners there have been, Merit Circle, Aurori, which are sort of gaming guilds or gaming focused Web3 projects. And sort of that's been sort of the winners for us. And I guess we entered at the right time, but who knows? Obviously, in the next 3 to 5 years, it's a space that's going to continue to evolve, and let's see where we end up.
And likewise, it's a complicated answer because we look across a few different verticals. So we look at the infrastructure, we look at foundations, we look at Web3 is a very broad category, and I'm sure we could spend the next hour and a half just talking about that and what that even means. NFT and gaming, of course, and then media. So those 5 verticals are all very interesting in their own unique ways, to be very careful with the language there. And beyond that, it depends. So I think, Christian, you hit it on the head when it comes to the team. At an early stage, the team is sometimes as important or more important than the product or service itself. So if you have a good team or if you have a great team, it almost doesn't matter what's being built because you're investing in the people. And then you can build processes, you can build infrastructure, you can provide capital around that. But having that core team is everything.
Yeah, I couldn't underscore that more. If you're in any of my classes, pursuing your executive MBA or with innovation and things like that, you're going to hear me say this, and I want to say it out loud because Nina and Lisa have heard me say this. I have also told them that you guys bet the jockey as much as you do the horse. And it usually resonates with people because you're looking at when we talk about the jockey, what are you looking for in founders? Tell me what it is. What is that oomph that you guys are looking for in founders, and share it with all these founders who are on this call right now so they know either how to get it, how to make sure they got it, or at least to convince you that they can. Go ahead.
Just to kick it off, one quality that's usually pretty universal in some of the best founders out there is knowing what you know and most importantly, what you don't know, and surrounding yourself with with the people who know things that you don't know, so that you have a solid complementary team. And so whether that means bringing in the right partners, whether equity, contract, whatever the case, or bringing in third parties who maybe can fill in those gaps, that's a big foundational point.
I guess.
Yeah, plus one to that, I would say, like looking for that hustle and grit, right? Like, kind of thinking about, not necessarily like, how, like, what was your origin story as it relates to, kind of developing like your crypto native experience, right? I mean, I always love to hear, how did you enter into this space? Like, what was that light bulb that you had to say?
Because everybody's got a story.
Exactly. I'm ready to go into Web3 full time. And again, going back to my earlier statement, how does that inform, your understanding of the problem and, the solution that you're trying to build? So, really looking for like the hustle and grit. I think that's the most exciting aspect for me.
And then to piggyback off of Jonathan, yeah, grit and conviction, right? Like, do you know the space? Why do you know the space? And I think what Zach said is just on point, right? Like, know what you know and know what you don't know, and obviously know how to leverage that, and be okay with sort of asking for help or surrounding yourself with good teammates that are going to sort of complement what you don't know and double down on your convictions.
So founders, know what you don't know and show some hustle, grit, and some conviction when you come to see these guys and others as well, because know that they're betting on you as much as they're betting on whatever idea or innovation you're bringing forward. And that's kind of what I'm hearing more than anything else. That's great. That's great advice. Okay, so I'm diving in and thinking about, okay, so you've got these great founders who are on this call, and they're saying, listen, I am the one, I'm in these sectors that you have in here. Once those numbers make sense, and I've said it's a great business model, what else are you looking for?
Well, to make sure that the foundation is there. So they have an entity properly set up. They have all their legal documents in working order so that due diligence is as close to a breeze as it ever could be. But even in the best of times, it's still, due diligence is tricky. But the low-hanging fruit, to make sure that there's no potential hiccups. So, having a cap table in order and understanding how that's comprised. And then documentation. That people get really sick of me saying that word because I say it a lot, but you need to make sure that you have all of your documentation, whether legal, financial, operational, or otherwise, in proper working order.
Right. We need, for everybody on here, if you're on here and you're in my panel, we want you, if you are underrepresented, to be on that cap table that Zach wants you. We want you to have a position there that you can actually grow from. Who else?
Yeah, I would add on to that, like after understanding like business model, traction, the founder themselves, that's when I'm probably spending some time looking at the competitive landscape and, finally communicating like, what's their differentiation, right? Why do they need to bring this solution to the market? And then going back to, what was mentioned earlier, I typically at the end of each call, I typically ask for 1 to 2 customer references, because I want to be able to kind of connect with the customer and I want to validate everything that you're telling me. And in most cases, that's what can make a deal. Heavy importance on, customer validation.
Okay, great. So it's part of your due diligence.
And
so you may call and reach out to some of my customers.
Correct.
That I said with conviction why I knew this was a great business for you to invest in, right?
Spot on.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kristen. You were jumping in.
Yeah, now just to add to Zach, right? Once you're moving forward, sort of with like a second or third call meeting, be organized, right? Like have a data room, have an organized data room, and make sure you sort of are proactive and sort of seeing what the next question or request or ask may be from sort of a VC for that due diligence process, and have that ready to sort of, the more prepared you are, the faster you can move.
One of the things that we're doing, and I'm writing down, if you see me nod, it's because I actually am taking notes from you guys, because you're all brilliant and smart, and I'm going to learn something from you. I heard elements of what I would consider the pitch deck, but let's talk about that for a moment, because that's going to be the primary vehicle that many on this call will be using to raise money, right? And what do you like to see in a pitch deck? What are you looking for? And so for those of you on the other side of this call, we should be taking notes.
A succinct story. So, I mean, this sounds terrible, but it pains me to have to go through a pitch deck that's 37 slides long. It shouldn't be homework. This should be fun. So, a succinct story. What's the problem? What's the solution? In 30 seconds or less, what are we doing here? You know, what is the end goal? And of course, making sure that we understand who is the team. And then it's funny how, I don't know if you guys have seen this as well, but sometimes the ask is not obvious. So why are we talking? You know what? Do you need money?
Right.
Do you need additional founders? Do you need a network?
Right.
What are we doing here?
Right.
And then if we are talking about funding, how are you going to use the funds? So use of proceeds is a big deal because that shows that one, you're paying attention, and then two, we know where the money's going. And that's obviously very important.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think plus one's everything Zach said. I think, you know, since I invest primarily into infrastructure and developer tools, more technical in nature, right? Kind of going a layer deep beyond just a solution. Like, tell me about the technology, like what trade you make. And then, you know, kind of understand like your overall differentiation. I really like to see like the competitive positioning for the company that you're pitching. And then, you know, couldn't agree more, Zach, in terms of, you know, making the ask very, very clear.
And to add to that, I mean, to Zach's point, keep it concise, keep it sweet and short. And obviously for you, it's you have certainty in your project. Walk in with confidence, and the way you sort of transfer that certainty, either via words or the presentation, should be in a smooth way so people could understand, you know, that transfer of certainty, and they're able to sort of maybe move forward on that.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to have some confidence as well in what you're doing. I'm going to drill down on technology for a second because I get a chance to work with a lot of principal investigators. And as some of you may know, I do a lot of work with NASA and others who are these incredibly principal investigators and creators. But many of them, I have to spend a tremendous amount of time, and I'm looking at you, JK, because you mentioned it. I'm having to spend a lot of time with them, telling them, rise above the technology first and make sure we have a problem that we're solving. And then I'm kind of looking at you, Christian. I'm looking at you, Christian, when we talked about falling in love with the technology and just forgetting about or not bringing along the business aspect. I mean, do you guys see that? I mean, I guess, JK, you mentioned this whole wanting to go deep. Man, they will take you deep. I mean, you guys will be talking deep, and others will be over there going, wait a minute, hold on. Zach would be saying, wait a minute. All right, who's the customer again? And so tell me about, you know, when you talk about going deep, you know, about challenges and cautions around too deep, if any.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, trying to be concise is very important. So you kind of go from like, this is my problem statement. This is my, you know, validated hypothesis based on like, you know, the customer feedback that I've received. This is the solution that we're going to build to address that specific problem. And then this is like the technology stack, right, that I've decided to bring to the market. Because again, we're investing into dev tooling, and you know, your customer is a developer. That is the persona that you're trying to sell into. So, you know, what's going to make those developers excited based on some of your technical choices? And so at least providing some level of perspective on our side of the house is very helpful, because this is a very technical space. We heard the pitch right before, you know, building in Web3. And I thought that was absolutely amazing. And so, you know, being able to kind of infuse that type of, you know, kind of technical strategy and critical thinking into your talk track, I think is very important.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
And I think in general, if you can sort of convey the messaging and graduate beyond the technical aspect and sort of highlight the use case of that technology for like a commercial use, I think that's very powerful. And sort of, if you could sort of translate that messaging in a simple, concise manner that, a quick example, when you send an email, do you really understand what the tech behind the email going from point A to point B? You don't, right? So I guess just making sure that, one, obviously you understand the tech stack, the tech that you're using, elaborate that, but build from that and sort of showcase the business case or the use case available that eventually you could sort of scale that and make it commercial.
Yeah, great point. Great point.
And just
one of
nailing
the
it down
things
to an elevator pitch.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just nailing down the elevator pitch. It's amazing how many founders have not perfected the ability to say, this is my business, this is what this technology does, and this is why you need it, this is why someone needs it, and here's why you should be a part of this team. And just very like that in that duration of time, just very simple, plain English. And then when we want to nerd out, that's when we dive in, and that's when we have the 3-hour-long call and we go through as deep as humanly possible. But getting through that first stage is how you get to second, third, fourth levels, and how we can really get into the fun nerd stuff.
Yeah, that's important. They're flying along at 10,000 feet, and then we're going to dive down and nerd out for a little bit, and then I need to be able to come back up and continue flying.
Exactly.
Right, and that's a skill. So for everybody on here, that's non-trivial. We say
it's not easy.
It's non-trivial, everybody. Not everybody can do that, but it's a skill you build with practice and work. And it sounds like that's going to be very important. What would you say to founders who have not yet found their perfect investor? And the reason I ask this question is because I run into companies who have talked to 10, 50, 100. You saw the stories. I've talked to 100 investors, and I didn't really get a deal. What would you say to them around, for those who are still looking for how to match, what they do with potential investors? Any thoughts on that?
Well,
go ahead.
No, please. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a matter of, again, understanding, right? All of the investors, like 9 times out of 10, have a website, and understanding like what are their key theses, right? I can list it out like the 5 focus areas that we are targeting. So just having a clear understanding of like what they're investing in, reading through perhaps like some of the content that they've published, and looking at some of the similar deals in your space that they've invested in, and essentially like how do you kind of tailor that messaging to that specific investor.
Okay.
And I would say work the network. So everyone has friends and family and professional colleagues and such. So if you haven't found that right person yet, we talked about hustle at the jump here. That's all part of the game here. And the other caveat I would put to that, see how much you can do without funding. So one scenario we like to walk through, and this is one of those things that never should see the light of day, but just for your own knowledge as a founder, go through that doomsday scenario. So what if it doesn't make money, or what if you can't bring capital in? What then? What is the plan? What is the absolute worst case scenario to keep this going? And you'll be very surprised to see what you figure out in those specific situations.
Yeah, hey guys, I think I'm getting a hook. You don't want the hook from Nina and Lisa, but I'm thinking I'm getting the hook because I'm enjoying this a lot. And in terms of closing thoughts, I first of all want to thank each of you for your wisdom and your honesty and your authenticity. And each of you obviously come across through this screen as being very authentic, and you care. And you are the folks others want to reach out to. And so what I'd like to say, in closing, thank you guys for your time. For those of you who are listening, there's some real key, strong takeaways about starting with the problem, focusing on your team, knowing your numbers, tell your story. Everybody's got a story. One of the things we do is, if you're not familiar with doing this, we do a process called storyboarding. I storyboard the pitch before I start to build all the data and numbers into it, etc. This is the arc of my story. And so you guys know it. So I want to thank you all. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Nina, for giving us an opportunity. And thank each one of you, this esteemed panel. You guys are fantastic. Hopefully we can reach out to you again. And let's get this back. Let's get the band back together. Cool?
Cool.
Yes, maybe.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that's it. And I think they'll move us to the next one. Nina, Lisa?
Wow, I can't believe we did it. Oh my goodness. I just want to say thank you for being an amazing business partner, best friend, Nina Blankenship. You are a phenomenon. I want to thank the Crypto Tutors team. I want to thank, our panelists who, just gave us the game on how to secure funding and lending irrespective of the market conditions. But as we close out Crypto for the Culture, DeFi All Odds, we want to leave you with this public service announcement. You have the power to be the change that you want to see. There's no denying that these are perilous times we're living in, but this is also a unique moment in the history of humanity where the possibility of users having more control over their data, digital creators owning their work and can capitalize on their creations. Users are even compensated for our time, which we covered in Crypto Rewards, an internet that's more secure and efficient, which creates better incentives for everyone involved. And guess what? All of us, wherever we are in the world, providing you have an internet connection, are invited. The third iteration of the internet, Web3, offers the possibility for crypto's rallying cry. Where's my hat? For crypto's rallying cry. We're all gonna make it to be brought to life. We need you, the global citizen, to build the future so these ideas, this we're all gonna make it ethos won't just be a utopian idea or ideology. But we at Crypto Tutors also recognize that education is one of the biggest barriers to entry. And that's why we built an award-winning crypto educational company. That's why we're working alongside Cash App, Fidelity, Arculus, A16Z's Culture Leadership Fund, Ifani, Foundry, Trust Machines, Manifold, Tally Labs, Red Panda, Health MD, Vibranium, to curate this experience where we also brought you diverse leaders and our allies, the most brilliant minds on the planet, might I add, to discuss economic empowerment, collective advancement, and how to harness the power of technology to maximize our earning potential while retaining our intellectual property. Our wish for you is that you leave today feeling uplifted, empowered, inspired to build a future that we all want to see. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for joining us at Crypto for the Culture. Join us, and together we shall defy all odds.
Lisa, you did so good. I'm so happy. Everybody loved your energy. The chat was blowing up and everybody was thoroughly engaged. If you're watching this and you haven't RSVP'd, please go to cryptofortheculture.io, fill out the form. We're going to send you this recording, the giveaways, the resources, all of the education that you need to set yourself up for success. Thank you, and please watch next time.
DeFi is where you need to be. Why? Because centralized systems keep them fees high. Talking high, maybe even neck high, but we fly, learn, and invest, and you'll see why. Your money, your time, don't waste it. Buy it, trade it, stake it, you made it. No more to FOMO, to the moon we go. No more to FOMO, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon, to the moon.
This is Arculus. It turns your phone into a vault for your digital assets. It uses 3-factor authentication. So without these, nobody's getting in. No special device charging or verifications, no tiny keypads or buttons. Just one-tap access to an intuitive, easy-to-use dashboard that lets me buy, swap, send, and receive top cryptocurrencies. Remember, your keys, your crypto.
No more to FOMO to the